Welcome to Cobalt Fairy YouTube channel.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
Chapter 1. Juliet sighed as she leaned one elbow on the sill of the window in her drawing room. It was a beautiful day heralding the beginning of spring, and golden light bathed her garden as butterflies drifted sweetly by, but she was feeling unsettled and unsatisfied. It was the start of the season, and all across London, ladies her age were busy with plans, invitations, and newly tailored dresses and costumes. And yet, here Juliet sat, out in the country and on her own. She wasn't a silly lady, but she did like to daydream about the balls, the tea parties, the operas and shows that other girls aged 20 would be filling their social calendars with. What young lady wouldn't think with envy of those rows of material in dressmakers' shops, waiting to be designed and fitted perfectly to her frame, and sure to draw the eye of eligible men? Juliet closed her eyes, and saw herself wreathed in silk, green so that it could bring out her hazel eyes, descending a grand staircase toward a waiting elbow, attached to a handsome man who could make her laugh, as he escorted her into a lavishly decorated ballroom. She sighed. The truth was that there would be no balls for her this season, and maybe not the next either. She and Felix, her brother, had been lucky to have been left with Hertfordshire Cottage, and he the title after their parents had died. Otherwise, there was no bottom to where they could have ended up. She knew they were lucky. Their home, while small and tucked away miles from the hustle and bustle of London, was charming. There was land for her to tend to a garden, and the few small family heirlooms they hadn't had to sell off to pay taxes lined the walls. The two siblings did what they had to in order to scrape by. Felix Andrews, the Baronet of Hertfordshire, was wonderful at managing the meagre money they had, and her garden got them through the lean months with a supplement of fresh fruits and vegetables. They got by. But still. If only Lady Burnham wasn't away. She always takes care of me. Why does she have to be traveling at the start of the season? Lady Burnham was Juliet's late mother's best friend. A highly respected lady, she could have helped her gain entry to many of the season's events. Juliet also missed Lady Burnham for her company. She was always able to share a story about her mother that she had never heard before. The lady had never had children of her own, and her husband had died years before, so she was alone in the eyes of the ton. However, she also was beloved across the ton for her endearing kindness and selflessness. Her ability to solve any problem with a kind word and a smile. Juliet was interrupted from her thoughts by a flounce of fabric settling beside her. "Just what are you doing on this fine day, mooning out the window?" Her best friend, Miss Sarah Marlowe, sister to the Baron of Hockley, was at her side, a mischievous glint in her eye. "Hardly mooning," Juliet scoffed. "I'm enjoying the view." "If you were truly enjoying the view, you would have noticed me pass by, wouldn't you?" "You were miles away, Jules," Sarah said, smoothing out the fabric of her gloves. "It's the start of the season, you know. I suppose I just wish we were in London right now, talking about the gentlemen we would be meeting at this evening's ball." She prepared herself for Sarah to tease her, but was surprised by her answer. "I'm feeling the same way, actually," Sarah confided. "It's hard to be stuck out here in the country when we should be dancing our feet off in London." "You're right," Juliet said with a sigh. "Unfortunately, that is why we will likely end up married to someone not of our choosing. No gentleman can fall in love with us here in your drawing room. My parents will find me someone with a grander title, but he'll be monstrously old. And Felix is likely to match you with the same." Juliet giggled. "Never." Sarah nodded solemnly. "We'll hope for an earl. Maybe even a marquis or a duke, but of course if we reach that high, they are sure to be very, very old." "Stop it. Anytime we speak with our husbands, we will have to remember to try and see them as if they were young and strong, but in our heads, we'll be thinking, old Crumplebottom, whenever they speak to us." Juliet and Sarah dissolved into laughter, arms wrapped around each other tightly. Really, though, Sarah, Juliet said, when they had finally regained their composure. What kind of man would you like to marry? So we are pretending that we have a choice, then? Sarah asked archly. Fine, fine. I suppose, and I haven't thought about it much. She added in a way that immediately rang untrue. But I don't much care for the title, or the estate, or the money. I want to marry for love. Someone kind and honorable, with dark curls and bright green eyes. She trailed off, noticing Juliet's look. Not that I've given it much thought at all, she added quickly. Clearly not, Juliet said with a smile. What about you then? Tell me about your dream man. Sarah leaned back and crossed her arms. Well, not that I've thought about it, she couldn't resist saying. But a man who could make me laugh, who stood up for what was right, and who was unafraid of the truth. Those are the qualities that I would hope for my husband to have. Someone my father would have liked, she said sadly. And like you, I don't care one whit for title or land. Felix and I have very little and we're happy enough. But I wouldn't mind a little more money, Sarah added for Juliet, and the two laughed. Why not? She agreed. Footsteps crossed the hall, and Felix entered the drawing room. What has you two ladies in such high spirits today? I could hear you chirping like birds from the stable. He inclined his head in greeting to their guest. Miss Marlowe. Sir Felix, Sarah responded, her eyes bright. We were only discussing very serious, ladylike matters a gentleman like you could not hope to understand. Felix laughed and ruffled a hand through his dark brown curls, sending a small cloud of stable dust flying. My apologies, I'm not fit for company at the moment, he said with a flush that made his green eyes brighter. And aren't you two going to be late for the Baron's birthday party? The two ladies looked at the clock on the mantel and jumped up. You're right. We have to get going. Are you walking with us? Lord Stanton is picking me up in his new carriage. I would invite you two to join us, but he is a ghastly driver and I can't risk your lives, Felix said with a smile. Juliet and Sarah stood and smoothed their skirts. We'll just be going, then. See you there, Felix. Be careful, there will be people arriving from the city, so watch out for carriages. And be sure and take Clarissa with you. Juliet and Felix could only afford to employ 2 household staff members, a cook and a lady's maid, Clarissa. The cost of a lady's maid was more than what they could really afford, but it was one of the expenses that was necessary, if Juliet were ever to be able to marry well. The two were holding on to respectability by a thread, with a small title and small piece of land, which made it even more important that they did what they could, to represent a proper image to the ton. Clarissa was a properly trained lady's maid, of such high experience and recommendation, that she always seemed to be looking down her nose at the informal, low-titled siblings, who had only ended up with them due to a sorry twist of fate on her end. Juliet did not know the full story, only that she had had some issue arise with her former employer, and had ended up needing a position quickly. Felix had snapped her up at once, seeing it as an opportunity to help his sister work toward a fruitful marriage. Sarah wrinkled her nose as they walked to the front door. Clarissa makes me feel like I'm breaking the rules of polite society every time I laugh. She's not so bad, Juliet defended, although she had noticed the faces Clarissa tended to make when Sarah made jokes. No doubt in Clarissa's eyes, it was frowned upon for ladies to joke. Juliet herself had been politely reprimanded many times by Clarissa, on a diverse variety of subjects. Clarissa was waiting at the door with Sarah's lady maid, the much friendlier Elizabeth. Clarissa's shining hair was tucked perfectly away, not one strand out of place. You had better hurry and change, miss, Clarissa said. We shall be late if we do not leave soon. Juliet bit back a laugh. I'm ready to go now, thank you, Clarissa. Clarissa's eyes widened just a fraction as she looked Juliet up and down, but said nothing. When she turned to open the door, Sarah shot Juliet a look, causing a little snort to force itself out. "Pardon me," Juliet said, raising a hand to cover her mouth, when Clarissa turned to look at the noise. A small cough. Clarissa looked skeptical, but said nothing. The four stepped out into the warm sunshine to begin the walk to Camden Manor. Leonard Whitfield, Marquess of Cunningham, cursed as he navigated his horse through the countryside. Why didn't I ask Charles for directions to this blasted party before leaving London? He blamed Charles for not only getting him lost in the middle of dusty nowhere, but also for the fact that he was even going to this party to begin with. Philip Winston, the Baron of Camden, was their friend from school, but had really been more of Charles' friend than Leonard's. Why couldn't Charles have waited for me to leave the city? Leonard had been finishing up one last piece of estate, and had only left about an hour after Charles. "Blasted heat," he muttered, pulling at his cravat. It was not a hot day, but he had been riding down roads without shade for too long. He was hot, tired, and dusty, and there was no end in sight. Why didn't I just take my carriage? He could have been relaxing while the coachman figured out where to go. But it had been a beautiful day, and he had been too busy as of late, leaving him little time for fresh air or exercise. Philip's home was just a few miles outside of London. It had seemed like the perfect opportunity to ride. He pulled the reins, slowing his horse to a walk. He leaned forward and patted her neck. "Easy girl," he soothed. He knew Beauty was tired and hot as well. Maybe it was time to give up on the whole thing and head back home. The thought of finding his way all the way back his town home in London, where he had been spending most of his time recently, and waiting that long to have a drink of water, made him grimace. But it seemed there was no other choice. He had just begun to turn Beauty around, when he heard the tinkle of laughter from somewhere up ahead. Beauty must have heard it too, as she stopped with her ears pricked forward. Could we have stumbled upon salvation? Leonard mused aloud. He tapped his heels and Beauty obliged, trotting toward the sound they had heard. Chapter 2. He squinted against the sun and saw something up ahead. When he had traveled a few paces more, the shapes began to distinguish themselves. 4 ladies, by the look of it. He heard the laugh again, and he couldn't help but smile a little in response. Ladies of the tongue were rarely found laughing like that, certainly not loudly enough to be heard before they could even be seen. As he got closer, he saw that laughter came from a petite lady, her porcelain skin bright in the midday sun, evenly shaded beneath her bonnet and parasol. He couldn't help but notice the sweet curves of her shape as he rode up. "Excuse me, ladies," he called as he approached. The 4 stopped and turned toward him as he pulled Beauty to a halt. There were 2 ladies, dressed for an event, with their maids in step behind. Even if he hadn't already been drawn by her laugh, he would have been speechless at the sight of the lady in front of him. Her face was a rose brought to life, the colors of her cheeks the exact shade of those in his garden, her lips the perfect shape of a rosebud. Her eyes, however, were something else entirely. An eye-catching hazel, the amber brown was lit with soft touches of emerald green. For the first time in years, the urge to paint struck him so forcefully, that his fingers flexed on their own, feeling the shape of the brush between his fingers, as he attempted to recreate that once-in-a-lifetime color with his palette. "How can we help you?" prompted the lady beside the lady with hazel eyes, after a moment of silence had passed. Leonard shook his head. "Apologies, the heat." He gestured vaguely at the weather, but still unable to take his eyes off of the lady in front of him. Her face was made for the canvas. "She's the most beautiful lady I have ever seen." Hazel Eyes ducked her head, her already pink cheeks deepening in color. He dismounted from Beauty and stepped closer. "Could you possibly give me directions to Camden Manor? I seem to have lost my way," he said ruefully. "You're quite close," the lady responded. "In fact, all you have to do now is continue straight ahead. You will come to a large oak tree at a fork before long, bear left and you will run straight into Lord Camden's manor." Leonard smiled. I am blessed to have come across you. I had almost given up hope. I don't get out of London often, I'm afraid. We are happy to be of service. The same lady replied. I am very grateful, Leonard said, but made no move to leave. What was it about this lady that bewitched him? He took another step toward her. He wanted to introduce himself, to learn her name, but he knew that it was quite a few notches below proper, to be conversing with two ladies in the middle of the road. He put a foot in Beauty's stirrup, and hoisted himself into the saddle. I thank you for your assistance, ladies, he said to the two and their maids, before turning to look at the beautiful stranger in the eye. I hope to see you again. He clicked, and Beauty began to walk down the road, waiting until he was far enough ahead of the group, that they would not be bathed in dust, before urging her into a trot. As soon as the gentleman had made it a few paces down the road, Sarah rounded on her. What was all that, then? She demanded. Juliet shook her head. I don't know, I've never seen him before in my life. I understand that. But it seemed like he was ready to get to know you. You're being silly. Juliet deflected. I am absolutely not being silly. He couldn't take his eyes off of you. He was awfully handsome, wasn't he? Juliet said with a blush. Sarah pressed the back of her gloved hand to her eyes. So striking. That black hair. Did you see how blue his eyes were as well? Why, isn't this the man of your dreams come trotting by? Such a beautiful mare as well. I've never seen such a beautiful honey color on a horse. She marveled. I can't wait to get to the party. Chapter 3. Camden Manor was impressive, set far back among the trees of the countryside, with a long driveway edged by a perfectly manicured lawn. As the ladies followed the driveway to the empty front door, the signs of merriment drifted across the lawn. Carriages and single horses lined the top of the driveway, making it clear that this would be a well-attended event. Juliet, who just this morning had hoped that would be the case, felt her heart sink some at the sight. She couldn't help but worry she wouldn't be able to find the blue-eyed gentleman among the crowd. We will find him, don't you worry. Sarah linked her arm with Juliet's. Let's freshen up and get the dust of the road off, and then we will look together. Maybe he has an equally handsome brother, she added brightly, as they ascended the steps into the house. The ladies freshened up quickly, Clarissa tutting at the state of Juliet's hair and insisting it be redone, and then they were able to join the crowd. Beautifully dressed Londoners milled through the manor's grand ballroom. At the far corner, a quartet played an upbeat tune Juliet had never heard before. She looked longingly at the brightly colored afternoon dresses, some with trains that swished gently through the crowd behind, catching the attention of others around. She pulled at the neckline of her one afternoon dress, trimmed richly and cut low to hide the threadbare neckline. Clarissa may have her nose permanently up in the air, but she was a genius when it came to making old dresses look new. Or at least not so very old. Why, there's your gentleman right there. Talking to John. Sarah said excitedly, pointing out her brother, John Marlowe, across the room. Let's go, he'll introduce us properly. She began to drag Juliet in that direction. I do hope he doesn't let on that he met us in the street. John will tell Mother and she will never let me live it down. Should we really be going over there? It's awfully forward to just barge in. Juliet began. Juliet, don't be silly, he's talking to my brother. As they got closer to the two gentlemen, Sarah waved. Brother, your favorite sister has arrived. John and the gentleman turned, and Juliet thought she saw him smile at the sight of her approaching. She tucked a stray piece of hair behind her ear and smiled shyly. Ah, my dear sister is here at last, John said. Miss Juliet, I hope you are well? Very well, Sir John, thank you. Always nice to see you, Juliet replied. Lord Cunningham, this is my younger sister, Miss Sarah Marlowe, and her friend, Miss Juliet Andrews. Don't worry if you get the two mixed up, they are together so often, sometimes I find myself wondering which is which," John said with a hearty laugh. He turned back to the ladies. "Sister, Miss Andrews, this is a new friend of mine, Leonard Whitfield, Marquess of Cunningham. He's an old-school chum of Lord Camden." The Marquess took Juliet's hand and bowed low over it. "I don't believe I could ever make that mistake," he said, for her ears alone. "Delighted," he said to Sarah, taking her hand as well. "If you would excuse me, Marlowe, I would like to see if the lady would care to dance," he said, reaching a hand out to Juliet. "I would," she said simply. Ignoring Sarah goggling at her, Juliet allowed the tall Lord Cunningham to lead her out to the dance floor, where the orchestra was playing a classic quadrille. He placed a hand at the middle of her back, taking hers with the other, and they began to follow the age-old steps. "I was hoping to see you again," he said, his eyes staring deeply into hers, as they stepped and turned on the floor. "Oh? Tell me more about you," he said, his voice low and captivating. The heat of his hand at her back made a blush bloom on her cheeks. "What is there to tell? How about your family?" "Our parents died 7 years ago. A carriage accident. My brother has been wonderful, I'm lucky to have him." This was her rote response to questions about her family. Simple and matter-of-fact, it could be counted on to keep the conversation from turning too awkward. "I'm sorry to hear that." His voice was gentle, as he steered her expertly around the dance floor. "I lost my mother when I was young as well. The world is very cold without a mother." She raised her eyes to his, surprised. In her experience, people usually reacted to her background in one of two ways. First, they stuttered awkwardly, and fumbled an apology that never sounded authentic, because how could they be sorry when they weren't to blame? Second, and this was her least favorite, they peppered her with questions, seeking all the gory details. How had they died exactly? Did they both die at the same time? Was the coachman at fault, or was it a problem with the horse? Who had broken the news? To these people, she did her best to issue an apology, and excuse herself as quickly as possible. Never had someone so succinctly stated how it truly felt. "He's right. The world is awfully cold without a mother." "Thank you," she said, her tone heartfelt. "You're right about that." The song ended, leaving the two standing close together on the dance floor, still touching but no longer dancing, eyes drinking the other in. "Cunningham," said a voice from behind Juliet, making her jump. He dropped her hand, and reached out to clap the gentleman who had approached on the shoulder. "Lord Derby, there you are. I was beginning to think you had stranded me here," he said with a laugh. "Never. Lord Camden and I were just headed to his study for a cigar. Care to come along?" "Right behind you," he said, as the gentleman walked toward the double doors. He turned to Juliet. "I would like to spend more time with you after, if you agree." "I would like that," she said. "Very well. I'll find you," he said, lips quirking up in a smile, and he disappeared into the crowd. Juliet raised the back of her hand to her cheek, feeling a little dizzy. In his arms, she had felt so safe. His blue eyes arrested her, and now that he was gone, she felt a longing for him to be back at her side. She wasn't left alone to ponder this for long. "That was some dancing," Sarah said, appearing in front of her. "Sarah, he's so wonderful," Juliet said dreamily. "He said he's going to come back to find me, after he meets with his friends for a while." "Come on then," Sarah said, tugging her hand. "We can't have you waiting exactly in the spot he left you watching for him, he'll run in the opposite direction. Let's go have fun, so he can see for himself how wonderful you are." He had spent more time in Philip's study than he'd meant to. The cigars were excellent, and the room had been crowded with old school friends he hadn't seen in years. Charles had them all roaring with laughter, talking about the schoolboy pranks they had played, and Philip had passed around glasses of quality scotch. All in all, it had been a wonderful ball so far. Still, he was eager to get back to the ballroom and spend more time with Miss Andrews. He wanted to dance with her once more, just to be near her. She had seemed to fit him perfectly, the top of her head just barely reaching his collarbone. She had felt light on her feet and soft in his arms. "What's your hurry?" Charles called out after him, as he walked quickly down the hall, following the sounds of music and people talking. Leonard heard him, but didn't bother to answer in his haste to return to the ball. He scanned the crowd, searching for those rosy cheeks. She was so small, he was worried he would never be able to find her. Sighing in frustration, he cut through the crowds. It had gotten more crowded, and more people were dancing. Servants were passing out trays of small snacks. He grabbed one by the shoulder as he passed. "Excuse me, have you seen Miss Juliet Andrews?" The man sniffed. "I am sorry, but I do not know the name of everyone here." He tried to continue on his way, but Leonard tightened his grip. Small lady, brown hair, incredible hazel eyes. They're soft brown with green, and she was wearing. He trailed off at the look on the man's face of utter bewilderment. "Never mind, carry on then," he muttered. He spent a few more minutes searching the crowd, but came up empty. He was worried she had already left. "What am I doing?" He had already begun speaking with the Earl of Thistleton about a match between himself and the gentleman's daughter, Lady Catherine. He had known Lady Catherine nearly all of his life. She was a good lady. Sweet and thoughtful, she would make a good wife, especially for a man in his position. A marquis needed a wife whose name commanded respect, and who was at ease moving around in the rule-laden circles of the ton. It was a good match, one his father had quickly approved of. Leonard was fairly young for a marquis, and to be running the affairs of a vast estate. The Whitfield family had a large winery, a shipping company, landed properties and estates. He was a very busy man, with very little time to play and meet potential matches. Catherine was the safe bet. He enjoyed her company, and was sure that she would do his family proud at his side as his wife. They were not yet officially engaged, but her father had agreed to the marriage, so it would not be long before they made it official. As he wandered through the ballroom, he found that he was having trouble picturing his future wife's face. He had known her for all of his life, her face should be nearly as familiar to him as that of his sisters, but when he tried to picture her, all he could see were a pair of bright, curious hazel eyes. He decided the heat and stuffiness of the room was to blame, and cut through the people toward the balcony doors, open to catch the breeze. He needed some fresh air, that was all. The lady had clearly already left, and it was improbable that they would meet again. The sister of a baronet was unlikely to appear at the same parties as a marquis very often. He would take a few moments on the balcony to collect himself, and then head toward home. He had an early start the next morning, managing the inventory records for the vineyard. He pushed open the double doors and slipped outside, closing them quietly behind him, doing his best not to attract any notice. The last thing he needed was a pushy mother of a single daughter, hoping to catch him alone and force her daughter on him. He walked to the railing and took a deep breath of the cool evening air. Already his head was feeling clearer. "Lord Cunningham," a soft voice said in the darkness, startling him. "Miss Andrews," he said. "What are you doing out here?" Chapter 4. Miss Andrews walked to the railing and smiled up at him. "I would imagine I'm doing the same thing as you are. It has gotten dreadfully stuffy inside. I needed some cool air." Just like that, all his thoughts of his bride-to-be vanished into the night. "If you were looking for a quiet moment alone, I'll go," she continued. "I don't want to intrude." "Please," he said, as he put a hand on her forearm to stop her. "Don't go. I'm glad you're here. And, if anything, I would be the one who needed to leave, seeing as you were here first." She laughed, the silver bell sound tinkling charmingly. "Even so, I would hate to bother you." "Not a bother," he said. "Actually, I was looking for you." "Were you?" "I would be lying if I said that you haven't been on my mind, Miss Andrews, since we first met this afternoon." His voice was soft as silk, as he stepped a little bit closer to her. He could smell the sweet scent of her, like honeysuckle and sunshine. Even in the dark, her eyes were bright. "You are an interesting gentleman, my lord," she said liltingly. "I do not believe it is I who is interesting. I find myself very interested in you, as a matter of fact." "Oh, I'm not so interesting." "Especially to a gentleman in your position." "Why, I don't even know what you do." "My family has varied interests." "Have you had Whitfield wine?" "Yes, many of its excellent vintages." "That's my family's vineyard." She clapped her hands delightedly. "How exciting. I feel honored to be in the presence of such a great winemaker." He couldn't help but smile in response to her enthusiasm. "We also manage some shipping and we have a great deal of land," he said vaguely. "My father, the Duke of Berkeley, fell sick about a year ago. I have had to step up and manage all of our holdings." She remained silent, giving him the opportunity to continue. "The physicians are not sure what it is. There's a sharp pain in his lower belly. He is taken with fits of pain, followed by long days of exhaustion. He drinks some tinctures to ease the pain, to help him sleep, but there's little that truly helps." She met his eyes, hers soft. He took a deep breath and continued. "I do everything I can to make his burdens easier. Though he and my younger sister live outside of London on our larger estate, I spend most of the time in my London townhome, so I can oversee everything, and act on my sister's behalf in the ton." "That must be very tiring." "You are young to be so burdened," she said gently. He was surprised to receive her sympathy. Most seemed more focused on what those enterprises meant for his wealth, and it was true that his family was very, very wealthy. Never had someone mentioned the weight all of that must put on his shoulders. "It is." "Yes," he said. "Do you have any family to help you?" "I have a younger sister," he said, smiling at the thought of her. "She's a hurricane, a force to be reckoned with. And for a lady, she has been very helpful with the family interests. She has quite the head for numbers." "You make a supportive older brother," she said. He took her hand and brought it to his lips. With pleasure he noted the way she flushed, the fetching pink spreading across her exposed neckline. "You are very lovely lady, Miss Andrews, and I can't help but feel very lucky to have met you." She allowed him touch his lips to her hand, before she seemed to realize what they were doing. She pulled her hand away and stepped backwards. I had better go," she said, swallowing. "Slow down." She was backing up quickly without looking behind her. He saw her heel catch the hem of her dress, and knew she was about to fall backwards. He lunged forward, attempting to catch her before she could hurt herself. "Oh." She flinched back away from him as he grabbed her, and the pull forced all of their momentum backwards instead of forward. Leonard, not wanting her to smack her head on the cold pavement, put his hands out behind her, and wrapped his arms around her, hoping to soften the fall for her, and catch himself before his weight crushed her. There was a ripping sound, she let out a little shriek, and the clang of a chair somewhere on the balcony, with them tipping over along with the two of them. They landed flat on the ground, with Leonard's arms taking the blunt of the fall. He just barely kept his full weight from falling down on top of her, and was grateful when he heard the sound she made as part of his weight landed atop her. "Are you all right?" he asked urgently, leaning down to look into her eyes. "Miss Andrews?" The balcony doors flew open. A man Leonard had never seen before burst through the doors, the light from inside spilling out across the balcony, illuminating everything clearly. He saw the man's gaze fall on them, a lady lying flat on the ground with gentlemen on top of her, his arms wrapped around her, and close enough that their noses were nearly touching. "Felix." She struggled from beneath Leonard. He jumped up and pulled her up with him. "Felix, What is going on out here?" The man called Felix snapped, stepping toward Leonard. "What were you doing on top of my sister?" Leonard looked between the two, noticing the family resemblance. Unfortunately, he also noticed that Miss Andrews' neckline had torn, revealing her heaving breast tightly bound by a corset. "Felix, you don't understand." "Enough. I can't believe you have shamed us like this," Felix hissed, slicing a hand through the air to stop her. The noise had drawn the attention of other revelers, who began to peer through the doors, to see what the fuss was about. Miss Andrews' eyes, those beautiful eyes that had started all this trouble, welled with tears. She let out a sound somewhere between a whimper and a sob, and covered her face, fleeing the balcony. Leonard imagined she wouldn't stop until she got home. The tears affected something deep inside him, and for a moment he wanted to shove her brother out of the way, to go and check on her, to hold her and make sure she wasn't hurt. "And you?" Felix stepped forward, one finger pointing angrily at Leonard's chest. "How dare you dishonor my sister? She's a child, she doesn't know any better. You have taken her honor, and there must be consequences. There must be recompense." Leonard shook the dirt from his trousers, and drew himself up to his full height. "I suppose a duel will be in order, then," he said calmly. He was proud of how calm he sounded, when inside it felt as if he were in turmoil. "How has the evening taken such a sudden, ugly turn?" "No." Felix stepped closer, hands balled tightly into two fists. Behind his shoulders, the sea of curious faces pushed to get a closer look. There was a commotion as one lady, her voice raised, pushed through the crowd. "Coming through," she said, and made her way to the front. Leonard recognized the lady Miss Andrews had been with earlier, her friend, Miss Marlowe. She took in everything that was happening, and brought her hand to her mouth. "Sir Felix." "Sir Felix," she began, but didn't seem to know what to say next. Felix only spared her a quick glance before turning back to Leonard. "I do not want to duel you. That will accomplish nothing. My sister's honor will not be returned to her, whether I win or lose. There is only one way to save her reputation now, and it is quite simple. You shall marry her." Leonard let out a little laugh of surprise. "Marry her? You must be joking." Felix's face flooded with an angry flush. "I promise you, my lord, that I am not joking. I come out looking for my sister and find you on top of her. When you were whispering sweet promises in her ear, did you not think there would be consequences?" Leonard thought quickly. He was a Marquess. Marrying the sister of a baronet was outlandish. And there was the matter of Lady Catherine to consider. Her father would be furious. However, the angry brother was correct. The main issue for Leonard was simple. His own father, whose health was already bad enough, would hear of the scandal, and it could kill him. The physician had said his heart was weak. A shock like this could take his father decisively to the grave. "I will not let my father suffer for my own foolish mistake." Miss Andrews' honor was entirely at stake. He could pretend that a duel for her honor would solve the problem, but he knew that it would not. The Ton was a gossipy group, and word traveled quicker than lightning. Already, he could hear the whispers traveling back through the crowd. By morning, Miss Andrews would be irrevocably ruined. The truth of the matter was, he thought with resignation, that he had no choice. And there was one other thing at the back of his mind, one niggling thought that kept asserting itself. He had only known the lady for a day, but she had intrigued him like no other ever had. His body had an intense physical reaction to her. He couldn't help but wonder. Is the idea of marrying her really so terrible? "All right, then," he said. "I will marry your sister." This hardly seemed to mollify Felix. The wedding will be held at the end of the month then. Leonard nodded. The end of the month it is. And I have your word, on your house, that you will not back out of this marriage? Felix cocked his head, and looked at him closely, eyes narrowed. You have my word, sir, on my house, and on my own honor as a gentleman, with a room of witnesses behind you to prove it. With that, he noticed something odd. A glint of— was that triumph in Felix's eye? The anger seemed to have been washed away entirely. Felix clapped his hands. And so it is official, they shall be married, he called, raising a hand as if to toast the onlooking crowd, who cheered in response, likely without really knowing why. From the front of the crowd, Leonard heard a little gasp. Her wish came true, Miss Marlowe said, clasping her hands together tightly, and leaning her cheek against them, her eyes so dreamy they nearly formed heart shapes. Leonard looked quickly between the two, and then felt his heart start to race in anger. He had been completely and utterly duped. A match between a marquis and a baronet's sister, it was more than the family could possibly have hoped for. The little wench had been out to snag a high-profile husband for herself all along. It was clear from the state of the siblings' attire, and the fact that the girls had been walking to the party that they were not well off. So, a poor, lowly titled family had connived to snag a rich, titled husband. Genius, to set up that little scene in the dark on the balcony. Probably she had made herself trip, and pulled him down on top of her, and she had screamed, so that her brother, lurking right outside the door no doubt, could storm out and catch them both in a position so compromising, no decent man could walk away. It was simply bad luck that it'd been him stepping out onto the balcony. It could have been any other of the single, rich, titled men at the party. He straightened his shoulders. We shall discuss this further at a later date, he hissed at Felix, before sweeping off of the balcony, and heading to the stables to find Beauty. They had duped him, and he had fallen for it. And now there was nothing to do but go through with it. Chapter 5. Juliet lay across her bed, still in her torn gown, dirty from her desperate, panicked run home in the dark, weeping into her pillow. There was a sharp knock at the door, and Felix strode in. It's finished. I have taken care of everything. You will marry him at the end of the month. Juliet sat up straight in shock, rubbing the tears from her eyes. Married? What are you talking about? It's the only way to salvage your honor now. There will still be gossip throughout the town, but it will dissipate after the wedding. Juliet's tears dried, anger filling her now. I am not going to marry him, Felix. I don't even know him. It's not for you to decide, he said tightly. It's my life. Of course it's for me to decide. She jumped up from the bed and put her fists on her hips. You cannot force me to marry him. I simply won't do it. You will. You'll do exactly as I bid you, because you have come perilously close to ruining everything our parents left us, every scrap of honor tied to the Andrews name, with your foolishness. Felix spat. Juliet felt the color drain from her face. She and Felix had never spoken to each other this way. Their relationship had always been one of genuine affection and support. Please, Felix. She stepped forward, reaching for his hands. Please, don't do this. I know I must be wed, but not like this. I had always dreamed that. It doesn't matter what you dreamed now. You always were so silly, off in your head instead of in reality. Well, it's time to grow up. You have made your bed, and now you will lie in it. You will go and marry Lord Cunningham, and you will be a sweet and biddable wife. It is the only thing to be done. Felix, can't we discuss this? Perhaps I could go to Lord Cunningham, I could tell him we can't be married this way. Perhaps we could court each other for a while, see if we make a good match. Juliet's mouth was dry, she wished desperately for a drink of water, or even more, to go back to the start of the evening, and do everything differently. What must he think of me? No. Felix shook his head. You will marry the Marquis in a month's time. I won't hear another word about it." He turned on his heel and left the room, closing the door with a slam behind him. Juliet flinched. She had never seen her brother this way. She felt despair well up inside of her. What am I going to do now? Leonard stalked to his dining room, in a foul mood. He was furious with himself, and with the tasks that now lay ahead of him. He had tossed and turned most of the night, wondering how it had turned out the way it had. Flush with fury, he had been unable to even close his eyes, wondering how they had planned it so well. But how did she get me to fall for her, and then be out onto the balcony with her? Or had their connection been true, and it had just been chance, that it had been him stepping out on the balcony and into her spider's web? Finally, as the first rays of dawn had begun to lighten the sky, he found himself remembering how it had felt to hold her, and sleep had taken him. When he got to the table, he was not surprised to see Charles sitting there, sipping tea with an egg cup and spoon in front of him. "Finally, you're up," Charles said. "I thought I'd be waiting here all day for you to pull yourself out of bed." "I didn't know I was expected to be entertaining at breakfast this morning," Leonard grumbled, dropping into his seat, and accepting the tea handed to him by one of the servants. He took a sip, grateful that it was strong. "I had to. Apparently I missed quite a scene last night." Leonard rolled his eyes. "Then why are you here? You already know what happened." "I'm marrying the lady." "That is that." "Hardly." Charles scoffed, placing his egg spoon down. "What of Lady Catherine?" Leonard groaned and put a hand to his head. "I'll have to break off things with her," he said, dreading breaking the news to her father, who had been very eager about the match. "Ah, well. Everything will be just fine. If nothing else, I support you." Charles returned to his plate. "Lucky me. So, tell me about this lady. A baronet's daughter, eh? I've never met her. I don't think I've even heard of the Andrews family. Is she appealing, or will you be spending your life tied to a lady less than pleasing?" "You watch your mouth," Leonard said, surprised at his own reaction. Charles seemed unfazed. "I'm only asking. You know you're the only son of a very prominent family. It all relies on you to bear an heir to inherit the estate and the family name." Leonard knew Charles was right, but he also didn't think that creating an heir would be an issue. Yes, he was angry that he had been duped into this marriage. However, there was no denying the beauty of his new betrothed, and being around her had caused intense feelings from within him, things he had never felt around the Lady Catherine. Enough. It was too difficult to separate the feelings of anger from those feelings he had felt for her just moments before everything had happened. He scrubbed a hand over his face, and held his cup up for another glass of tea, a servant quickly obliging. Lord Cunningham, his butler, Mr. Beeton, appeared at the door. "A Miss Juliet Andrews is here to see you. She doesn't have an appointment, but requested a moment of your time nonetheless." Leonard sat up straight. "She is here? Now?" He exchanged a quick look of surprise with Charles. "Show her in, then," he said. To the servants serving breakfast, he said, "A cup of tea for the lady." Well. I did not expect to meet your beloved already. She just shows up, unannounced, does she?" He quirked one eyebrow. "Go on." "She wants to speak with me, not you." "I'll go," Charles said, settling comfortably in his seat. "As soon as I catch a glimpse of the mysterious lady." Before he could reply, the butler was showing her into the dining room. Juliet had thought about it all night, and finally had decided there was no other option but to speak with Lord Cunningham herself. He had seemed a kind gentleman, surely he would see sense and talk her brother into allowing them to court for a bit before being married. Or, maybe she was just hoping to see how he felt about everything. She was terrified, but a kernel of anticipation had begun to show itself. She walked into the dining room, and noticed another man at the table with Lord Cunningham. It was the man from the party, who had invited him to have a cigar after they had danced together. If only we could go back to that moment and do the rest of the evening again. "My lord," she said, twisting her hands together in front of her. "My apologies for interrupting your breakfast." He said nothing, but gestured to the seat at the foot of the table, where a cup of tea and a place setting awaited her. She sat, but could not relax. His eyes seemed much colder than they had been the night before. The other gentleman was staring at her penetratingly. "I'll take my leave of you," he said, standing but still looking at Juliet. "Good day to you both." Juliet was a little surprised he hadn't introduced himself to her. The two had seemed to be quite close, and must be if he was here at the Marquis' house first thing in the morning. She focused back in on the task at hand. Lord Cunningham had still said nothing, and she felt a thick tension in the air that she had not expected. She took a deep breath to begin. "I suppose you've come to gloat, have you? Wanted to take a look at your new home? Maybe you want to begin ordering around the servants now, as the future lady of the house?" His voice was nothing like the warm, witty voice of the night before. It was ice-cold, and hard. She flinched back from it. "I beg your pardon?" "No need to hide now, my dear." He leaned back in his chair, and steepled his fingers. "I know the truth, you might as well let it free. It's just the two of us, after all. And it will be just the two of us forever, now that you and your scheming brother have had your way." "My what?" For a moment, Juliet felt faint. And then she saw red. "How dare you?" "My lord, last night was simply ridiculous." "Enough with the protests. It's done now, what's the point?" he asked, tipping back in his chair. She took a deep breath. "My lord, I've only come to see if we could salvage the situation we've found ourselves in." "I'm not sure what you are implying." He cut her off yet again. "I am implying nothing, Miss Andrews. I am stating the facts. You and your brother had a plan. You carried it off remarkably well. Honestly, I applaud you. That shriek as we fell. Why, I really thought you were scared. You have missed your calling as an actress." "My lord, I am bored of this. I have told your brother we will marry, and we will. There is no need for this foolishness now." He stood abruptly. "I will ask you to leave now." Juliet stood, blinking rapidly at the shock of what she had just heard. Does he really think that Felix and I had connived to trap him into this marriage? And he absolutely refused to hear otherwise. He was so certain that she had tricked him, he wouldn't let a word in edgewise. She felt the beginning of tears prick her eyes, and she swallowed hard against the lump in her throat. She had been raised by a strong mother, however, and had endured many hardships. She was determined not to show her hurt. Instead, she lifted her chin, and looked Lord Cunningham directly in the eyes. "Good day, my lord," she said coldly, and left the room. Clarissa was waiting in their carriage. She had known that asking her brother to take her to Cunningham Manor would have been a fool's errand, but she had refused to stay at home and wallow. Although her plan hadn't done anything but make her feel worse. "Are you all right, miss?" Clarissa asked eagerly. Ever since it had come to her attention that her mistress may soon be wed to a marquis, Clarissa's entire demeanor had changed. Juliet, in shock and dismay, was more honest than she would have been normally, because she had never before confided in Clarissa. "He thinks Felix and I set him up," she said disbelievingly. "He believes that we trapped him into this marriage." "But what of the marriage?" Clarissa asked urgently. "Will it go through, miss?" "Yes. We are still to be married at the end of the month," Juliet said impatiently. "Well, that's all right then. He'll come around, miss." Don't you worry. Clarissa settled back in the carriage seat, and looked out the window, eyes shining, as the coachman took them home. Juliet's mind was racing. She couldn't let things go on this way. She made up her mind. She would talk to Felix as soon as she returned home. She would make him understand that the Marquis hated her, that there was no future there. He would let her out of this. He was angry now, but he had always wanted the best for his little sister. Felix wouldn't send her into a marriage with a cruel man. Chapter 6. The moment the coachman pulled up outside of their cottage, Felix was storming out the front door toward them. "Where have you been?" he said angrily. "I went to visit Lord Cunningham," she said, lifting her chin. "I had to speak with him about last night. And Felix, I won't do it. He acted abominably. He thinks we tricked him into this marriage," she said quickly, hoping he would listen. His face was white, lips compressed tightly in anger. "I expressly forbade you from going to speak with him. You could have ruined everything. I will not marry him. Mother and father would not have wanted me to marry a man who treated me the way Lord Cunningham did this morning." "Blast it, Juliet. This is exactly why you will marry Lord Cunningham." Felix took her by the arm and pulled her closer. "You are too damned willful. Our parents, bless their souls, were too soft on you. You're right that this would never have happened if they were still alive, but the point is that they are not alive, and it is happening." Juliet attempted to pull her arm away, shocked and hurt at what he was saying, but he held on tightly and continued speaking over her. "It's all over the village, the events of last evening. The situation you and Lord Cunningham got yourselves into is the most salacious gossip to hit this village ever. I have had 5 different people drop by needling for more information. But Felix, the gossip would go away if he courted me," she began, but he was not listening. "There is no saving the situation but this solution. You will marry. You will become a marchioness, and one day you will thank me." He finished this last word between clenched teeth. Juliet had never seen him so worked up. Her brother had always been loving and gentle. He dropped her arm and strode toward the stables. Juliet trudged back to her room, head bowed. She closed her door softly, and removed the shawl from her shoulders, sinking onto her bed. "What do I do now?" She had pleaded her case with both of the men involved. Maybe if Lady Burnham were here. But she was miles away. There was no hope of getting her a letter in time to stop the wedding. That left Juliet with only one option. She would run away. Her heartbeat quickened at the thought. She had never been the most obedient of girls. She had always known that her tendencies were just a bit wilder than most of the ladies of her set, but she had never considered running away. The idea that she would be the kind of lady who left her home, and everything she knew behind, had never crossed her mind. But there was no other option. She had tried everything. Her decision made, she jumped up with renewed energy, and began to pack a small bag. She wouldn't need much, just a few small things. She pulled out her jewelry box, and the meager savings she had there. She didn't know where she would be going, but it had to be better than this. Maybe she could become a governess. Since she would be traveling through the night, she decided to take a nap now, so she wouldn't be too tired. She called Clarissa to help her undress down to her chemise, and climbed into bed. She was sure she would have trouble drifting off, but the stress of the day, paired with a sleepless night, had her asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. When Juliet awoke, it was dark outside. She blinked and rubbed her eyes, confused at first about what time it was and why she felt so groggy. There was a dinner tray on her vanity, and the fire had been lit. She stretched and climbed out of bed. Looking at the dinner tray, she realized it would not be a bad idea to pack away a bit of food for her journey. She went to the door and turned the knob. It didn't budge. She rattled it again. And again. It was locked from the outside. She knocked on the door. "Clarissa? Clarissa, I think you've locked me in, she called. It wasn't Clarissa who locked you in, came Felix's voice from outside the door. Felix? What's going on? Juliet rattled the door in its frame, feeling panicked now. You are so damned willful, Juliet, he said. For the first time in 2 days, his voice was even and measured. I knew you would not take my order to marry Lord Cunningham lying down, and I suspected you might do something rash. But to see your bag packed, ready to run away. You've hurt me. Where were you planning to go? You know Sarah's brother would not have sheltered you, not like this. I thought I might become a lady's maid, she said quietly. You silly girl, he said. Well, that's not going to happen. I could never live with myself if I lost you in the world like that, and who knows what would have become of you. A young, disgraced lady traveling alone in the dark. You are smarter than that, Juliet. I won't marry him, she said, some of the strength returning to her voice. Let me out right this instant, Felix. You will. And I will not. Thinking quickly, she rushed to her window, fumbling with the sash. Before you go for the window, know that I've had those locked as well, Felix said. Her shoulders slumped, and she sank to a seat onto the windowsill. Through the door, Felix sighed heavily, and Juliet felt a flash of guilt light up her insides at the sound. Get some rest, sister. His footsteps, heavier than she had ever heard, faded away. Defeated and full of regret, Juliet pressed her hot face against the cool glass of her window, and started to cry. Chapter 7. Leonard arose early, dreading the day ahead of him. It was time to visit his father, and let him know that his only son, the heir to the Whitfield holdings and fortune, was to be married in less than a month's time. He wondered what his father's reaction would be to the news. He would be expecting Leonard to marry Lady Catherine, a respectable lady from a decent background. What he would think about his son marrying the poor sister of a baronet, remained to be seen. He arrived at Berkeley Manor, where his father and sister lived, just as his father was coming down for breakfast. The physician had suggested the clean country air, and his sister, Lady Margaret Whitfield, stayed there to tend to him. His sister was already seated at the table with her breakfast in front of her. He crossed the room to kiss her. Good morning, Margaret, father, he said. Ah, good morning, my boy. The Duke's voice was hearty, but he looked frail and very thin. A nurse helped ease him into his chair at the head of the table. Leonard averted his eyes, and settled himself at the table, sparing his father's dignity. Good morning, father. I'm happy to see you, but I have a feeling this is not purely a social call? The Duke asked. Your feeling is right. Leonard fiddled with the fork in front of him, avoiding his father's gaze. Finally, he lifted his chin. I'm to be married at the end of the month. He raised his hand before his father could respond. And not to Lady Catherine. I will be wedding a Miss Juliet Andrews, sister of the Baronet of Haverdshire. The Duke opened and closed his mouth once, twice. Across the table, Margaret dropped her spoon in shock. Maybe you had better explain, son, the Duke said at last. The whole sorry story spilled out. Leonard always did his best not to burden his father, but he also greatly admired him and valued his advice. It was a relief to be able to share the insane events of the past few days with him. So I will marry her, because I must, he finished at last. His father had remained quiet throughout, listening carefully. My son, you are a marquis, the son of a duke. Our name commands great respect across the country. You can do what you like. You do not have to be forced into anything. Leonard nodded slowly. Our name commands great respect because we honor our word, father. And that is exactly what I intend to do. I am sure that this is the right thing. I will marry the lady. Leonard, no. Margaret leaned forward in her seat, her blue eyes, the mirror image of her brother's, troubled. "You cannot marry her. She is so below your station, it is absurd to even consider this. Doubly so if the story you tell us now is true. This Miss Andrews will cuckold you, once she and her brother laugh themselves to the bank on the backs of the hard work of you and father. Stay out of it, Margaret. This is no concern of yours," Leonard said, shooting a glance at his little sister. "You are my concern. You and our family are precisely my concern." Margaret looked fiercely between the two men at the table. "I swear you will not marry this upstart nobility seeker. I will do everything in my power to stop it." Leonard almost smiled at the fierce promise on the sweet face of his younger sister, but was too tired. His father saved him from having to respond. "That is enough, Margaret." The Duke's firm tone had Margaret immediately dropping her eyes to her lap. "Leonard, I trust your reasoning. If you are quite sure that this must be done, then it is so. You have my support, as much as I do not like this situation." Leonard closed his eyes in relief. If his father had stood against the marriage, he would not have known what to do. "Thank you, father," he said sincerely, and stood to go. "Son, one last thing." Leonard turned at the door to face the Duke. "I am proud of the man you have become. I know you carry a great deal of weight, taking my place as head of the family. You could have your pick of the women of England, and you are choosing this, because you believe it is the right thing to do." Margaret opened her mouth to speak, but the Duke raised a hand, and her eyes returned to her plate. "But do not go into this lightly. You will spend your life at the side of this woman. If you truly believe that she has accomplished this all through some sort of scheme, then it may be worth the mark on our family honor to end things with her." Leonard was quiet for a moment. "I will think on what you have said." "Good day, Father, Margaret," he said at last, before going through the door. He had one more errand to run, and he had the sinking feeling that this one would go far less pleasantly. Leonard's carriage pulled up in front of the Thistleton household in less than an hour's time. He tugged at his jacket and cravat, recognizing that he was stalling, but unable to help himself. It was time to speak with Lady Catherine, his unofficial betrothed, and break the news. He was ushered quickly through the door, and was told Lady Catherine would meet him in the drawing-room momentarily. He heard footsteps already approaching, and steeled himself for the news he was about to break, to a lady he had always had a fondness for. Lady Catherine stepped into the drawing-room, a smile on her pale face. Leonard and the daughter of the Earl of Thistleton had been childhood playmates, along with the lady's brother, Lord Matthew Stilton. She had always been a sweet girl, quick with a smile or a kind word, and Leonard had always admired her for that. He had also always known that she had a special fondness for him. This was mainly because of the way that her skin, nearly translucent in its paleness, would turn a shining pink whenever he was around, as it was at this moment. "Lady Catherine," he said, crossing the room to greet her. "My lord," she greeted with a warm smile, extending her hand for him to kiss. "Have you come to speak with my father regarding anything serious?" She arched her eyebrows playfully, hinting at their arrangement. "Actually," he began, "I do not mean to be straightforward. I only thought, with it being the season, it is a wonderful time to celebrate certain arrangements," she said, playing with a lock of pale hair and fluttering her eyelashes. "This is going to be harder than I imagined." Leonard ushered her to the couch by the fire and sat across from her. "I have spoken already with your father, and we had both agreed on the terms of our betrothal, but I am sorry to tell you that I am here for a different reason." Her eyes jerked up at this, meeting his in surprise. "Lady Catherine, you know that I am very fond of you. I have always admired your kindness," he began, choosing each word carefully. "However, I regret that we will be unable to proceed with any plans of a betrothal." He watched her face turn white, the blush draining from her cheeks. "Lord Cunningham," she said breathlessly. Have I done something to cause this? I assure you, I have done nothing but uphold the honor of my own family name. I have spoken with no other man but you. It is through no fault of yours, he assured her. It is I who caused this. I apologize most sincerely, and am truly sorry to end our courtship. I don't understand, then, my lord, what could be the cause of this? You and I have courted appropriately, and both with the same plans for our shared future. My father speaks very highly of you. What could be the cause of this end to our match? She said, squeezing her hands together tightly in her pink-skirted lap. We do not need to discuss the reason, just know that it was nothing you or your father did. Leonard said, hoping to keep it at that. No. The lady pulled herself to her full height. I insist that you tell me the reason for this. We may not have been formally betrothed, but we both knew that we would be before long. I believe I am entitled to know what has caused this sudden departure from years of planning. Leonard took a deep breath and let it out slowly, wishing to be anywhere but here. I am betrothed to another. He would not have thought it possible for her to look more horrified, and yet at this, she did. Lady Catherine, he said, rising from his seat at the look that crossed her face, worrying that she was about to faint. She raised a hand to stop him, before placing it against her forehead. You cannot have just said that you are betrothed, and yet that is what I seem to have heard. Please, tell me again. Her voice sounded thin, and her eyes looked cloudy, but he knew that he needed to be sure she understood. Lady Catherine, I am betrothed to another. To his horror, tears immediately gathered in the orbs of her brown eyes. She stood without heeding them, and pointed to the door. Get out, she said, in a tone that he had never heard from her, in all the years of their acquaintance. Please, allow me to explain, he began. I will allow no such thing. Take your leave, Lord Cunningham, and never again darken the door of my home. You have broken my heart this day, and I will abide your company no longer. Her words were firm, but her voice was cracking. The tears began to flow down her cheeks in an uninterrupted river. He sat uncertainly, hesitant to leave her in this state. I said, go, she shouted, and shocked at this drop in the impeccable manners of this great lady, he stood at once. I am very sorry, Lady Catherine, he stopped to say before exiting. The tears were dotting the lace edging of her dress now, and he felt a deep pang in his chest at the sight of her sorrow. I had no intention of hurting you, I swear to you. Before she could respond, he left without looking back. Chapter 8. It had been a week since Juliet had argued with her brother and been locked in her room. After swearing that she would not attempt again to run away, he had finally allowed her to leave the confines of her room. The two had struck an uneasy truce, keeping mainly to themselves ever since. Juliet was furious and hurt, and Felix was stubborn, refusing to budge even 1 inch on the subject. The week had been full of quiet dinners and awkward silences when they passed each other in the hall. Felix had even turned Sarah away when she had come to the door to visit Juliet, making Juliet even more upset and increasing her feeling of isolation. As a result of this, Juliet was in a very dark mood the day that she received a surprise visitor. She was sitting at her desk in her bedroom, staring at a blank piece of paper. She had had the idea to write down her feelings, in hopes that she could communicate more clearly with Felix, and perhaps convince him to change his stance. Even if she was unable to do so, she had hoped that writing down her feelings could help her ease her troubled mind. Unfortunately, no matter how long she had sat at her desk, pen and ink at hand, blank sheet before her, she had been unable to write a single word. Her mind was too clouded, and her feelings too muddled to put them into words. She was interrupted from this period of inactivity by a knock at her door. "Miss, there is a visitor here for you," Clarissa said. "Who is it?" "Lady Cunningham." Juliet looked up from her desk in surprise. "Lady Cunningham? As in Lord Cunningham? What relation?" "I do not know for certain, miss, but she is too young to be his mother. Juliet stood and ran her hands down her skirt. Clarissa had appeared at her side, and was smoothing a lock of hair back into place, and straightening her collar. She cast a quick, trained eye down her mistress' appearance before nodding sharply. "You are perfectly presentable. She's waiting for you in the drawing room." Juliet did not know what to expect, but the slight raven-haired lady, sitting primly at the edge of her family's worn couch, was definitely not it. "Lady Cunningham," she greeted, affecting a confidence she did not feel. "How may I help you?" The lady stood and approached Juliet, her blue eyes appraising. "I have come to speak with you, lady to lady." Juliet would not have sworn to it, but was sure that there had been just the slightest affectation added to the word lady in that sentence. "I am Lord Cunningham's sister," she continued. "We have not met, and I realize that this is an imposition, but it was critical that I speak with you." Juliet gestured to the couch. "Please, Lady Cunningham, sit. I'll send for some tea." The two sat across from each other. "No need for tea, my visit will be brief." The lady folded her hands neatly in her lap, and looked directly into Juliet's eyes. "I only want to make one thing clear, and then I will be on my way. You may have schemed my brother into feeling that he is honor bound to marry you, a lady so far below his station, but I will be doing everything I can to be sure that this marriage never happens." Lady Cunningham leaned forward in her seat. "You are a nobody. Worse, this sham of a marriage is forcing my brother to end a perfectly respectable match with Lady Thistleton. My brother is a good man, the best man I know. This situation is making him miserable, and though I am only his younger sister, I still have tools at my disposal, tools that I will be making use of, to ensure that you disappear from his life." Juliet's eyes widened. "Lady Cunningham, you have the wrong idea here. I have no desire to marry your brother. While I respect him, and did enjoy his company at the party last week, I have always hoped to marry for love. Your brother and mine have agreed to this marriage without my consent, or respect for my own feelings." Lady Cunningham cast a withering look at her surroundings. "Am I to believe that you are not eager to leave here? Why, you didn't even have a proper servant to greet me at the door. You must employ fewer people than those who attend to my rooms in my father's house. Surely you do not expect me to believe that you do not want to marry a marquis and leave all of this?" She gestured to the room around them. At this, Juliet's temper flared. "You are mistaken, and I would thank you not to disrespect the home of my parents. It is no manor, it's true, but it is my home and I am perfectly happy here." "I do not believe you," Lady Cunningham said simply, and stood. "I may understand your reasons, but your problems are not my brother's to solve. Tread carefully, Miss Andrews, and do not begin wedding planning just yet." With that, she swept from the room, and Juliet heard the front door close sharply behind her. She sank back onto the couch, shocked at the interaction. Who does this family think they are? Just because I'm poor, I must be desperate to try and lie and scheme my way into their family? She let loose a decidedly unladylike laugh, and pushed a hand back through her hair, disturbing most of the curls Clarissa had so carefully tucked back in. She decided to go out to her garden, in hopes that the fresh air, and working with her hands, would help her calm down. As much as he wanted to avoid his betrothed and her tricky brother, he knew that he could put off this visit no longer. Leonard had decided to ride out to the Andrews cottage today, to finalize their wedding plans. He was nothing if not a man of his word. It was a beautiful day, and he wished desperately to be out for a ride for pleasure only, on his own land. He was approaching the farm, when he noticed a figure moving along the side of the cottage. He pulled Beauty to a stop and dismounted, looping her reins on the fence post out front. Poking his head around the side of the cottage, he saw that it was Miss Andrews. She was wearing a wide-brimmed bonnet, curls falling loose and wild down her back and shoulders. As he got closer, he could see her cheeks were pink, setting off the green in her eyes. He stopped in his tracks, to watch her leaning down and cutting a few leaves from this plant and that, humming to herself. She made a romantic image, set against the flowering abundance of her garden, a wicker basket dangling from the crook of her elbow. For a moment, he simply admired her, and was once again flooded with the urge to paint her. Then she noticed him. "Lord Cunningham," she said with a start, straightening up. "I did not expect you to visit today." She brushed a hand quickly down the front of her skirt, only succeeding in leaving a trail of dirt on the cloth. He closed the distance between them. "I thought we should discuss the wedding." "Yes, of course." She smiled at him, and he felt his heart begin to race at the sight. "I am glad you have come. I did not like the way we left things last." He looked away. "We should discuss this inside. I can wait while you prepare yourself to receive company." She looked down and back up at him, blushing as she brushed at the dirt on her skirt. "Lord Cunningham, I cannot understand why you are so cold to me. I tried to explain to you that I also do not want this marriage." "Yes, I am sure that you and your brother are truly devastated at the prospect of joining our families," he said coldly. "How dare you?" she shouted, dropping her basket to the ground, and crossing her arms. "I have told you before, and will tell you again, although you are too arrogant to listen. I have no desire to be married to a man such as you. You are cold, and unfeeling, and cruel. I have done nothing except find myself caught in a compromising position, and you, my lord, are the one who fell on top of me that day on the balcony." He was shocked into silence. For a moment, he found himself on uneven footing. She was right, he had been cruel to her. He took a step closer to her. Her dark hair was shining in the warm sunshine, and her lips were red against the pale softness of her cheeks. Below the white neckline of her dress, her chest heaved with the after-effects of her outburst. "Miss Andrews," he said softly, but was unable to think of a single word to say next. He was unable to resist her. Surprising them both, he reached forward and placed one hand on the silk of her cheek. He lowered his head and pressed his lips to hers, feeling their heat and softness. She tasted of sunshine, of spring and new growth. He felt her jump in surprise as he leaned in, but he only pulled her closer, and then she softened against him, yielding to his touch. It was a feeling he never could have anticipated. He had known that one day he would kiss his betrothed, but not that a simple touch could send his whole world spinning on its axis. For a moment, he felt drunk. Drunk on her touch, on the sun on his shoulders, and the floral smell of her garden around them, on the feel of her waist beneath his hand. Her head tipped back, arching the smooth line of her neck as she leaned up to return his kiss. He groaned and tightened his hold on her waist. Two men shouted back and forth in the pasture on the other side of the cottage, and Juliet and Leonard jumped guiltily apart. "How could I have let that happen? What sort of effect does this lady have on me that I would lose myself so wildly? I must go," he said shortly, turning away from her before he did something else that he was sure to regret. "I only came to discuss the wedding with you. I am sure that you can handle the planning on your own. Send your maid or write if you require anything from me." "Wait, please," she said, her voice soft. He stopped, but did not turn to face her, too worried that he would lose himself once more in the depth of her eyes. "What happened to that man I met just a short week ago? He was so warm, so witty and kind. Where did he go? I believe I would very much like to speak with him again." He steeled himself against the siren call of her voice. "That man no longer exists," he said with bitterness, and strode through the yard back to Beauty, eager to be on his way to the safety and saneness of his home. Chapter 9. After Leonard had walked so decisively away, Juliet had felt the tears threatening to fall, but had held them in with an effort of will. "All I have done is weep since I had the ill luck of running into the Marquess that day on the road. I am tired of crying. I refuse to let such a boorish man, whatever his title, ruin my days. I will carry on as if I had never met him." and I certainly will not be marrying him. She was still unsure how she would manage to break their engagement, but there was time yet to think of something. But that kiss. But every now and then, she would touch a hand to her lips, still able to recall exactly how that kiss had felt. The absurdity of kissing a near stranger, even if they were betrothed, in the middle of broad daylight shocked her. Worse had been her body's reaction. Juliet was sure that any decent lady would have pulled away and rebuffed him immediately. What kind of lady was she that she had allowed that to happen? She had considered telling Felix about what had happened in hopes that he would break the engagement. Surely he would not want to marry his sister to someone so improper? However, she had quickly realized the foolishness in the idea. After what had set the betrothal in motion in the first place, news of further impropriety would likely have had her married to Lord Cunningham by nightfall. There was one other thing about the kiss that bothered her. How could a man who acted so cold, so unfeeling and distant from his soon-to-be wife, transfer such passion and heat into one kiss? There had been no hint at all of coldness or distance when they had touched. She had spent all day pondering this, and wondering what she would do next, but had decided finally to let it be for now. There was little she could do until she came up with an idea. The next morning, she was awoken by Clarissa with very happy news. "Miss Andrews, a letter arrived for you from London." Clarissa laid a tray on the bed in front of her, before turning to the window to open the curtains. "I believe it is from Lady Burnham." Juliet sat up immediately and flung the covers off. "A letter from Lady Burnham. Please, please, please be an invitation to visit her in the city." She ripped the envelope open, earning herself a sideways look from Clarissa, and pulled out the letter, scanning it eagerly. "My dear Juliet, I was delighted to receive your letter. Of course you must come visit me in London. Your visits never fail to cheer me. You remind me so much of your dear mother. Bring your friend, Miss Marlowe, along as well. Lord Templeton, a dear friend of mine, is having a ball on Friday that we all must attend together. I shall keep this brief so that you can begin making preparations straight away. We will need all the time we can get to prepare ourselves for the ball. I will expect you by dinner time on Wednesday evening. Ever yours, Lady Burnham." Juliet let out a little crow of joy. She and Sarah were going to London. "Clarissa, start packing straight away. We will need to leave for Lady Burnham's house by tomorrow afternoon to make it in time. We are going to a ball on Friday. When you can, run to the Hockley home to tell Sarah about the invitation. Give her this letter." Clarissa, looking pleased, began to open the cupboards, and pull out Juliet's few pieces of clothing, her trained eye at the ready. Juliet interrupted Clarissa only to have her help her get dressed, so that she could speak with her brother. Though things had been tense between them, she hoped he would not try and keep her from going to London. As she walked out to the stables to find him, she decided she knew exactly what to say to ensure that he wouldn't. Felix was bent over the hoof of one of their horses when she arrived at the stables. When he looked up and saw his sister at the entrance to the stall, he nearly dropped the pick he was using to clean the hoof. "Good morning, sister," he said cautiously, returning to his task. "Good morning to you," she said. "Did you sleep well?" "I did," he said. When she didn't say anything further, he looked back up at her. "Have you simply come to inquire about my sleeping patterns? If so, go on back to the house now. I need to focus. I came to tell you that Lady Burnham has written me. She's back home in London, and has invited Miss Marlowe and me to come and visit her. Before you tell me I cannot go, I think this would be the perfect chance to purchase my wedding dress. The date is quickly approaching, and there are still preparations to be made." Felix was quiet, finishing his work on the hoof, before gently placing it back on the ground, and giving the horse an affectionate pat. Then he turned to his sister. "Does this mean you have decided to stop fighting this marriage?" "Yes," she said, looking him straight in the eye to belie the lie. "At once, His face warmed, and the tension that had been between them for the past week eased. "I am so glad to hear it." He crossed the stall, and pulled her into his arms. "Sister, I have hated to be at odds with you, but I am glad that you are at last seeing sense. I only want what is best for you, and the Marquis is it." Juliet swallowed the thick feeling of guilt that arose at his words. In fact, the chance to go to London seemed like the perfect opportunity to find a way out of this dreaded marriage. She was sure Lady Burnham would know what to do and how to help her. But if Felix were to pick up on anything suspicious, he would not allow her to go, and she would be trapped in her room until her wedding day. She forced her face into a sweet smile, keeping her eyes humbly downcast as she accepted his embrace. "Of course, Felix. You know what is best." She almost choked on the words, but she did love her brother and she knew that truly, he was only doing what he thought was best for her, even if she thought differently. "Of course you must go and get your dress. You will be in excellent hands with Lady Burnham." He took her arms in his hands. "You will make the most beautiful bride," he said proudly, and she was surprised to feel her eyes fill with tears at his words. He laughed at the sight, and rubbed one tear away with his thumb. "Now go on and begin your preparations. I must go and attend to something, but I will see you at dinner." Juliet watched him go, feeling uneasy. Is Felix right? Should I just be submitting to my fate and doing as he says? Is this what my parents would have wanted? The thoughts only plagued her for a moment. She simply could not submissively allow her future to be planned, no matter how much she loved and respected her older brother. The fact of the matter was, their parents weren't here, and she would be the one spending her life with a man who was cold-hearted, and thought very little of her. It was her life and she had to do what she thought was best. Once Clarissa returned from the Hockley home bearing Sarah's enthusiastic acceptance, she and Juliet began the task of packing. Clarissa insisted she try on some of the nicer items that had been sitting away these past months. "But miss, you've lost weight," she gasped in horror, pulling out the sides of one of the dresses. Juliet looked down and saw that she was right. Her chest did not fill out the neckline as it had, and the sides were nearly gaping. "I suppose I haven't eaten much this past week," she said, looking in the mirror with a frown. The dress, one of the nicest she owned, looked silly now, like she was just a child playing dress-up instead of a true lady. "This will not do at all. You have to return to your normal size. I'm going to speak with the cook right away. You will need something hearty for dinner and something to eat now." By the time dinner had arrived, Clarissa had forced a bowl of oatmeal with rice mixed in, and biscuits with a thick slathering of jam on Juliet. She was sure she would not be able to eat a bite at dinner. Felix was already seated at the table when she entered the dining room, his face glowing with pleasure. He jumped up when she entered and pulled out a chair for her at the table. She cast a suspicious glance at him as she sat. "What's going on?" He laughed a little nervously. "I was going to wait until after dinner, but I don't think I can." He stood and patted his pockets. "I have a little gift for you." Juliet sat stiffly. "A gift?" "Here," he said with a blush, handing her a vellum envelope. "Go on, open it." She lifted the flap slowly, and peered inside. "Felix," she said with a gasp and looked more closely. Inside the envelope were 5 crisp £20 notes. "But how?" She trailed off, counting them again. He sat across from her with a smile. "It's for your wedding dress. You deserve something special. It's not a lot, I know, but it should be able to get you somewhere." Oh, my. She thought about her savings, tucked away over years. With this added to them, she could certainly afford something nice. "How could you have possibly come by this money?" His cheeks turned even redder. "Don't worry about that now. I just want you to have a nice time with Lady Burnham." "But I am worried about it. This money could be used for the house, or surely you need some new clothes yourself." "Where could it have come from?" Not that it's any of your concern, but I found a buyer for Papa's old pocket watch. Juliet gaped at him. You didn't. I did, and I'm not sorry. I sold it to pay for your wedding dress. He lifted his chin. It was an old watch and out of fashion anyways. Papa would have absolutely preferred that you have something special to wear on the day you were wed. Especially if he had known your groom would be with a marquis. He reached across the table and put his hand on hers. Don't argue with me on this. I don't need Papa's watch to remember him. What I need is for you to feel beautiful on your special day, and buying a dress with his watch means that you can feel close to him as well. You're a good girl, Juliet, even if you are headstrong and stubborn. Let me and Papa do this for you. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she looked at the loving face of her older brother. He sold his most prized possession for me. Felix was inordinately proud of that pocket watch. He shined it carefully once a week, with close attention to every detail. The money he had received for it in exchange seemed paltry, against the deep sentimental value it held for both of them, but she knew that he would not even consider going to get it back. Her hand closed around the money. I don't know what to say, she said, the tears continuing to fall. Well, that is a first. He laughed and handed her his handkerchief. She dabbed her eyes with a little laugh. I'm just so touched. I can't believe you would do something like this for me. You can't? Juliet, I'd do anything for you. Our parents left me in charge and I have always protected you. That's my job. She could stand it no longer. Pushing back her chair, she crossed the table and burrowed into his arms. She felt like a child again, as his arms swallowed her up. He dropped a kiss on the top of her head, and then gently nudged her back toward her seat. Clapping his hands together, he said, Enough of that now. Let's eat. You have a big day tomorrow. As they both ate their dinner, she couldn't get what he had done out of her mind. The money he had just handed her could help her start over somewhere, and run away from London. Could I do that to Felix? Could she take his act of love, and use it against him? She looked at his dear face, creased from working too hard in the sun, instead of comfortably from a desk, from worrying about putting food on the table, and taking care of the orphaned little sister his beloved parents had left behind. And she knew that she could not. I have to start considering that I may be unable to escape this marriage. Chapter 10. Juliet, darling, you've finally arrived. Lady Burnham greeted the two ladies warmly, sending her servants to whisk away their luggage, and lead the maids to the rooms. Lady Burnham, it's so good to see you. I'm so excited to hear all about your trip. Come in, both of you. We'll have tea on the veranda, and I'll bore you with all of the details. She twinkled at them, leading them through to a table already waiting with tea and small cakes. Juliet, you are looking thin. Take an extra cake, will you? Juliet smiled and did as she was told. She and Sarah settled on the seats, after smoothing their skirts beneath them. Youth is a marvel. How dreadfully unfair, that the two of you should look so fresh and pretty after a long carriage ride. Why, if I had greeted you directly from the ride, you would be looking around for the real Lady Burnham. She laughed. Juliet shook her head in disagreement. Lady Burnham was a handsome woman, with a fine boned facial structure and deep auburn hair. She had always admired the lady's fashion sense in particular. No matter the situation, her choice of dress was always perfect. Further, she had also always had a way of adding a touch of her own flair to any outfit, whether it be a feather, a jewel she had picked up on her travels, or something as simple as a ribbon. For this reason, she was the perfect shopping companion. I hate to pry, my dear, but I have heard some rumors that have me concerned. Lady Burnham said delicately. Tell me, can it be true that you are to be married in only a few weeks' time? Juliet was unsurprised that the news had already reached her ears. The Ton was a relatively small group, and word traveled fast, particularly when there was a scandal involved. She glanced at Sarah and then pulled her shoulders back. "It's true," she said. The lady's eyes widened. "But how could this be true? Is it also true that your husband-to-be is a Marquess? The Marquess of Cunningham?" "It's true," Juliet repeated. "How could this have come to be?" The lady leaned forward, brow creased. "My dear, though I am very fond of you and loved your mother dearly, I cannot understand this match. I mean no offense, but your position is quite a bit lower than that of a Marquess." Juliet smiled to ensure Lady Burnham knew she was not offended. "You are absolutely right. I will tell you the truth, but please hold judgment until the entire story is told." Taking a deep breath, Juliet launched into the story, sparing no detail. Aside from one small wince at the part of the story that described the Marquess being found on top of her in the dark, Lady Burnham stayed quiet. "And now Felix is insisting that I marry him at the end of this month. To be frank, I don't know that I can. How can I marry him, when he believes that I'm some sort of lying schemer? This man, Marquess or not, has insulted my family. I have told Felix I will not marry him." Juliet crossed her arms firmly, and sat back in her seat with a deep breath. Lady Burnham smiled gently at her. "You have told Felix you will not marry the Marquess, and it seems that you have tried to tell Lord Cunningham the same. What was their response?" Juliet scrunched her nose. "They have refused. The wedding is still on track to occur at the end of the month." Sarah reached over and squeezed Juliet's hand. "But maybe you could help her, Lady Burnham. This Lord Cunningham is truly a brute. He has treated our Juliet so poorly." Lady Burnham was already shaking her head, her eyes kind but unyielding. "My darling girl, I do feel for you. However, to come between you and your older brother would be entirely inappropriate, no matter the relationship your mother and I had." Juliet and Sarah exchanged looks. Juliet, who had only just begun to come to terms with her impending marriage, felt as if the last small window of opportunity had closed and locked. "I have one other thing to say. That may help you come to terms with your future," the lady said with a smile. "I have known the Marquess of Cunningham since he was a boy. His father was friends with my late husband, and I was close with his late mother. She was a lovely woman." She sighed. "Lord Cunningham is a good man. He is neither cruel nor vengeful. He will make a wonderful husband, and I am so pleased that the two of you are to be married," she exclaimed. Juliet forced a smile she did not feel. "Thank you, Lady Burnham. I know you are unhappy now, but trust me, and trust dear Sir Felix. You know he has done right by you for all of these years. This will all turn out for the best, you'll see," she said, sipping her tea. Silence descended for a few minutes, none of the ladies knowing quite what to say. Then Lady Burnham set down her teacup decisively. "Enough of that for now and enough moping. We have a ball to prepare for. Ladies, let us go shopping." As they prepared to leave, polishing off their tea and snacks, and waiting for her grand carriage to be prepared, Juliet found herself nibbling at her thumbnail, an old habit she had long since conquered. Or so she had thought. "Lord Cunningham is sure to hear about me attending this ball. He may even hear that I am out shopping this very day, knowing the way tongues wag among the ton. What will he think when he hears I'm not moping in my village, but gallivanting around London?" She worried at her thumbnail a little longer, and then pulled her hand away so sharply her mouth closed with a snap. "Never mind what he thinks. He already thinks the worst of me, how much lower could his opinion of me sink? I'm here to enjoy myself with Lady Burnham and Sarah, and that's precisely what I'm going to do." As if on cue, a servant announced that the carriage was ready, and the ladies strode out of the house, skirts swishing behind them. "Mrs. Wellington is the best dressmaker in London," Lady Burnham gushed, as the three ladies entered the small, discreet shop. "She can work magic, just wait until you see." She sees a lady and can precisely determine what her best features are, what color is best for her, and what features need to be hidden. She tapped the side of her nose with a wink. What features could you have to hide, Lady Burnham? Juliet scoffed. You have the perfect figure. While I appreciate the kind words, my dear, you have no idea what you are talking about. She laughed. We shall talk about body flaws together in, let's say 30 years. A short, round lady with grey corkscrew curls tidily tied up, and a thick apron laden with pockets, came forward to greet them. Lady Burnham, what a pleasure to see you. How were your travels? Quite well, Mrs. Wellington, thank you for asking. Lady Burnham said, before gesturing to the two at her side. I'd like to introduce you to Miss Juliet Andrews and her dear friend Miss Sarah Marlowe. They are visiting me from out of town for Lord Templeton's ball, and I was hoping you could whip up something extra special for them to wear. Mrs. Wellington scrutinized the two of them closely, making Juliet want to wrap her arms around herself in protection from the sharp eyes raking over her. It's rather last minute, so it won't be entirely new, she said, looking up over the top of her spectacles to Lady Burnham, who nodded briskly. Of course, she said. Come, we will get started straight away. You already have something yourself to wear, my lady? Lady Burnham nodded, and the three followed her deeper into the shop. She leaned close to Juliet and whispered confidentially. Part of Mrs. Wellington's genius is she always keeps a few ready-made dresses prepared. They are created in such a way that they can be quickly hemmed and fitted to any lady's size and shape. If we were to visit a different dressmaker, they would laugh in our faces for requesting a new dress fitted perfectly so quickly before an event. Juliet could hear the murmur of other ladies' voices. She looked around appreciatively at the rows of sumptuous fabric, imagining a wardrobe of entirely new dresses for every possible occasion. Are you in love? Sarah whispered. Because I may be in love. Juliet took her friend's hand and squeezed it tightly, resisting the urge to squeal. They were led to an out-of-the-way corner with a looking-glass, and a set of stools to stand on. Juliet and Sarah were urged onto the stools, and Mrs. Wellington procured a measuring tape from her pocket, quickly and easily measuring their chests, waists, hips, and torsos. What was that? Juliet asked, leaning in. Did you say something, Mrs. Wellington? She shot her a quick glance. Green, I said, Miss Andrews. Your color this evening will be a lush, verdant green. You should wear green as often as you can. It will do wonders for your eyes, and you actually have the complexion for it. Juliet shot a look at Sarah, who shrugged. And you, Miss Marlowe? Mrs. Wellington bustled to the corner and began to pull fabric. Pink, I'd say. You want to wear pink as often as your friends should wear green. But for an evening ball, it will set off your hair and soften your jaw. Sarah began, but was interrupted. I'm off to pull the gowns for the two of you. There were a few other patrons that were here already I will have to see to, please wait here. Miss Marlowe, we will do your fitting first. Miss Andrews, if you like you can take a look at the gloves in the other corner. I would choose a longer length, and take a look at the ones with pearl buttons, she said before disappearing behind a screen. I told you she was a genius, didn't I? Lady Burnham said happily. You heard her, Juliet, go on and choose a new pair of gloves for this evening. I shall keep Sarah company. Juliet drifted in the direction of the gloves, welcoming the chance to take in all that the shop had to offer. Her eyes caught on a selection of silk fans, and with a little sound of appreciation, she moved to look more closely. The fans were just past another screen. The screens seemed to be carefully placed throughout the shop, to offer privacy to the ladies being fitted. Here, there were two placed, with a selection of fans just off to one side. As she passed these particular screens, she could see three ladies admiring themselves in the looking-glass. She averted her eyes, but not before she recognized one of them. The lady in the center was none other than Lady Margaret Whitfield, the younger sister of Lord Cunningham. And as luck would have it, right at the moment that Juliet was slipping by, Lady Cunningham was looking into the mirror in the center, and her eyes fastened on Juliet's at once. Juliet gasped, and slipped quickly behind the next screen where the fans lay, praying that she had not been recognized. The last thing I want is another confrontation with his sister here of all places. She raised a hand to her racing heart, listening. Perhaps she did not see me. Cautiously, silently, not daring to step out from behind the screen in any direction, she began to lift the fans one by one, admiring their color. She was becoming sure that she had escaped the lady's notice, when she heard her name being mentioned. "I suppose you have heard the news of my brother's betrothed?" Lady Cunningham was saying. "I thought you'd never bring it up," a high-pitched voice answered. "It has caused quite the stir around the ton. Everybody is talking about it." "Of course, we understand you not wanting to speak of it," a huskier voice said sweetly. "Given the quality of his betrothed, do not bother to mince words with me about her," Lady Cunningham said. "I am doing all that I can to end the match. It is, frankly, ridiculous for my brother to think this sort of marriage is at all appropriate." "But what can you do about it?" the higher voice asked. "I can speak with my brother and my father. I can convince them that there is a better way. Or perhaps I could convince Miss Andrews herself, that she is embarrassing herself in front of everyone, and would do better to step back of her own volition." "It would take dignity and honor to do such a thing," snickered the huskier voice. "Two qualities it seems as if your brother's betrothed is lacking, if the gossip is true. You came quite close to having Lady Thistleton as your sister," the high voice said. "Now it appears you will have a nobody instead." The three giggled shrilly, and Juliet felt hot blood rush into her cheeks in shame and mortification. "You know, I never much cared for Lady Thistleton. Too plain and dull for my tastes. But at least she was an actual lady, with a family name, and a father to be sure that things are done properly," Lady Cunningham said coolly. Juliet could take it no longer. Anger rose inside of her, flushing out, or at least covering, the embarrassment. "I will not just stand here and let myself be disparaged." She stepped loudly out from behind the screen, placing herself squarely behind the three gossipers. The two ladies with Lady Cunningham whirled around in surprise, but the lady herself did not move, simply appraising Juliet through the reflection of the glass in front of her instead. "Lady Cunningham," she greeted with a nod. "Miss Andrews," she returned without inflection. Head held high, Juliet walked back to the spot where her own friends awaited her. Was that her? Whatever was she doing here? My God, the absolute nerve. As the sounds of the three discussing her continued behind her, she pretended not to hear. And she made sure to blink away her tears, before returning to the dress stools to be fitted for the evening to come. Chapter 11. It was the day of Lord Templeton's ball, and Leonard was getting dressed, slightly more begrudgingly than usual. At the best of times, he struggled with the events of the season. He found the balls tedious, a time-consuming way for members of the ton to show off their wealth and privilege. He worked dawn to dusk managing the interests of his family, and most evenings would have far preferred sitting before the fire, a stiff drink in hand, to making idle talk with other lords and ladies. This season was even worse than others. Word had gotten round regarding his betrothal. This already would have been news and made him a popular topic at the various events. However, the fact that his betrothed was a low-ranking, barely titled nobody with little assets to speak of, and that there were various rumors swirling about how they had ended up matched, had made him the most sought-after conversation partner of the season. He had affected a tone of casual formality thus far, confirming that yes, he was betrothed, and yes, it was to a lady most of them had never heard of. If anyone tried to push for further details, he had perfected a response that shut them down. "I thank you for your support. My family and I are anticipating my upcoming nuptials." Typically, that confused them enough to generate a sputtered response of varying enthusiasm, in which time he was able to steer the subject toward clearer waters. Lord Templeton's ball was sure to be the same. He would dodge the questions, the comments, and the underhanded judgments, while making conversation that bored him to tears. Thankfully, Charles would be attending with him. His coach arrived perfectly timed so that he and his friend could enter together. Lately, Leonard had felt that he needed Charles at his side to endure these events. "Cunningham, a fine evening for a ball," Charles said cheerfully. He viewed these events entirely differently from Leonard. The Earl of Derby, young and handsome to boot, knew he was a prime catch, and was being flattered and simpered to at every season event. The mothers of the ton were practically throwing their daughters his way, and he couldn't get enough. He straightened his cravat and smoothed his jacket carefully as they entered. They had only made it a few steps inside, when he let loose a low whistle. "Who is that?" he asked. Leonard followed his friend's gaze to the stairs, and his mouth fell open. There, descending the grand staircase, was his betrothed. Miss Andrews was dressed as grandly as a queen. She walked regally, head held high, down the wooden staircase, one hand lightly skimming the banister beside her. Her dark hair was gathered high, perfectly formed curls trailing down her pale neck. She was wearing a deep green dress that highlighted the creamy coloring of her skin and the roses in her cheeks. "My word, Cunningham, is that not your bride-to-be?" He heard Charles' voice faintly beside him, but could not draw his eyes away from the vision before him to answer. He felt that same sharp tug at his chest that he had felt the day of the party, when he had first seen her walking up the road. Her beauty that day had been eye-catching. Today, it was astonishing. His breath caught in his throat, as he struggled to call out to her, not knowing what he planned to say, just that he wanted to be near her. "Get a hold of yourself, Cunningham," smirked Charles at his side. "Miss Andrews," he called, and she turned her head their way. She nodded stiffly and began to move in their direction. "I don't believe we were properly introduced before," Charles said. "I am Lord Charles Hitchcock, Earl of Derby. Congratulations on your betrothal." He bent low over her hand. Miss Andrews smiled her sweet smile. "A pleasure, my lord," she said with a curtsy. To Leonard. "How are you, Lord Cunningham?" "I am quite well," Leonard said at last with a bow, relieved that his voice came out clear and strong. "Miss Andrews, you do look wonderful this evening." She inclined her head, at once elegant and modest. "You are too kind, my lord. I am only a simple girl, visiting the big city from my village." Before he could respond, he noticed her bright eyes twinkling at him and caught the jest. "I do not believe you are quite as simple as you make yourself out to be," he said. An old friend of his mother's appeared at Miss Andrews' elbow then. "Dear Lord Cunningham, it has been too long. How are you?" He kissed Lady Burnham's hand in greeting. "I'm better now that I know you have returned to London," he said. He had always appreciated the wit and candor of the friend of his late mother, and was genuinely pleased to see her. It was shaping up to be a much better night than he had anticipated. "I see you and my dear friend Miss Andrews have already greeted one another. I must say, Lord Cunningham, you have done yourself quite well with this one," the lady said, leaning closer with a conspiratorial smile. "I was friends with her mother as well, you know, just like yours. Both absolute treasures. Miss Andrews is a credit to her mother, and will make a fine partner to anyone." Leonard stared at her in surprise. In truth, it was the first response of this kind that he had received since his betrothal had become public knowledge. "All the snakes and gossipers came to me with snide looks and barbed remarks. If the Lady Burnham speaks so highly of her, perhaps I did get the wrong idea about Miss Andrews and her family. Well, I shall retreat to the corner with the elderly now, and leave you young ladies and gentlemen be. Juliet, I will meet you here in a few hours to return home." The two ladies exchanged a warm nod, and then Lady Burnham was on her way, spreading pleasantries to everyone she passed. Miss Andrews smiled up at him through her long lashes. "It's good to know we have mutual friends, my lord," she said, and he caught the coy tone right away this time, and knew she was teasing him again. He felt his lips tick up in amusement. "My word, Lord Cunningham, are we to meet your betrothed at last?" A squawk at their side interrupted them. Leonard turned to see one of the ladies who had hoped her daughter would capture his title. Her loud voice caught the attention of many around, and there was suddenly a press to be introduced to Miss Andrews. As he made the necessary introductions, he watched her closely. Any lady would have been flustered to be caught in the center of such viperous attention. Even a simpleton would have known that the many people vying for an introduction were mostly hoping to catch Miss Andrews in a faux pas, thus allowing them to spread the story far and wide. However, the lady held herself very well. She was approachable and yet untouchable, kind but simultaneously witty. Watching her charm, and disappoint with that very charm and her good manners, the people with whom he regularly socialized, he looked for that anger and bitterness he had felt in her presence only a few short days ago. In the face of her unending elegance and striking appearance, however, his anger was powerless. When she managed to turn an insult disguised as a compliment into a perfectly parried backhand compliment of her own, that left the other lady flustered, he felt a feeling much like pride rise within him. He finally decided it was time to save her. "Miss Andrews, shall we dance?" She nodded, and he swept her out across the floor. One arm crooked expertly around her small frame, the two moved as if they were made for each other. "You handled yourself very well back there," he said. "And what did you expect, oh husband-to-be?" she said, one corner of her full lips twitching up. "I must say that I was not expecting that," he said. "My mother was a believer in strict manners, and spent a lot of time with me in practice." She smiled at the memory. "But she also said that above all, even the best manners could not make up for a lack of charm. She encouraged me to be myself, always. To be genuine and kind, but not to allow others of higher titles make me feel low." Here she gave him a pointed look, surprising a laugh out of him. The song changed, shifting the dance from a lively tune to a more sedate waltz. Leonard and his partner shifted position to accommodate this new dance, bringing themselves closer. This dance, they did little talking. He enjoyed the feeling of her in his arms, and remembered the feeling from the last time they had danced together. He found himself lost in the dance, the sweet smell of jasmine that came from her hair, and the way she was concentrating on each step as they moved together. When the song ended, he couldn't help himself. "Would you care to step outside for a moment with me for some fresh air?" he asked. Her hazel eyes cut to his to see if he was serious, and he knew she was thinking exactly the same thing. Hadn't they gotten into this mess by stepping outside for some fresh air? But she only nodded. He led her across the dance floor to the balcony doors. This place was far grander than the home of the Baron of Camden, where they had first been introduced. The balcony doors were large, and the balcony itself, with a honey glow of lanterns, was spacious and overlooked a tidy spread of the city. In the warm light of the flickering lanterns, she looked like an angel. "Miss Andrews," he murmured, turning her to face him. Through the glass doors, the music filtered through. The sounds of the crowd seemed very far away, and the sweet curve of her lips very close. He leaned in and pressed his lips to hers, savoring her sugary taste and the soft feel of her. His hand brushed her cheek lightly, before taking one of the escaped curls between his fingers. For a moment, he felt her sink into the kiss, and he knew that she was feeling the same passion that he felt. Her entire body softened against him. He wrapped his arms around her, feeling the softness of her skin. He couldn't get her close enough, pulling her closer, closer. She let out a soft sound against his lips, and his heart quickened. Through his coat, he could feel her heart beating as well. Her lips were rose petals against his, the drifting scent of flowers rising from her silky hair intoxicated him. He lost himself, sinking deeper, deeper into her. Then she pulled away. "My lord, we are not yet married. Perhaps we should return to the ball." Her words were soft, but they sent a flood of shame surging through him. "Of course, you are right," he said, gesturing for her to go to the door. With one hand resting lightly on the door handle, she turned slowly to him. She took one hand, and traced it with the lightest touch across his cheek with a smile. Then, without another word, she returned to the ballroom. Chapter 12. Upon re-entering the ball from the coolness of the balcony, Juliet found herself feeling hot and a little bit too seen. Things with the Marquess had progressed too far. She needed a moment away, a moment to pull herself together. She decided to slip away and take a quiet moment for herself, a break from the closely watching eyes of the ton, and the heat of so many bodies in the ballroom. From the heat that was laying thick in her belly, from a shared moment on the balcony. She felt that she had managed herself quite well thus far, and had noted Lord Cunningham's approving smile, as he had introduced her to so many people. However, her pride was still smarting from her experience at the dress shop earlier in the day, and she needed a little time to breathe and regroup. Events like these always made her feel a bit uncomfortable, a bit out of place. Without a mother at her side, or a father blazing the way for her family name, she felt marooned. There were very few people willing to speak up for her, and she was always painfully aware of the need to present the proper image to society. The slightest mistake could cost herself and Felix for a lifetime. "But I do not actually fit that image at all." Juliet had always felt that, try as she might, she would never be able to reach that goal of being the proper lady she was meant to be. Right after her parents had died, she had struggled to shove herself into the mold, primly and properly holding herself to every single requirement of the lady from top to bottom. That had lasted only a few days. "I'd rather run away and live the life of a nobody, than force myself to be someone that I'm not." She strolled the ornately decorated hallway, her low heels clicking in the silence. The sounds of the merriment seemed to be very far away. Then something caught her eye. Behind a half-closed door, she saw a beautiful piano. Black and richly gleaming, the shine and perfection of the instrument pulled her in like a moth to the flame. She was powerless to turn away from it. "It's just like Mother's." Growing up, her mother had played the piano each and every evening. It was her favorite pastime, and her father had always said that listening to her play was his favorite entertainment. Most evenings were spent sitting in the drawing room, Felix and Juliet comfortably on the floor wrapped in blankets and sipping cocoa, their father sitting with his ankle on his knee, smoking a pipe and gazing adoringly at his wife. These were the memories that sustained Juliet through the tough days. They were what gave her strength. She walked slowly to the piano, skimming one hand lightly over its highly polished edges. Just one song. Felix had had to sell Mother's piano to pay the taxes 1 year. They had both cried watching it taken away, but what else could they have done? Before it had been sold, Juliet had spent every evening at its keys, practicing in the hopes of one day being able to recreate the beautiful melodies that invoked her long-lost mother. Even a song poorly played brought her to the forefront of her memory. She had not touched a piano in years, ever since they had lost Mother's piano. Her fingers itched to touch the ivories. Juliet glanced quickly over her shoulder. Taking extra precautions, she went to the doorway and peeked out. Not a soul to be seen. Surely no one will be wandering the halls while such a party is going on. I'll only stay for a moment. Decisively succumbing to the temptation, she eagerly returned to the piano, sitting on the bench and smoothing her dress over her lap. With a soft sigh, she tickled her fingers lightly across the keys, not yet pressing any of them. She closed her eyes and for a moment, imagining her mother was sitting beside her, smiling encouragingly. "I miss you." She began to play. It had been so long since she last had played that she started simply. Childhood songs, songs her mother helped her play with her chubby little child's hands. When those came easily, she transitioned, choosing tunes that were more and more difficult. Her hands flew across the keys, as light and airy as the wings of a butterfly, dancing across. She did not notice the music becoming louder, fuller, stronger, until she was struck by the feeling of being watched. Her hands fell flat and froze as she turned to the door, an apology for her inexcusably unmannered behavior already rising to her lips. The Marquess was leaning in the doorframe, his arms crossed. His black hair fell thickly across his brow. His bright blue eyes looked dark as he appraised her, sending a hot shiver up her spine. "My lord, you startled me," she said, resting a hand against her chest. "I can see that," he said, and she could feel his eyes resting on what lay behind her hand. She sat up straight. "Was there something you needed?" He smiled. "You are very righteous for a lady caught playing on a stranger's piano in the midst of a party. Particularly after she has been caught by her betrothed, whom she abandoned alone to the crowds." "Are we calling one another by betrothed now?" she asked archly. "I suppose I thought you preferred other names." He took slow steps in, his eyes never leaving hers. "What names might those be?" he asked, his tone playful. "I believe they might be quite unladylike for me to say," she stated primly, causing him to laugh. I love his laugh. When the Marquess laughed, it stirred two feelings inside of her, delight at having caused such a lovely sound, and a deeper, stronger feeling she could not name. A feeling that made her toes curl, just a little bit. He was coming closer, moving slowly toward her, almost like a predator stalking its prey. But this prey wanted nothing but for him to be closer. "Perhaps I came looking for you to finish what we started on the balcony," he said softly, his eyes dark. Her breath caught in her throat. "May I?" he asked, gesturing at the wide stool in front of the piano, which had just enough space for the two of them. She nodded and moved down, so there was room for the two of them to sit side by side at the piano, knowing that his question was about more than just sitting beside her. She breathed in his scent, deep and rich, like leather and fresh pine. Their shoulders were touching, lightly, sparking a deep pull inside of her that ached for him to be even closer. "You play wonderfully," he said. "Please, don't let me stop you." She blushed. "I'm only a novice and I haven't played in years. I'm shocked I was even able to remember where all the notes were." "Don't belittle yourself for the sake of propriety, Miss Andrews." She looked up in surprise to see his blue eyes looking at her, with a directness that made her blush deepen. "If you haven't played in years and were able to play so well, that's quite impressive. I would love to hear you play more, if you don't mind. I had meant to be gone by now, I don't want someone walking in to see this." She drifted off, glancing over her shoulder. Though she said the words correctly, she was sure even he would hear the untruth they held. She wanted this moment to go on forever, the touch of his shoulder against hers, the smell of him, the feel of the keys below her fingers. It was perfect, and lit a delicious feeling of anticipation inside of her. Anticipation for what, she did not know. "I heard you playing from down the hall," he said, his voice sounding as if he were sharing a happy secret. "The music was enchanting, I couldn't resist coming closer. I thought I would be walking in on a player hired for entertainment, perhaps a musician practicing before they perform at the ball later this evening." His eyes slowly looked her up and down, making her very aware that she looked nothing close to how a musician would look. "And what would you have said to this musician, should you have walked in on him?" she asked with a mischievous smile. "Perhaps I would have attempted to get his name, so I might hear him play once more. Perhaps the sound of the music was something that I would want to listen to." He paused meaningfully. "Alone. In my home." His words were weaving a spell of intoxication around her, drawing her in as they simultaneously pulled down the walls of her ladylike defenses, that were screaming this was not proper, they had no chaperone, she must excuse herself and return to the party. "Are you disappointed at what you found instead?" she asked. "In contrast, I am much, much happier at what I found instead," he said, leaned in. He held still for just one moment, his lips suspended a mere breath from hers. Their eyes locked and she felt him search hers, looking for what? If asked, she might have said she was looking into his eyes for trust, for warmth, for the genuine affection they had felt the first night they had met. What was he searching for? She had a feeling that he was looking for truth in her gaze, an innocence of scheming and games played in search of a title. See all of me. I want you to see me. She did not blink, did not look away, and the moment hung suspended. She longed to cross the divide, so small physically and yet so wide in reality, but dared not. And then he did. His lips touched hers, as softly and lightly as a flower petal at first, but the softness did not linger long. He pressed against her firmly, masterfully, his masculinity and strength funneling into the kiss, and making her feel appealingly soft and feminine. That voice in her head telling her to go was very quiet and very far away now. With a low sigh, he pulled away, but only a little. I know we shouldn't be doing this, but I can't seem to resist you, he said. Juliet had no idea what to say. Everything she thought would sound trite, or worse, manipulative. She was so afraid to reinforce his idea that she was lying, it kept her from completely opening up to him. If I could, I would tell him that he is the first gentleman I have ever kissed, and kissing him is better than anything I could possibly have imagined. Instead, she said nothing, casting her mind back only for a moment to that day in her garden, where they had kissed for their and her very first time. Lord Cunningham took a deep breath and lifted his hand, slowly tucking a piece of her hair behind her ear, and then fingering the silky strands against her neck, sending hot flashes of desire shooting down her body. You have the softest hair, he murmured. I hate to be unable to return a compliment, but I have never felt yours, she said, smiling at him. What kind of a gentleman would I be then to deny you the ability to do the same? He said, bowing his head to her with a boyish grin. At the sight, her heart stuttered. Lord Cunningham was such a strong man, so firm in his beliefs and noble to the core, but at times she had glimpsed this charming, witty side of him. It was this side that made her feel as if she could truly love this gentleman, as a husband who would not simply take care of her, but would also brighten her days with his smile and make her laugh. Now, with an inviting smile on his lips, she felt she was literally seeing a new side to him, one that she very much wanted more of. She leaned in, impulsively, shocked at her own nerve, and kissed him. It was her first time initiating a touch between them, and he seemed to take it as a sign to take things one step further, as a new light of passion kindled deep in her belly. One of his hands at her neck, the other began to roam her body. As he gently stroked her curves, the heat of his hand transferring directly through her layers of clothing, she let out a low purr of passion, a sound she was sure she had never made before. This sign of her pleasure spurred him even further. His hold on her hair tightened, and her breath shortened, coming in tight little gasps as she submitted completely to his wanton perusal of her body. She arched her chest into him, aching to be closer, aching for few layers separating them. The heated need inside of her could only be answered by his lips, his hands, his breath, his touch. She pushed closer, wanting more. If this was a sin, so be it, she was taking a bite of the apple and ravenous for more. She was unsure her need could ever be quenched, as it only seemed to grow the more they touched. She ran her hands up his back, feeling the strength and power beneath his clothes. There was a tight, warm feeling between her thighs. He seemed to sense her abandon and moaned quietly. The shock of the feeling woke her up just enough to return to her senses. I am a breath away from allowing him to have me right here, on this piano bench, in the middle of a ball. She pulled away, slowly. At first, she felt a tight resistance in his arms, but then he loosened them. We should return to the ball. I'm sure Felix is wondering where I've been. He might be looking for me even now, she said, her voice husky and deeply reluctant. At the mention of her brother, his face closed down. She watched with regret as the dark look of passion and need faded from his eyes, and knew that the boundaries that lay between the two of them had widened once more, the bridge that they had created through touch disappearing in a moment. He cleared his throat and quickly tied his hair back. "Shall we return to the ballroom?" "Yes, of course," she said, running a quick hand over her own hair to see if it needed tidying. He stood and held out a hand to help her up from the piano bench. As they walked back down the hall, Juliet cast one last look of regret back at the room where they had found each other again, even if just for a moment. It is a risk to fall for this Marquess. She was reminded once more of how she had felt upon entering the ball this evening, determined to find a way out of this betrothal. She struggled to draw those feelings up around her protectively once more, but the feel of his lips against hers was too close to the front of her mind, and the memory of his smile, with his hair loose around his face, had softened her heart further. She snuck a glance at his profile as they entered the ballroom, hoping to find an answer there, but his eyes were focused straight ahead, and all she felt was a lingering sense of disappointment, as they entered the ball, at odds with the light music, laughter, and dancing in the room. Chapter 13. Upon rejoining the ball, Miss Andrews was almost immediately whisked away from him. It was considered bad taste to monopolize the time of one's betrothed at a ball. Even if that were not true, he was sure that the curious minds of the ton would have dragged her away, in order to learn as much as they could about his fetching soon-to-be bride. Leonard was sitting out of the way, nursing a glass of whiskey at Charles' side, and watching the men pull Miss Andrews one way and the other. "Look at them," he scoffed. "Ridiculous. Fighting over her like lions hunting a gazelle. She has not had a moment to sit since she arrived." Charles cast an amused look at him. "Do I detect the slightest note of jealousy, old friend?" "You do not," Leonard shot back. "Perhaps she and her blasted brother will set their sights on an easier mark." "The men here seem to believe so, at least," he said, though his words felt empty, and the thought of Miss Andrews marrying the smirking man leading her around the dance floor at present, sent a sharp pain through his chest. "It must be indigestion, nothing more. I cannot be jealous. It is only an arranged marriage, after all, no matter what I felt while kissing her." Across the room, the dance had turned slow. The suspiciously smirking man bent over Miss Andrews' gloved hand. From here, it appeared that he attempted to kiss it. Leonard stood quickly. "Now that is too much," he said, and began to stride across the floor. "I won't let these jackals get their claws into her. She clearly needs my help." He pushed through the crowd until he was at her side. "Miss Andrews, are you well?" She looked at him in surprise, one dark eyebrow arching. "I am quite well, thank you, my lord. I was only speaking with Lord Banner, here." "Lord Banner, do you know my betrothed, Lord Cunningham?" Leonard did not hear the gentleman's response, too focused on his closeness to the lady. He gritted his teeth and stepped closer, attempting to edge the other man out. "Miss Andrews, I thought I might escort you home this evening." "Thank you for your consideration, but I will be returning with Lady Burnham," she said firmly, leaving him flabbergasted. Without another word, she left him and the other fool behind, staring after her. "Look at those cheeks," Sarah exclaimed when the two ladies had returned safely to Lady Burnham's home. "My word, you are looking rosy." Juliet laughed and squeezed her friend's hand, before turning to Lady Burnham. "I had the most wonderful time this evening, thank you for including the two of us. We could not have attended the ball without you." Lady Burnham put a hand on Juliet's arm. "It looks as if this evening did you a world of good, my dear," she said warmly. "And I must say, you and your Lord Cunningham looked quite fetching this evening." Juliet smiled and pressed the back of her hand to her hot cheek. "He is hardly my Lord Cunningham." "Would I be wrong in saying that the two of you enjoyed your time together?" the lady pressed. "No, I so enjoyed dancing with him this evening." He was once again the man I first met. If he could only stay that way, I believe I could be very happy married to him. Juliet sighed. But he never seems to stay quite that way. Sarah put an arm around her. He seemed perfectly happy in your company today. Juliet nodded. He did. At first when I saw him, he looked angry. He gave me that look that I have come to expect from him lately. However, he did seem to be enjoying our time together. I suppose I don't know what to think now. To bed with the both of you, my darlings. For tonight, think only on the sweetness of the evening. Lady Burnham shooed them up the stairs to their rooms with an indulgent smile. Juliet climbed the stairs, thoughts of Lord Cunningham heavy on her mind. At times, he seems to be the perfect man. If only I could be sure that we could build a happy life together. Leonard watched Miss Andrews leave with her escort and friend with regret. The moment that they had shared alone earlier in the evening had left him reeling, and he still was not entirely sure what to do, with the thoughts and feelings rolling around in his head. Charles came up behind him, and clapped him on the shoulder. "Come man, it looks as if you could use a drink." If ever there were a truer thing. Leonard agreed heartily, following his friend to the parlor where the gentlemen were sitting. Healthy doses of whiskey were being poured by a butler, and the air was thick with smoke. He felt immediately more at ease, as he and Charles settled on a couch at the far end, where Philip Winston, the Baron of Camden, was already seated. "Gentlemen," the Baron said expansively, sounding as if he had already indulged in quite a few of the butler's pours. "How have you found the ball to be this evening?" "Dull," Charles pronounced, settling himself with a sigh into the seat. "Although our friend Cunningham here seems to have had for more of an interesting evening," he added, shooting a mischievous glance at Leonard. Leonard rolled his eyes, but Philip sat up, looking interested. "Is that so, Cunningham?" he asked, eyebrows raised. "Hardly. I danced twice with Miss Andrews, we spoke briefly, and then she was escorted home." "Charles, how you do like to be dramatic." Charles shook his head with a knowing smirk. "Ah, but there is yet more to the story, that our dear friend is leaving out." Leonard kept his face blank, betraying nothing, in hopes that the two would drop it. "Tell me," Philip said, gesturing for the butler to come and serve them. He appeared at once, silently topping off Philip's glass, and handing Leonard and Charles glasses of their own. "There is nothing to tell," Leonard said, swirling his whiskey in his glass appreciatively. "Great color on this." He noted to no response. "If there is nothing to tell, then why did I see you and your betrothed return to the ballroom together, after disappearing alone for at least half an hour?" Charles said smoothly. "Blast. The man misses nothing." Charles could be a very inconvenient friend to have at times. He was incredibly observant, and even while being at the center of a group, regaling them with a story, he would catch what those at the fringes of the room were doing. He always had a way of knowing what people were up to, and often called them out on lies or mistruths, to the delight of most of his friends. Leonard, in truth, saw this characteristic of his friend to be one of his least appealing. He did not often find himself at the receiving end of Charles' sharp eye, and disliked this characteristic even more when he was. "Charles, do you never simply relax and enjoy a party? You must find it tiresome to always be working, hunting for information to catch people in lies," Leonard said, affecting disinterest as he sipped his whiskey. He did not miss the way his friend's eyes darkened some at this. Though he regretted upsetting him, it could not be helped. The last thing he needed now was a discussion on what he and Miss Andrews had been up to, particularly as he did not even know what he thought about it, much less how to communicate those thoughts to his friends. "Actually, I do not find it hard work at all," Charles said. "Particularly when it comes to looking out for my oldest and dearest friend." He finished his drink with a long pull, and held it up for the butler to refill. "Tell us, then, Cunningham," Philip said enthusiastically. Did you find a bit of time to get to know your betrothed a bit more intimately? He wiggled his eyebrows suggestively. Watch your mouth, sir, Leonard said, knowing it had come out more harshly than he had intended, when he saw Philip's face pale. Pardon my rudeness, but I do not wish the lady I am to be married to, have her honor called into question. Pish-posh, Charles said with a dark laugh. That is a bit rich, old boy, considering the history of you both. Since when are you so quick to defend her honor? You don't need to lie to us, we know the truth of your relationship, we've been there for you since the beginning. Leonard watched Charles finish his drink again, and snap his fingers for another, a request which was quickly obliged. Perhaps you had better slow down, Leonard said calmly. I think your drink may be affecting you. Charles looked him straight in the eye as he finished his new drink, and held it up once more. Leonard opened his mouth to speak, but was cut off by Philip quickly working to make peace. Now, Cunningham, you know that Charles means nothing by it. He is only looking out for you, as a good friend must do. We gentlemen are in need of someone to watch our backs in times such as these, when many ladies will do anything to secure a good marriage, he said lightly. That is an interesting word you bring up, Philip, Charles said, tapping long fingers on his glass. Which word? Philip asked. Anything, Charles said. Leonard saw at once where Charles meant to go from there. Be very careful now, he said darkly. I do not believe either of us wants to hear what you have to say next. Philip, who had been closer to Charles than Leonard since their schoolboy days, and could be far too eager to please, said, Nonsense. I certainly do. You have me interested in proposing a wager, Charles said slowly. Based on that word you have said. I, too, have found that there are a number of ladies willing to do anything in order to secure a good marriage. I worry that our dear friend here has found himself one of these ladies. In fact, I am so sure of it, that I would place money on it. How much are we talking here, and what exactly are the terms of this wager? Philip asked with a wide smile. Let us say the price of a bottle of whiskey as fine as this one we are enjoying here tonight. It has a rather appropriate feel to it, to celebrate with this one, Charles said lightly. The price of the whiskey, or the actual bottle? Philip asked, eyes narrowing. To make it clear, we will do a bottle of Culbegan. A bottle the royals themselves are said to drink. A fine vintage to be sure, Philip said approvingly. And what are the terms of this wager? I believe I have already caught your drift, but state it plainly. I intend to win fairly. I wager, Charles began slowly, enunciating with care, that Cunningham's Miss Andrews will consent to being fully intimate with him before they are married, as a way of ensuring that the marriage goes through. Ha! I accept that wager, Philip said. I do not expect the lady to go quite that far, though I may be the fool in the end. I am happy to see. Leonard stood, catching the attention of both as they stared at him. You have gone too far. I will not listen to this vulgar character assassination of my betrothed. We may be friends, but I cannot allow this to continue. Charles seemed to realize he had gone too far. Cunningham, do not take it personally. We only are making a wager between friends. A joke, nothing more. You have to admit that even you have suspected the lady's motives and character. That may be true, but that is for me to consider and act on appropriately. Not for the two of you to discuss at length over too much whiskey. I am finished with this, and ashamed of you both. Leaving the two of them gaping, he shot back the rest of his whiskey without spilling a drop, set the glass down, and exited the room. He was immensely proud of his control, as on the inside he was fuming. Chapter 14. The next morning over breakfast, he was unsurprised when his butler announced that Charles had arrived, and wished to speak with him. I'm not sure I want to speak with you at the moment, he said coolly, when Charles entered. Charles was the picture of remorse, holding his hat in his hands, and looking drawn and haggard from not enough sleep and too much drink. "I am sure that you don't, but I hope you will hear me out," he said. Leonard gestured to a seat at his table with his chin, and Charles sat. "Could I get a cup of tea? My stomach is absolutely roiling." Leonard said nothing. Let him suffer until he had properly apologized. Charles sighed. "There's no excuse for my behavior last night. I was ill-mannered, crude, and mean-spirited to both you and your betrothed. I deeply regret my actions, and hope that you will forgive me." As apologies went, it was a good one. Leonard waved over a servant to serve Charles a cup of tea. "Before we move on entirely, though, I would like to say that my words, though crass and inappropriate, come from a place of concern for a friend I care for very deeply. Your situation has been heavy on my mind these past days. I should have come to you directly, and spoken from the heart, rather than waiting for my concerns to spill out because they were lubricated by whiskey," he said, finishing with a rueful smile. Leonard did not yet return his smile. "Be that as it may, I want to know that the bet has been called off. I will not stand for such behavior from my friends, no matter your concerns." "Yes, of course. I wrote to Philip first thing this morning, and told him I was on my way to apologize and make things right with you. I also told him explicitly that the wager was cancelled." "That's all right then," Leonard said. "We will consider the matter ended." "But, Cunningham, about the lady," Charles began. "If you insist on discussing the lady, then I insist on discussing your drinking habits. We are becoming two old maids, the both of us, with our gossiping and nagging," he said impatiently. Charles laughed shortly. "Fine then. We will move on. For now," he added. Juliet and Clarissa were in the garden, carefully bonneted to protect themselves from the bright sun, when Sarah arrived. "Jules," Sarah huffed, half running down the path. Juliet laughed and tilted her bonnet back, laying down her basket with the cuttings she had collected so far. "Clarissa, it looks like we will be taking a break for now, if you want to go inside. I'll fetch you both some lemonade. Please leave your hat on, miss, you do freckle so quickly," she said before heading inside. The moment she had turned the corner, Juliet pulled her hat off, delighting in the feel of the sun in her hair. "You'll be in trouble when she gets back," Sarah said, as she reached the part of the garden where Juliet was waiting. "Not if you don't tell. I'm only leaving it off for a moment." "Why are you out and about so early?" Sarah stared at her. "Do you have to ask?" "Really?" "Yes," Juliet said with a mock-serious face. "I don't have the slightest clue what it is that you want me to talk about." Sarah groaned in a most unladylike manner. "Oh, I don't know, Jules. How about the dances you had with Lord Cunningham at the ball, the fact that you two looked very familiar with one another, then you disappeared for quite a while, and returned with him, and were in a strange mood for the rest of the night? You didn't ask me about any of this then, or seem eager to speak this morning at breakfast. I could hardly ask you in front of Lady Burnham. And then your brother sends up your carriage, so we end up coming home separately." "The nerve," Sarah said, throwing up her hands. "But I didn't hear anything from you after we got home yesterday. My own brother insisted I stay home." Sarah's face was turning pink in frustration. "Juliet Andrews, honestly. Enough of this. I'm dying to hear everything. Talk to me." Juliet laughed. "Sorry, love, you're just so much fun to rile up." Sarah looked like she was going to react very strongly to that, so Juliet rapidly threw up her hands. All right. All right. Come, let's sit in the shade and I'll tell you everything." She drew her friend over to where a table and chairs sat, beneath the sweeping shade of a wide oak tree. "Can I be completely honest with you? Because the truth is that the events of last evening were not entirely proper, and if your brother found out and told mine. Juliet trailed off meaningfully. Of course I won't tell anyone, particularly not my brother of all people. Sarah waved the comment away, and then as she understood the importance, her eyes grew round. Jules, you don't mean you? She breathed. No, nothing so outrageous. Juliet said quickly. But I will shake the truth out of you if you don't spill. Sarah threatened. We ended up alone together, she said. By accident. She added. I was hot and uncomfortable. I wandered outside the ballroom and found a piano. And of course you decided to play it. Sarah smiled affectionately. You and a piano are like a moth and the flame. It was a wonderful piano, Juliet said. I'm not exactly sure how long I was playing, but when I looked up, the Marquess was standing at the door, watching me. Had he come looking for you? I don't know, but he certainly found me. And you were both completely alone? Completely, Juliet confirmed. My word, Sarah said, looking a bit faint. What happened next? Juliet swallowed. Well, we spoke some. And then he came and sat beside me at the piano. We were sitting very close to one another. So close that our shoulders were touching. Sarah was not so easily fooled. And Juliet glanced quickly up the path, to be sure no one was coming toward them. He kissed me. He kissed you? Sarah squeaked. Alone? In a room with no chaperone? At a crowded party, where anyone could have walked in and seen at any moment? Yes. Juliet shifted uncomfortably in her seat. How terribly romantic. Sarah sighed. Your first kiss. Tell me everything. What was it like? Is it like in the books? Was it what you expected? Juliet felt her face warm and decided not to tell Sarah that her first kiss had been just a few days before, when the Marquess had visited her in her garden. It was nothing like what I expected. It was better. So much better. Was he wonderful? I don't know that I can answer that honestly, given my lack of experience. But yes, though I am unpracticed, he was wonderful. I never wanted it to end. I'm deadly jealous of you. The Marquess is so handsome, so successful, and he's a good kisser. You have all the luck. Sarah pouted. Don't decide to be jealous of me yet, she answered wryly. Things did not end as well as they started. I did notice you seemed upset when we rode home together. What happened? He still does not trust me completely. We were talking and laughing, and then as soon as I mentioned Felix's name, he shut down completely, and suggested we return to the ball. We did not really speak again after, except for when he bid me good night. Why does he still believe you are only after him for his title and fortune? Sarah said in exasperation. You are the very picture of honesty and trustworthiness. Well, of course you would think so. Juliet nudged her friend's shoulder playfully. But I don't know that he will ever truly be able to let those suspicions go. He is a man who seems to value honesty above all else, and in his mind, my family and I have been dishonest. Whatever feelings he is developing for me now, the very foundation of our relationship, such as it is shaky. He would be a right fool to let you get away, simply because he is too blind to see what is right in front of his face. Sarah said loyally. But, Jules, how do you feel? Are you developing real feelings for him in spite of all this? Yes, Juliet said honestly. I feel that I have come to care for him a great deal. I can only hope that we are able to overcome our past together. Sarah studied her face, her eyes troubled. I hope so as well. I do hate to see you like this. Look, there's Clarissa. Let's talk about something else, shall we? She said, placing the bonnet back on her head. Chapter 15. It had been a week since Lord Templeton's ball, and Leonard had been unable to keep thoughts of Miss Andrews from his mind. She followed him throughout his day. At breakfast, he wondered what she was eating. At midday, when he was hunched over his work in his dark office, he pictured her in her garden, dark curls lifting in a light breeze. At dinner, he pictured her holding her own against his father and sister. Finally, he decided he had to do something. I have to see her. He still felt angry. There was still bitterness when he thought about having to tell Lady Thistleton that their courtship was to suddenly end. However, there were also the memories of the kisses he had shared with Juliet. It was time to get to know his betrothed better. He had a servant bring Beauty to him and mounted. It was the perfect day for a ride, and he could arrive more quickly traveling with her than in his carriage. Even with Beauty's speed, it felt like ages before he was finally approaching the small Haverdshire cottage. Looking at the home with new eyes, Leonard was able to appreciate the charm of the small property. Though unimpressive, it exuded a feeling of warmth. The chimney smoked cozily, and the flowers he now knew were tended to by his betrothed brightened the exterior. The moment he pulled Beauty to a stop, he dismounted, looping her reins at the post. The lady's maid he now recognized answered the door, another sign of the low stature of the family. "Please ask Miss Andrews if she would like to join me for a ride," he said. The maid swallowed her surprise admirably and fetched her mistress. He was pleased that Miss Andrews appeared at the entryway quickly. Some ladies would have made him wait as a sort of game, to show their importance. Miss Andrews, for her faults, did not appear to play these types of silly games. She followed him outside and then looked at Beauty. "How were we planning to ride?" she asked, a small smile on her lips. He looked between her and Beauty, and realized his mistake. In his rush to get to her, he hadn't thought about needing the carriage once he did. "Not to worry, we have a carriage of our own. We will take ours," she said, her smile widening. She asked Clarissa to call for the carriage. It was slow in arriving, leaving the two of them idle in the sunshine. "Perhaps you could tell me about your garden while we wait?" he asked, breaking the silence. Juliet's face lit up. "Yes, of course." She took him around the side of the cottage, pointing out the different types of plants she was tending to. Her love for her garden was obvious, not only in her words, but also in the careful tending and flourishing growth he saw before him. They heard the sounds of the carriage approaching. "You have been rescued, my lord," she said. "I could talk about my garden all day." "It was a pleasure to listen to you. Your skill is admirable." He put out his arm for her to take, and walked her back to the front of the cottage. "My apologies, Miss Andrews," the driver said sincerely, as he opened the door for the two of them. The carriage was not in its usual place. Miss Andrews accepted the apology with a nod, and looked to Leonard for their destination. "To Gramersby Park," Leonard told the coachman, and they were off. The carriage was small and simple, but well made. They discussed wedding preparations as the carriage rolled along, and were soon pulling up to the small park. The coachman pulled open the door and Leonard and Miss Andrews stepped out into the sunshine. They walked to the path and began to move slowly along it. "I am to see you today," Miss Andrews said, eyes on the trees lining the path. "I thought we might spend some time getting to know one another better. We are to be married soon, and we are still virtually strangers. How are you feeling about the wedding approaching so soon?" She looked at him now, and he knew she wanted the truth. "That's rather direct," he said. "You're right, it is direct. Sometimes I am not the lady that I should be. My brother has done his best, but I still tend to say what I am thinking far too often." Her humble response to even gentle criticism softened his heart. "If we are being direct, perhaps you could go first. What are your feelings in regards to our wedding date?" She took a deep breath. In truth, I have many feelings on the subject, but I will keep my response as simple as I can. I am fearful to tie my future to a gentleman I do not know very well. However, when we spend time together like this, I feel less fearful and begin to feel hopeful. Miss Andrews, you have summed up my own feelings succinctly, Leonard said, smiling at her. She looked up and met his gaze, her hazel eyes warm and full of hope. If we were anywhere else, I would not be able to stop myself from kissing her again. The path was full of people, and there was no chance for any privacy here. They had also circled back around and were approaching her carriage. The coachman opened the door for them, and helped Miss Andrews in. When we are together like this, time seems to move very quickly, she said. He laughed. Once again, you have said precisely what I was thinking. The carriage left the main entrance to the park, and took them along the path leading to Hertfordshire Cottage. The road here was dusty and rough, setting the carriage bouncing. The ambient noise gave him an opportunity to say something he had been wanting to say. Miss Andrews, he said, leaning forward in his seat. There is something I should say to you. She looked at him inquiringly. His eyes traced her face. Although it had been a short period of time, he had found himself rushing today, to be able to see her face once more. He still was not sure about how everything had transpired the way that it had, but he also knew that he had never once, even in the very beginning of their courtship, rushed to see Lady Catherine's face. When I thought of Lady Thistleton when we were apart, I only felt a sense of duty. When I think of Miss Andrews when we are apart, I find myself considering the different excuses I could use to see her again. Could this partnership be more than a marriage of duty and honor? Could it be something more personal? My lord? She asked. He settled his hands firmly on his lap. I have been wanting to say. There was a loud, cracking snap from the right side of the carriage. The two looked quickly out the window for the source of the sound, but suddenly were tilting bodily to the right and then the left, the entire carriage rocking unsteadily back and forth, more sharply falling to the right. The coachman yelled something from the front, but Leonard could not make out what it was. The carriage rocked more sharply, sending Juliet flying across the bench. He lunged forward to protect her from slamming against the windowed wall. He reached her and pulled her into his arms, hoping to use his body as a shield. Just as he pulled her to him, there was another, louder snap, and the entire carriage dropped sharply to the right. The momentum sent them tumbling. He and Juliet inside and the body of the carriage outside on the road. Hang on to me, Leonard shouted, closing his eyes against the dust and the sound as the carriage rolled, once, twice, 3 times. Then his head smacked against the edge of the bench, and everything went dark. Chapter 16. Please wake up. Juliet's head was in her hands, tears leaking through her fingers. It had been a full 24 hours since the carriage accident, and Lord Cunningham had not opened his eyes even once. He had barely moved at all, truth be told. She was terrified that he would die, and refused to leave his bedside. The Cunningham home had been a bit unsure about allowing her to sit beside him for all this time, but Sarah and Clarissa had taken turns acting as chaperones. Also, no one could argue against the fact that as his betrothed, and the other victim of the same accident, she had a right to be there. Sarah stepped up to her side, laying a gentle hand on her shoulder. Jules, you haven't eaten or slept. Please take a break. I can sit with him while you rest. Juliet shook her head firmly, not taking her eyes away from the Marquis' face. He had always looked so strong, so powerful and full of life. It broke her heart to see his looking pale and wan against his pillow. You at least need to drink something. You've been weeping since they brought you both in from the accident. You are hurt as well. Sarah gestured to the bruise on Juliet's forehead. Aside from a scrape down her arm, it was her only injury from the accident. No one was sure why the carriage had crashed the way it had. Felix was meticulous in caring for everything they owned. In part because they could not afford repairs or replacements if something broke. I don't want anything to drink, thank you, Juliet said, her voice rough from weeping.
But, Jules,
Sarah said.
Please, Sarah.
Leave me alone, Juliet said quietly.
Sarah sank back into her seat by the door.
Within a few moments, she had nodded off and was snoring gently.
It had been a long and stressful day and night, but Sarah had been vigilant about attending to Juliet, almost as vigilant as Juliet had been with the Marquess.
If only I could go back and
Do it all again.
She looked at his face, his strong, aristocratic nose, the firm jawline and silky black hair.
She wished she could see his bright blue eyes, inquisitive and lit with life, even just once more.
Juliet peeked over her shoulder and saw that Sarah was fast asleep. She cocked her head toward the door to listen for any footsteps approaching.
Nothing.
Hesitantly, slowly, she reached forward and brushed a curl of dark hair away from his face, lingering on the silky feel of it, but careful to avoid the dark, blooming bruise spreading from the knot on his forehead, where it had hit during the accident.
Please wake up.
I think I love you. With everything that had happened since they first met, she had been unsure how she felt about Leonard. The first night they had been introduced, she had felt swept away by his good looks, his charm, and his sense of humor. Then she had discovered a different side of him, one that somehow both frightened her and made her angry. But in the past few days, he had shifted once more, acting kind and thoughtful. The accident had knocked her true feelings into her head, as firmly as the carriage itself had hit her. I love him. There was no denying it any longer. Whatever his faults, she loved him. If only he would wake up. She bowed her head once more, letting the back of her hand linger against his cheek, before pulling it away and returning it demurely to her lap. And she began once more to cry. My head. Leonard tried to reach up and touch his head, but his hands felt impossibly heavy. He winced as he swallowed, his throat as dry as sandpaper. Juliet. He whispered in a voice that was grating, but then he wasn't sure why. Who was Juliet? Why was he asking for her? The fact that he didn't know frightened him. Then a soft hand closed around his. Lord Cunningham, I'm here, said a sweet voice. With a mighty effort, he opened his eyes. A blurry vision swam before him. He said the name again without even realizing what he was doing. Juliet, he whispered. He struggled to stay awake, but his eyes felt so heavy. His head lolled to the side and everything faded to black. He awoke some time later, feeling less fuzzy but still uncertain. His eyes opened more easily this time, he was glad to note. There at his side was the same woman from before, using a cool cloth to wipe his forehead. Water, please, he croaked. You're awake. She immediately leaned back away from him, looking guilty. She turned and picked up a cup of water, holding it to his lips. He drank it quickly, feeling an immediate sense of relief. Be careful, don't drink too quickly. She eased the cup away from him, calling to someone over her shoulder to fetch the physician. He heard the door close. He tried to push himself up, hands slipping against the covers. She put an arm around him, and helped him move up into a seated position. I should get your family. They have been so worried about you. Wait, he said. Who? He swallowed. Who are you? He's awake. Oh, I knew he would wake up. I knew he would be fine. I just knew it. Her heart soared with joy, happy tears filling her eyes. Then he said, Who are you? Lord Cunningham, it's me. Your betrothed, Juliet. She raised a shaking hand to her chest, looking at him closely. Juliet, he whispered hoarsely. Then he cleared his throat. Are you Miss Juliet Andrews? Yes, she said eagerly. You do know me, don't you? Before he could reply, the door opened, and a man walked in. I'm here, Lord Cunningham. Miss Andrews, if you could step outside while I examine him? Juliet left quickly, desperate to not delay the physician. Outside of Leonard's door, she paced, wringing her hands. Does he not remember me? Will we go back to being strangers? What will all of this mean? Although she was sure her body would run out of tears eventually, she felt her eyes fill once more. Sarah appeared at the end of the corridor, and put one arm around her. Everything will be all right, Jules, she said, but even Juliet could hear the uncertainty in her best friend's voice. It wasn't long before the physician opened the door and exited Leonard's room, his face grave. Please prepare yourself, miss, he said. This may come as a shock. Juliet began to shake. What is it? Will he be all right? Physically, he is in excellent health. He is a young man and will recover quickly. However, the hit that he took to his head was damaging. He is having trouble with his memory. Some things are very clear to him. Who he is, where he is. But others. I'm afraid he is having some trouble recollecting recent events, he said delicately. Are you saying he has lost his memory? Sarah asked, her tone pitching upward. It seems to be that way, for now, he said. Juliet let out a little cry, and Sarah pulled her closer. Do not despair yet, however. I am quite sure his memory will return. He is young and strong. Other than this symptom, he is doing well after such a terrible accident. He will be just fine. What he needs now is stability and rest. He looked down the hall, toward the great room where Leonard's family was waiting for the news. I have to go speak with the Duke, however, let me be clear about one thing. You must not push him on his memories, or they may never return. Give him time, make sure he is taking it easy, and doing the things he wants to do. But how long will it be? Juliet asked, desperate for more information. I have no way of knowing, he said with a frown. You will have to be strong. Do not return to his side until you have regained your composure. He needs strength and normalcy now. The physician strode down the hall, leaving Juliet and Sarah hovering uncertainly at Leonard's door. Chapter 17. Leonard's head was aching. It had been too much for one afternoon, and his mind felt overworked and under-rested. His father and his sister were at his bedside, looking pale and quite tired themselves. He had been relieved to recognize them at once, when they had entered the room. Certain things were clear to him. He knew he was in his own room, at his home. When his father had explained that the young woman who had been at his bedside was his betrothed, that had felt right as well, even if he had had trouble coming to that conclusion on his own. However, trying to remember the events of the past weeks was like peering through the murkiest glass. What was on the other side was unclear, and the harder he looked, the more his head hurt. We shall have Miss Andrews sent home at once, of course, his father was saying, and Leonard snapped to attention. No, Leonard replied quickly. I want her here. But, Leonard, Margaret began, but their father stopped her with a quick hand motion. Why do you want her here, son? The Duke asked. She was at my bedside the entire time I was unconscious. When I awoke, she looked so distressed. We are betrothed, and I feel sure that I enjoy her company, Leonard said. Something was tugging at the back of his mind when he said that last sentence, but he pushed it away. He had enough on his mind for now, and he had always been a man who trusted his instincts. In this case, his instincts were telling him clearly that he wanted the lady around, and he was content to leave it at that. He looked at the door, hoping she would come back through. Father, Margaret said quietly. She and the Duke exchanged glances Leonard could not understand. You heard the physician, Margaret. We are not to try and disturb his memories. He should have her around if he likes. Margaret looked away, knotting her hands together tightly. But Leonard, we must postpone your wedding date. You cannot marry the lady until your memories have been restored. Leonard felt a strong feeling rise at that, a physical reaction to the idea of his wedding date. What exactly am I feeling, and why? He struggled to identify it, but came up empty-handed. Leonard? His father asked. Yes, father, I agree. It would be cruel of me to force the lady to marry someone who was not in appropriate health. We will postpone. He did not have trouble identifying the relief on the faces of his father and sister both. I will handle all of that, don't you worry at all. Margaret fussed at his bedside, straightening the blankets new and plumping his pillow. You just rest, dear brother. He looked between them and felt a surge of love. How lucky am I, to have awoken from a near-deadly accident with not one, but 3 faces of love and concern. I am a very fortunate gentleman. Leonard reached out to his sister, and she squeezed his hand tightly, tears brimming in her eyes, as she placed a cool hand against the lump on his forehead causing all this worry. That's settled then, the Duke said. Margaret, let us leave your brother in peace, so he can rest. She left his side reluctantly. We won't be far. Send someone if you need us, and we will be back here straight away. I will, he promised. And father, if my betrothed is still here, could you send her in? The Duke and Margaret exchanged another glance, but he nodded. I will, son. Chapter 18. Juliet was getting ready to return to the home of the Marquess, for the first time since he had awoken. Last night, she had been able to return home and get a full night's rest. She had slept deeply and eaten well, but worry still beat like a drum in her heart. What if he never remembers me? I will lose him forever. He had asked her specifically to return today. Her heart warmed at the thought. Leonard had seemed so unsure of himself, but had taken great care to speak gently with her. He had even thought to send his own carriage home with her, knowing she had no carriage of her own to use to visit him. He did not remember the accident at all, but Juliet could not stop thinking about it. The fear, the horrific sounds of the horses and the coachman shouting, but also the way the Marquess had jumped immediately to protect her. She had been falling, her body thrown without hope of controlling it, terrified. Then, suddenly, she had been wrapped safely, protected in his strong arms. That hit his head had taken, had surely been because he had been so intent on protecting her body from harm. He woke up saying my name. This was a thought she kept coming back to. He could have said anything. Water, perhaps, or what happened. Instead, it had been her name, her Christian name, no less, on his lips the moment that his eyes had opened. She sighed. She was equally eager and nervous about returning to his manor today, having no idea what to expect. Would his memories have returned today? If they had, would he have returned to his cold, suspicious treatment of her? She would not know until she arrived. She was heading to the front door with Clarissa, when her brother's voice stopped her. Leaving already? She turned to face him. He was sitting in the drawing room, looking serious. Yes. I promised Lord Cunningham I would return to his side first thing this morning. Please, come sit with me for a moment before you go. She looked longingly at the door, but was unable to deny her brother's request. Go on, miss. I'll run ahead and ensure the carriage is prepared for you, Clarissa said helpfully. Juliet nodded and went to the drawing room, taking a seat across from her brother. He sighed and rubbed a hand across his face. There's something I want to speak with you about, he said. Juliet fought the urge to tell him to hurry up and be out with it, so she could go. It was clear Felix had something important to say. Juliet, that accident. It's made me think. I have always tried my best to do right by you. I think you know that. You were so small when our parents died, and all you had in the world was me. I remember looking at your little face and thinking, what luck for her, He laughed ruefully. I almost lost you a few days ago. And the thought that I might have lost you while you were courting a man I was forcing you to marry. He trailed off and swallowed. It has kept me up these past few nights. Juliet, who had spent days crying, felt the tears come once more. I will not force you to marry the Marquis, Felix said. I know you had come to terms with the marriage, but I also know my little sister, and it was clear that if there was a way out, you would take it. I am giving you that way out now. You are free to end the betrothal. With his accident, there will still be gossip, but it will have slowed down, and there is no harm in a young lady sparing herself from a life with an ill gentleman. Oh, Felix, Juliet said, wiping the tears from her eyes. Just a few days ago, I would have been overjoyed to hear you say that. She took a deep breath. But you were right all along. The Marquis is a good man, and he and I have become very fond of each other during our very odd courtship, she said with a laugh. The wedding is postponed until he is well again, and if he should want to end our betrothal, I would understand. However, I do not want to end it. Are you certain? Take your time and consider. I want you to be happy. I thought that land, a title, and enough money to never have to worry again, would make you happy, but I know now that I was wrong. You are not the average lady, he said, smiling at her. Your heart is looking for love, not for a title. Juliet leaned forward, clasping her hands together. I do love him, brother. He is a good man. Kind, honorable, and full of wit. I am so worried he will not regain his memory, and I have lost him. Do you believe he felt the same? Felix asked. Before his accident? I don't know for certain, but there was something. Maybe not love, but he wanted to spend time together, she said. I saw the way he looked at you the day you two went for the carriage ride. I believe he does love you. If you made him love you before, then you can do it again. You were a hard one to deny. He smiled. Now go. Go help him to remember who you are. Even if he cannot regain his memory, I am sure you will make him feel affectionate toward you all over again. The siblings embraced tightly. Felix, Juliet began, but could not think of a single word to say. The gift he had just given her, even though she had no plan whatsoever to accept it, meant the world. Even if everything worked out well, and the Marquis regained his memory, and they were able to marry as planned, knowing that Felix would not have forced her into a marriage against her will, was a gift beyond measure. These past weeks had been so stressful, and Juliet had shed so many tears. Nothing was as it should be quite yet, but having her brother back on her side, their relationship restored, was a large step in the right direction. Don't get soft on me now. Go on, Felix said with a laugh, shooing her toward the door. Give your Marquis my regards. Juliet went through the door where Clarissa was waiting. The two stepped inside the sumptuous interior of Leonard's carriage, and were on their way. It wasn't long before they were pulling up to the manor. As they arrived, Clarissa fussed with Juliet's skirts. Juliet watched her with a smile. As eager as she now was for the marriage to go forward, Clarissa was possibly more so. Enough, Clarissa. It's fine. Juliet smiled, but her insides were writhing. As she exited the carriage and stepped inside, each step she took toward the Marquis' door increased her heart rate. What if I walk in and he gives me that look again like I'm some sort of low criminal out for his money? I don't think I could bear it. At his door, she took a deep breath. Good morning, my lord, she said, forcing a confidence she didn't feel into her voice. He was sitting in a chair by the window with his back to her. The incoming sunlight highlighted his strong profile and brilliantly black hair. When he heard her voice, he turned to face her. Everything she needed to know was answered in his expression when he saw her lingering at the door. Juliet, raised by a hard-working but overburdened brother, with only the lessons in manners and people skill taught by a mother to a small child, had learned to read people very well. Growing up, she had paid a great deal of attention to people's faces, fascinated by how often people would say things they didn't seem to actually mean. She wasn't without sense. She had always known that she would have to marry, and that once she did, the burden on Felix's shoulders would lighten. But she was a soft-hearted romantic with the dream of marrying for love. Reading people, understanding them, had always felt like a way to find a man who she could love, a man who would make a good husband. When Leonard turned to face her, she was immediately sure that he had not regained his memory. His face looked drawn, his shoulders up high and tight, as if he had been putting all of his concentration into trying to remember something. There was another deduction she was able to make from his face. Even though it was clear that he could not remember the details of their courtship, such as it was, he felt something for her. It was written all over his face. "Lord Cunningham," she said from the door. He half stood, knocking back the chair. "Miss Andrews." His voice was warm, caressing. "I am so glad you have come." She crossed the room to him and he reached for her hand, taking it tightly in his strong grip. "Of course I came. How are you feeling? Your head?" His bruise looked worse today, the black shot through with bright colors now, but the swelling looked as if it had gone down some. He pressed a kiss to the back of her hand. She could feel the heat and shape of his lips through her glove, and her heart melted. For a moment, she went boneless, wanting nothing more to sink into his arms. The need for a chaperone, even in a sick room, was suddenly very clear to her. "A little pain, but I am well overall." He gestured to the seat at the window beside him. "Please, Miss Andrews, sit." She sat, Clarissa stepping back to wait by the door. "I have been trying to remember how we met, but found that I could not. I do know your face, I knew it as soon as I woke up. I apologize, this must be very strange for you." "Please don't apologize. You were protecting me. I feel a measure of responsibility. It was my carriage, and you were so heroic, doing your best to be sure that I was not hurt. I could not have done a very good job at protecting you," he said grimly, looking at the bruise above her eye. "May I?" Juliet did not turn to look at Clarissa, hoping she would stay invisible. She leaned forward in her seat with a nod. He reached across and rubbed one gentle thumb across the raised bruise. She winced even at the light touch, and he withdrew his hand quickly. As soon as it was gone, she missed his touch. "It hurts," he said. "It's nothing," she said with feeling. "You hit your head so hard, I could hear it even over all of the other noise. You might not have hurt yourself at all, if you hadn't been so focused on keeping me from being hurt." He stared at her. "I don't remember any of it at all." "Can you tell me what happened?" She took a deep breath and told him the whole story. They talked for hours. About the accident, about their walk in the park beforehand. She was careful to keep the details light, making no mention of any of the darker parts of their story. "I should tell him about how we met. I know I should, but I pray to God he does not ask me. I don't want him to look at me the way he did, to have to win him over once more." She considered telling him everything, but it didn't seem like the right time. When Lady Cunningham's maid knocked on the door, to announce she was on her way for a visit, Juliet stood to go. "Will you come back tomorrow?" he asked. She smiled at him. "I will come back every day that you will have me, my lord." "Then you will have to come every day for a very long time," he said. She took her leave, wanting to be gone before Lady Cunningham arrived. She was a moment too late though. "Miss Andrews," the lady said coldly at the doorway. "Lady Cunningham," Juliet said with a little curtsy, keeping her voice warm. "I may never be able to win over his sister, but I might as well try." She looked like she wanted to say something else, and Juliet expected that it would be much colder indeed, but her brother called out from within. She shot Juliet a warning look instead, and swept past her, with her head held high, and the regal bearing of a queen. Despite her pique that the Lady Cunningham still refused to soften toward her at all, she couldn't help but admire the lady's elegance. Chapter 19. Juliet had been coming by each day and sitting with him. He still couldn't remember her, but the feelings were there, and they grew stronger with each passing day, even as the obvious signs of his injury faded. He would awake each morning and get ready quickly. Then he would settle himself at the window and pretend to be busy, when he was really just waiting to hear her sweet voice at the door. "There's something I'm missing. Something important I'm forgetting." He knew there was. He saw the looks his father and sister exchanged. Margaret was quite cold with the lady. But he had decided, on one of the mornings that he was waiting with bated breath for her to arrive, that he did not care. Not for now, anyway. When she was here, he saw nothing but an open, genuine lady, one that he had come to care for very much. She had a sharp sense of humor for a lady, as well, and the two of them spent a great deal of their time together laughing into their hands, careful not to arouse the suspicions of the household. He felt like a child again, laughing and teasing. But at the same time, and in a very real sense, he felt every bit the man. Watching her brown hair glint in the sun at the window, her hazel eyes light with the smile always quick to come to her pink lips, he was struck daily with the deep, intense desire to hold her. He would lose himself some days as she spoke, following the planes of her face, watching her lips quirk into a smile, and think of nothing else but feeling those lips against his. Her body entranced him when she moved. He would watch her enter his room, soft hips swaying modestly, and would be unable to stop himself from tracing her curves with his eyes. He could say that it was just habit. As a painter, he had always tracked the lines and shapes, and imagined how he might recreate them. But he knew that he would only be lying to himself. His eyes followed her body because it was exquisite, and because he ached to be close to it and close to her. He had a suspicion that he had kissed her before. Maybe even more than once. He couldn't say for sure, and he certainly could not ask her, but looking at those lips, he felt a dreamy recollection of the sweet aroma of spring flowers, and the velvety touch of a new rose. They had discussed their families at great length. He had not yet met her older brother, not that he could remember at least, but everything he learned about him made his respect for the man grow. "I cannot imagine having been left to raise Margaret, without my family fortune or holdings." He was growing more impatient with his injury. Leonard planned to keep his promise to his father, in regards to holding the marriage off until his memory returned, but he was more eager each day to be wed to the beautiful Juliet. At the same time, he had a feeling, faint but there, that the return of his memory would bring back something that could affect the easiness he and Juliet shared. So for now, he was content to enjoy her company each day and to learn all about her. Today, he waited with anticipation and a touch of nervousness, because he had a question he hoped to ask her. She arrived right on time, as usual. He watched her enter, unable to keep his eyes from devouring her. She always dressed simply, and he knew next to nothing about ladies' fashion, but the simple lines seemed to only set off her beauty. She was very petite, not even as tall as his little sister, but exquisitely made. Her roundness at the hip and bust of her dresses was entrancing, and he was sure that he had not been the only gentleman to notice. The green of the dress she wore today made her eyes sparkle, and her dark hair was carefully arranged to frame her heart-shaped face. The creamy whiteness above the neckline of her gown ended in curved mystery, and looked like satin set against the spring green. He was more desperate than ever to ask his question. He struggled to sit patiently as she was seated and the two made small talk. Finally, he could wait no longer. "Miss Andrews, I would like to ask you a question," he blurted out, interrupting his own answer to her question about how he had slept. She looked startled. "Before you answer, please know that you must say no if you are at all uncomfortable. Do not feel that you must say yes. Tell me you will answer honestly, or I will not ask." Her brows drew together. "Yes, I will answer you honestly." He straightened his shoulders and leaned forward, putting his hands on his knees, and asked his question in one breath. I would like to ask if I may paint you. Her eyes widened. Paint? Me? Yes. I used to paint quite often. It has always been an. He searched for the word. What had painting been to him? His passion may be the most correct word, but he had had so little time for it since his father had taken ill. Interest of mine. And I would very much like to paint a portrait of you. He hastened to add. If you are comfortable with it. Surely there are more worthy models for a portrait, my lord, she said. He could hear in her voice that she was not attempting to have him reassure her, but was truly shocked at the idea that he could want to paint her face. Miss Andrews, do you not realize how beautiful you are? He asked softly. He leaned across and took her hand in his, allowing himself to stroke his thumb across the small gloved fingers. It would be my honor to paint you. She blushed deeply and looked down at her lap. He let her think on it, not rushing her into making a decision. At last, she looked up, and when she did, she was smiling. All right. If you would like to paint me, then you may do so. Chapter 20. The easel was placed in the north corner of Leonard's room. He spent a full day arranging the chair where she would be sitting, trying to determine the best lighting. At last, he settled on placing the chair catty-cornered with its back to the window, where the light would settle across her shoulders. He had decided to paint her in the times that she had been visiting, instead of asking her to come when the light was better. He wanted the painting to reflect the hours they had spent together since his accident, and capturing the background that matched the time was an important part of that. The first day she sat for him, Clarissa sitting primly in the back of the room, her nervousness and discomfort radiated off of her in waves, so clear to him he almost painted them. Instead, he mixed his colors, taking his time, and asked her questions about her life. Tell me about your friendship with Miss Marlowe. What would you like to know? How did the two of you become friends? She smiled in an unconscious response to this. Her father and mine were friends. Her older brother, Sir John Marlowe, was already playmates with mine. We have joked before that we were already friends by requirement. Have I met the lady? He asked. You have, twice, actually. Once at the birthday party of the Baron of Camden. That was the night you and I were first introduced. Then, Lady Burnham escorted the two of us to a ball in London, where we saw you again. You were wearing a gown of very deep green. He closed his eyes. That had come to him without warning. Suddenly, he could picture her descending a set of stairs. You looked beautiful. Lord Cunningham, she said, her face as white as a sheet. You remember? She jumped up from her seat. Do you remember everything? He closed his eyes again, but there was nothing else. He could not even place which staircase she had been descending. He shook his head with a frown. That is all I remember. You are coming down the stairs, in a gown of green. But you might as well be walking down the stairs from the clouds, for I can see nothing else. She sat again, slowly, watching him. Your head? She had become very attuned to the way his headaches came and went, whenever he tried too hard to remember anything. There was a little pain, but nothing to concern her with. It's fine. It came so quickly, like a flash. I wonder if the rest of my memories will return this way, in fits and starts. If so, it may be a very long time indeed before it all comes back to me. The two exchanged troubled looks. Though neither had come out and said it, they both had become aware of their eagerness to marry. It was in the closeness of their seats at his window, their smiles when they greeted one another after only an evening apart, and the tender, intimate conversations they had shared. The flash of memory had caused Miss Andrews to forget to be nervous, though. She was now sitting more naturally in her chair, looking at him with an expression he could not read. He began to put the first few touches onto his canvas. We have not discussed our meeting before. Maybe you can tell me more, he said. He did not miss the way her face, which had just begun to regain color, paled. "What would you like to know?" she asked, her mouth sounding dry. "Well, how did we meet?" The question should have been simple, but she took ages to answer it. He took advantage of the moment to begin the sketching out of her facial structure with a slate pencil. "It's actually a good story," she began hesitantly. "I was walking to the party with Miss Marlowe and our maids. It was a lovely day." He said nothing, continuing to sketch. She was tilting her face just right, catching the early sun rays on her cheeks. "You rode up on your horse, a beautiful honey-colored mare. You were lost." She was proceeding carefully. "I'm getting the feeling that I'm coming close to the thing that no one wants to talk to me about." His chest tightened. Did he want to know what it was? Right now, everything was perfect, or very nearly so. The feel of the canvas beneath the tip of his pencil for the first time in so long was just right. The light was falling on the pretty face of his betrothed, a lady he knew in his heart that he loved. What was this secret they were all keeping? She continued on and he did not stop her. "You asked us for directions. Right there, in the middle of the road." Her eyes were far away, but when she described him, the corner of her lips lifted in a smile. "You were dressed for the party, but you looked hot and tired. We told you where to go, and you left." He focused in on her eyes now, intent on catching the glimmer of tenderness there, as she talked about him. When she did not say anything else, he asked, "Is that all? We met on the road?" Her smile dropped away. "No. We were formally introduced in the ballroom that same evening. Actually, Miss Marlowe's brother introduced you to us." He could not remember the man, but didn't want to interrupt. "We danced. Just once, to a waltz. You were very kind and such a good dancer. You made me laugh." The smile was back now, and he worked quickly to capture the shape of her lips. In his time with Juliet, he had come to learn her different smiles. She had one that was the picture of ladies' etiquette. Appropriate and yet stiff, giving nothing away. Another was her smile when something genuinely amused her. This one lit up her whole face. There was the warm smile that emerged when she discussed her brother, or Lady Burnham, or Miss Marlowe. The fourth, and this was one he had come to care for very much, seemed to be reserved for him and him alone. He saw it now. It was a loving smile, one that softened her entire face, and it was often paired with a certain light in her eyes. He watched her, and his breath shortened. "I love this lady like no love I have ever known." He felt his heart swell. What man could resist the kind heart of the lady in front of him, or the beauty? Truly, what man could resist a love felt so purely and aimed directly at him? And because he was a man, there was another ache, deep inside of him, when he thought of her, one that went far beyond the limits of proper society. "I must have her." There was a primal need, one deep in his stomach, whenever he looked at her. Each day, he was sure that this need was too large to bear. And then the next day, it would be larger. He was afraid that one day, she would arrive and he would be unable to keep himself from tumbling her into his bed, watching her curls loosen from their hold, and see what she looked like beneath her very proper attire. She looked up and caught his eye, distracting him from his inappropriate thoughts. "My lord," she said falteringly. "There is something I must say. It is about the night that we met." Chapter 21. "I must tell him." She had looked up from recollecting the fateful night that she and the Marquess had met, directly into his blue eyes. She saw something radiating from there, something true, something that she had never seen before. She knew they had both been feeling a rising need for one another, a deeper sense of affection, but in the past few days, that had shifted to something stronger. "I can hold it off no longer." Heart pounding, hands trembling, she forced herself to begin. "My lord, there is something I must say. It is about the night that we met." Surprisingly, the The reaction that showed itself in his face was not one of surprise, or even one of wanting her to continue. Leonard looked as if he would silence her. But he said nothing, and so she continued. We were. But that was as far as she got. There was a firm knock at the door, and Lady Cunningham appeared in the doorway. Brother, she said, sounding startled to see the tableaus before her. Her pretty blue eyes darted, taking in the easel, Juliet seated at the window, and the man himself, standing behind a canvas. Are you painting again? Actually, yes. Leonard replied, sounding a bit shy. Nothing worthy of note, although that is all the fault of the painter, and not the sitter, he said. Juliet stood. I should go. I will be back tomorrow, my lord. She dipped a curtsy in his direction, and then his sister's, before turning away from him. Part of her was overwhelmed with relief at a little more time without having him know the full truth. But there was a part of her, a not insignificant one, that felt as if she had missed her chance to tell him the story from her side. If Lady Cunningham told him now, it would be sure to come from a place of suspicion. There is nothing I can do about it now. She was moving aside to let the lady pass when she said, Miss Andrews, might I speak with you out in the hall for a moment before you leave? Juliet looked up at her in surprise. Why? Yes. Of course. The two stepped outside and Lady Cunningham closed the door behind her. The lady faced her directly, eyes grabbing hers. Miss Andrews, I owe you an apology. There was no shred of doubt or shame in the lady's voice, just a direct honesty. An apology? For what? Juliet put a hand to her chest. I was wrong about you. I am not afraid to admit it. I have been thinking this these past few days, but seeing my brother now, painting again. She trailed off and looked to the closed door. You have no idea what this means. Painting was always his truest love, the thing he loved to do more than all else. I have not seen him touch a canvas since father became ill. You did this. Juliet didn't have the slightest idea what to say. And there's more. Lady Cunningham continued. I have never seen him so happy. I often arrive right as you leave, as you know, and so I see how his face changes. When you are here, he looks so happy, so besotted. Then I watch his face as he watches you leave the room. The lady cast a glance over her shoulder and lowered her voice. To be honest with you, he makes for miserable company for the first hour of my visits. Juliet stifled a laugh and saw an answering smile rise to the lady's face. I know that I have been cold, and treated you with suspicion and snobbishness. However, it seems clear to me now that this marriage will move forward, and we shall be sisters. If I didn't believe you were good for him, I would not rest in stopping the marriage. But you make him happy, and so I hope we can be friends. For the first time, Lady Cunningham's face showed a touch of vulnerability. Juliet reached forward and clasped the younger lady's hand tightly. I would very much like to be friends with you, Lady Cunningham. I would be lucky indeed to count you as a friend. Your loyalty to your brother is admirable. I have not thought badly of you for wanting to protect him. I care for him very much, and I hope I will be a good wife to him. If we are ever able to marry. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that, Lady Cunningham said with a smile. If his memories don't return soon, he'll want to move ahead with the marriage anyway. I doubt father will be able to stop him. Thank you for your apology, Lady Cunningham, Juliet said with a deep curtsy. Lady Cunningham squeezed her hand warmly, and then turned to enter her brother's room. Juliet left her betrothed's manor that day feeling as light as she ever had and began, for the first time, to dream of her wedding to the Marquess of Cunningham. What do you mean he is bedridden? Snapped Catherine. Why? What's happened to him? The servant returning her letter looked frightened in the face of her anger. My lady, I was told there was an accident. What kind of accident? She waved a hand at him impatiently. I am sure you heard all the details, Do not stand on ceremony. Tell me. The servant looked hesitant, but he knew he had no choice. He was riding in a carriage with his betrothed, Miss Andrews. The carriage crashed, it seems by some sort of malfunction of its own. Miss Andrews was unhurt, but Lord Cunningham hit his head quite hard. He did not wake for a full day. Whose carriage were they riding in? She asked quickly. He seemed to be enjoying himself now, excited by the gossip. Hers, he said smugly. She nodded, her eyes far away. What could have caused the carriage to crash this way? Just what kind of lady was this Miss Andrews, to have led a good man into a dangerous situation such as this? But he is awake now? Why is he still bedridden? He leaned toward her. When he awoke, he did not remember anything. Anything? She asked, shocked. Well, he remembers his family. He knows who he is and where he is. But he does not remember his new betrothed. He does not remember the events of the past few weeks at all. Then he must not remember ending our courtship. She mused to herself, turning away from the servant. That was only a few days ago. But then, she turned back to him. Why hasn't he asked for me? Or? She felt horrified at the thought. Has he asked for me and been told I'm not to come? The servant looked uncomfortable. I was not told either way, my lady. Then I must go see him right away. She pulled on her gloves, and called for the carriage to be brought around. As she did, she felt a rising hope in her belly. The past few days had felt like some sort of terrible nightmare. Was this a chance to fix everything and have it back the way it was? She couldn't waste a moment, but before she left, there was something she had to do. She strode quickly to her desk and pulled out a piece of parchment. Without bothering to sit, she dashed off a quick letter to her father. Dear Father, have you heard the recent news regarding the carriage accident that befell Lord Cunningham? What could have made the lady's carriage crash in such a way? Do you know anything about this? I am on my way to visit the Marquess now. I will share with you any news I learn while there. Your loving daughter, Lady Catherine Stilton. Chapter 22. The Earl of Thistleton was at his desk when a servant knocked at the door. My lord, an urgent letter has arrived from your daughter. She asks that you respond as quickly as you can. Lord Thistleton dismissed the man and took the letter, scanning it quickly. The Marquess had been hurt in an accident, she wrote. He leaned back in his chair, bringing his pen to his lips as he thought. Then he settled himself at his desk, and began to write his response. Beloved daughter, I had not heard the terrible news. I will call on the Marquess promptly to wish him a speedy recovery. Unfortunately, I am unable to answer your other questions. I cannot imagine what could have caused such an accident. If it is true that the carriage crashed on its own, that seems strange. However, sadly, my dear, often the coachmen hired are not chosen as carefully as they should be. From what I have heard, the Herefordshire holdings are small. Some families make sacrifices by hiring shoddy workmen in order to live more comfortably. No doubt this coachman was obtained with little to no consideration. As a father, I was disappointed in the ending of your courtship with the Marquess. This recent development has me thinking that it was a bad choice for the Marquess as well, and he may be having regrets and disappointments of his own. I am glad you have gone to visit him. It is my belief that the two of you make a far better match. With love from your father, Lord Edwin Stilton, Earl of Thistleton. Finishing, he sealed the letter and called for his servant. Have this sent to my daughter straight away. Catherine was escorted directly to the Marquess' room when she arrived. On the way, she passed his sister. Lady Cunningham, she said with a nod. To her surprise, the lady nodded quickly at her before continuing past her without a word. Catherine turned to look after her, before returning to the Marquess' room with an internal shrug.
Likely she was feeling uncomfortable around her, because she had assumed Catherine would be marrying her brother.
In the Marquess' parlour,
she felt her heartbeat speed up at the sight of him. He looked well, if pale and a little weak, but that only made her wish harder to hold him. "My lord, I have only just heard the news. I came straight away. Please, tell me you are all right." She reached her hands out to him and he took them, and if he was a little slow to do so, she blamed it on the head wound. "I am fine, thank you for coming to see me." She seated herself on a chair beside him.
"They told me you cannot remember anything?"
A frightening thought occurred to her.
"Do you remember me?"
He smiled. "Yes, Lady Catherine, of course I remember you." Then his smile faded. "However, I do not remember the last time we saw one another. I know you, I know that we have been friends nearly all of our lives, but I do not remember anything else." "Do you remember that you had once promised to marry me?" she asked, deciding not to be too delicate on the matter. These were certainly extraordinary circumstances. She believed he would forgive her for being direct. His face whitened at her words. "Marry you? No, I do not remember that." Her already broken heart seemed to break a little further. He looked shocked and maybe even dismayed at the very idea of it. "You do not remember our courtship then?" He shook his head. "As I said, I only remember you as a very dear friend. Nothing more. So I suppose you have no memory of why our courtship ended?" "No." He looked up hopefully. "Did you marry?" The hope in his face, that they ended things decisively and amicably, made her suddenly angry, a feeling that she was not well accustomed to experiencing. "No, my lord. I did not marry." "Tell me, what do you remember of your betrothed?" She could not miss the way his face warmed at the mention of the other lady, and she felt herself make the conscious decision to bury the pain in anger instead. "I do not remember much," he admitted. Even as she opened her mouth to say it, she told herself to stop. It was clear where his feelings lay, and she would do no good by covering them with the muck of the truth. However, she knew that if she swallowed these words and tried to act kind, the pain of his rejection would overwhelm her. She hardened her heart. "Has no one deigned to tell you the truth of your betrothal? Have you not wondered how you came to be betrothed to a near stranger?" She did not give him time to respond. "It was a forced marriage, Lord Cunningham. You were found together in a compromising position. Her brother walked out on the two of you together, on a balcony alone at night. He demanded that you marry her." She laughed a hard laugh. "And is it any wonder? Quite a step up for a country girl without a title." Lord Cunningham stood. He looked bewildered, but angry. "I think you should go now, Lady Catherine." She stood to leave, and decided to lay it all out. "I will go, but first please hear this. My lord, you did not want to marry this lady. Whatever she has told you, whatever way she has presented herself since this accident, caused by her carriage, interestingly enough, is a lie. She is a scheming title seeker." She forced herself to stop and take a deep breath, and softened her voice. "I know I am not presenting myself the best today, and I am sorry for that. But the truth is that I care very much for you. I had very much hoped we would be married. Ask your father and sister, they will tell you how close we were to an official betrothal. If you see the truth, I will be waiting for you. I believe I will always be waiting for you." With one last look at his shocked face, she gathered what was left of her dignity and left the room. Chapter 23. Leonard tossed and turned the night through, hearing Lady Catherine's words replay over and over in his head. Is she right about everything? Am I being taken for a fool? He gave up on sleep in the early pre-dawn hours and stood before the portrait, still in progress on his easel. In the moonlight, he traced with one finger the lines of his betrothed's face. He searched the painted eyes, looking for a sign one way or the other, but could find nothing. In the cold white light of the moon,
though, something else was clear to him. He had tinted the entire painting in an almost rose color, casting a soft rosy glow across her face. Was that just because his foolish eyes were seeing nothing through the depth of his feelings for her? Or was it a sign of true, honest love? He traced one finger down the shape of her body, sitting neatly in his own chair, at his own window. As he did, a wild heat rose within him. He felt the need course through him to pick that lady in the image up, to carry her to his bed. Was that why he was struggling so much? Had she cast some sort of spell on him to make him feel this way? He pressed his hand flat against the canvas, craving answers, craving the touch of the lady's skin against his, craving her. He was still pondering this question in the early morning sunlight, when there was a knock at his door, and his sister entered.
"Margaret, I don't think I will be very good company today. Maybe you should come back tomorrow," he said, suddenly feeling very tired. He rubbed a hand across his face, feeling the stubble that needed attention. Margaret ignored him, coming to his side with a piece of paper in hand. "I'm sorry, Leonard. I've been looking at this what feels like all night long. I didn't know what to do. This feels so unlike her. But I have decided that I had to show you, friendship or no friendship." He cast an irritated glance at his little sister. "I am too tired today for riddles, and it sounds like you are speaking utter nonsense. What is it?" He felt that if she left quickly, he could get some sleep. He cast a longing look at his bed. Margaret was unfazed. She handed him the piece of paper. "Read this and you will understand." He looked down without much interest. Then his own name caught his eye. "Lady Thistleton. I was glad to hear that you had at last given up your foolish hope of winning back Lord Cunningham. What took you so long to realize that I am the greater lady? You may have your title, but you are practically an old maid already. What would he possibly see in you? I have the greater beauty and wit, and further, the knowledge of how to make a gentleman want you. You may be the daughter of an earl, and I just a lowly nobody, but not for long. One day, you will curtsy to me as a marchioness. Before long, the old duke will finally die, and I will be a duchess. Do you know what I see in your future? I see a life alone, unloved and mocked by all. You'll die an old maid, I am sure of it, for only the kindness and loyalty of our Lord Cunningham, soon to be my Lord Cunningham, would have saved you. Now that you have lost him, you have no hope at all. I would not bother trying to win his favor by showing him this letter. Who would believe a bitter, rejected lady such as yourself? I will deny it to my grave, and then you will only look bitter and out of your mind. Can you imagine how quickly rumors of that would spread through the town? I can hear it now. Poor, mad old Lady Thistleton. Don't let your sons get close to her. Stay away from Lord Cunningham and his family. If I see your face anywhere near him, you don't want to know what I will do. Regards, Miss Juliet Andrews." As he reached the final, threatening line of the letter, his blood boiled. He crumpled the parchment in his fist, rage coursing through him. Is this the lady I am to marry? It cannot be. He thought of the look in Lady Catherine's eyes as he had rejected her, once more from the sounds of it, though he still did not remember doing so the first time. It would explain her anger. Having received such a cruel, mocking letter, and knowing there was nothing she could do to save her friend. He called her image to mind and could not believe that it was true. Juliet had been the model of kindness, of generosity and even honesty. She came each day, and always seemed genuinely concerned regarding his health. The lady who had wept at his bedside for a full day's time, could not be the same one who had written such a cruel letter. He was sure of it. And yet, how much did he really know about her? They had not even known each other for very long, after all, and part of that time he could not even remember. He looked to his sister. Margaret was staring at him uneasily. I am sorry, Leonard. I knew that it would upset you, and you are still ill. I found it yesterday, after Lady Thistleton left. I believe she must have dropped it on her way to the door. You were right to show this to me. If this is true, then I need to know. But Margaret, I am having trouble believing the lady who has sat with me this week has written these things. I trust your judgment.
Do you believe Miss Andrews wrote this?
Margaret looked uncomfortable. I suppose I am unsure what to think. I was surprised to read it.
Miss Andrews and I only spoke yesterday about how happy she seems to make you.
I have watched her closely while you have been ill, but I have seen no signs of this. She struggled to find the words. Cruelty. She finished at last. Tell me what you are truly thinking. Do not spare me. I need to know the truth. What can I say? Margaret shifted from foot to foot. Start by telling me more about the night that I became acquainted with the lady. Lady Catherine told me a story that seemed outlandish, but I have never known her to lie. Margaret sighed. It is an outlandish story, but it's the truth. You and Miss Andrews were caught in a compromising position, alone together, unchaperoned, and in the dark. You offered a duel for her honor, but the lady's brother insisted you marry. The next morning, you were telling Father and I about the betrothal. Leonard's eyes darted, trying to make sense of the story. Miss Andrews had never fully described how they had met, and had seemed very uncomfortable when speaking about their past. Was this why? Margaret, tell me now. You have sharp instincts and good judgment. What do you believe? Will you speak for the lady? Margaret was quiet for a few minutes, looking down. When she lifted her head, her eyes were troubled. I cannot say that I would speak for her. No. The thought swirled in his mind. The questionable meeting, the quick betrothal at her brother's insistence, the low position of the lady and her family, the silence and concern of his own family. The letter. The Lady Catherine had always been a kind, biddable lady, one that he trusted. The emotions he had seen in her today had never surfaced. Worse, the thought of someone, his betrothed, shooting jabs at his lifelong friend after their broken engagement. It was unconscionable. I cannot believe what a fool I have been, he said. If you were a fool, brother, then I was as well. I had come to like her, she said, her voice full of sadness. He stood. He would not allow this to continue. Perhaps she has fooled us all, he said quietly. Please, leave me now. And tell the servants that when Miss Andrews arrives, I am too ill to see her today and she must return home at once. Margaret, make sure that they do not allow her up to my room, for I do not know what I would say or do, if I were to see her after reading this letter. Margaret nodded sharply and left the room. Even as he gave her instructions to keep Miss Andrews away from him, all he could think about was how much he wanted to see her. With a roar, he upended the side table, where their mugs of tea had sat so cozily together these past few days. Taking the chair where he had sat, so tender-hearted, and mooning over a lady he couldn't even remember, he swung it at the wall, where it landed in a crumpled heap. Then his eyes fell on her portrait. That blasted portrait. Decisively, he strode across the wide plank flooring of his bedroom toward the portrait. Glaring into those sweet, upturned hazel eyes, the color of which had been painstakingly rendered over many, many days of practice and still were not quite right. He knew that it had to go. He lifted the fragile canvas in his hands, flexing his fingers, strong from the paintbrush, horse riding, and a lifetime of activity. I shall tear this portrait to pieces and tear the lady from my heart, once and for all. His grip tightened on the canvas until his knuckles turned bone white. But he could not do it. Instead, he brushed his thumb across her face. Is there any chance this could be all wrong? My mind tells me to believe my family, the friend I have had for a lifetime. But my heart. It tells me there must be another truth I have not yet seen. If only I could remember, he said aloud.
The sound of his own voice in the quiet broke the last thread of his rage, leaving behind nothing but a deep disappointment. He carefully placed the canvas back on his easel and sank to the floor in front of it. Leaning his back against the wall, he gently knocked his head against it. "Remember. Remember. Remember," he repeated, eyes screwed tightly shut. "You can do this. You are the Marquess of Cunningham, a gentleman respected across all of London. You own a winery that is highly sought after among the elite of England. Something as simple as remembering, a thing that any child of the gutter can do. You can do this." A knock at the door interrupted him, and he sat up straight, his head beginning to ache. "Yes?" A timid maid's face appeared at the door, looking frightened. "My lord, Are you all right?" "I am fine. I do not wish to be disturbed today. Go." The door closed softly, and he heard the retreating footsteps down the hall, a muffled conversation at the end. He had made a spectacle of himself, and the fact that it had occurred in his own home was no consolation. He had acted the fool. Maybe because a certain bewitching lady had turned him into one. With a groan, he pulled himself from the floor. It was still light outside, but he climbed into bed anyway, pulling the heavy curtains that lined the bed closed around him. He would sleep, and maybe, not likely, but maybe, things would look better in the morning. He tossed and turned for a long time, feeling hot, itchy, and restless, but at last he drifted off into a deep sleep. Chapter 24. He was walking down a long, windowless corridor, footsteps echoing and stirring up clouds of thick dust. At the end of the hall, he hears someone screaming. He picks up the pace. Who is screaming? Why? The screams get louder. Louder. He begins to sprint, but the hallway is lengthening as he travels, it's stretching, never ending. The screaming is a lady, he can tell that much, but who is it? He notices the doors lining the halls and stops. He tries one. Beyond it, he sees his father, slumped over his own desk. He runs inside and hears the door slam shut behind him. "Father." He lifts him by the shoulders. His father's head falls gently to his shoulder, limp but with eyes wide open and staring. "Why have you done this, my boy?" he intoned without inflection. "Done what?" he asked. "What have I done, father? I have only ever tried to be the best son I could be, I swear it." "You made a mistake, son. You made a mistake. You made a mistake. You made a mistake." As his father repeated the phrase, over and over, Leonard backed away. "Stop. Stop it," he yelled, but his father continued unheeded. "You made a mistake. You made a mistake. You made a..." Leonard backed into the door and threw it open desperately, slamming it shut on the words drumming into his brain. He stumbled down the hall. There are more doors, but now he is too afraid to try them, not willing to face what may be lying in wait behind. At one, he hears a low murmur of male voices. At another, there is the despairing sound of a child crying. He continues on. The screaming has reached a crescendo now, high, piercing, and unrelenting. He knows who it is. He begins to sprint with purpose, and this time he reaches the end of the hallway, where one high archway opens to a wide, blank room. Everything is grey. He turns his head from side to side. Where is she? Where is Juliet? There. He spots her, back against the wall, shrinking away from a man who is taking slow and plodding steps toward her. "Stop!" Leonard roars. "Leave her be. She is mine." Everything silences at once. The absent screaming leaves a sharp feeling of emptiness behind in the quiet. Inch by inch, Juliet turns her face to him. He is eager to meet her eyes, she will be happy to see him. He's saved her. But when her eyes meet his, they are ice cold and vacant. "Who are you?" she asks.
From nowhere, the music of a waltz begins to play.
"It's me."
"You do not know me," she said. "You never knew me."
The man who had been marching so threateningly toward her turned now to face him, and Leonard saw that he had no face. He began to scream as the faceless man began to intone.
"You made a mistake. You made a mistake. You made a mistake. I made a mistake."
Leonard bolted upright with a yell. He was back in his room, safely shrouded by his bed curtains. The night was still and peaceful, but he sat in contrast. His bed looked as if it had been ransacked. Pillows and blankets were thrown messily around, half hanging off the bed entirely. He raised a shaking hand to his head, damp with a cold sweat, and felt his hair sticking wildly up.
What? He cast back to the dream. It was just a dream.
He shook his head, eager to dislodge the thick cobwebs of disorder and panic that had awoken him, and took a deep, steadying breath.
"I was dreaming about her," he said. He could still hear the strains of the waltz.
"We danced the waltz together. We talked about what it was like to live without a mother." He froze. No one had ever told him about their conversation. Had he just begun to remember? Suddenly, his head began to ache fiercely, an ache that was so sharp and so deep he groaned out loud without even being fully aware that he was doing so. The sound seemed to be very far away. He clutched his temples, his fingers digging into his scalp, desperate for the pain to fade. And then it did. He sat up straight, looking around him with brand new eyes. He remembered everything. Chapter 25. Leonard flew from his bed and pulled on his dressing gown. How could they not have told me? The world seemed to be spinning on its axis. He felt at once more himself, but also like an entirely new person, unable to reconcile the two Leonards. How would he be able to live this way? He was seeing double, the path that he had so recently been on, and the new path forged by a new Leonard. He threw open his door and called for his valet. Mr. Edwards appeared at once, as if he had been waiting just at the end of the hall, and yet still looked surprised to be called. "My lord," Mr. Edwards said, huffing and puffing as he hurried down the hall. Leonard refused to make the connection between hurrying down a long, seemingly unending hallway and his horrible dream. His frustration presented itself to his valet, though he was actually quite fond of the man. Mr. Edwards was short and portly, with impeccably groomed white hair and rosy apple cheeks. Leonard absolutely depended on him. Looking at him, many might not assume that he had much in the way of fashion sense, but the gentleman had a sharp, unerring eye for detail and the nerve to tell his master when something did not suit him. "Don't bother making it all the way down here, man. Send someone for my father and Lord Derby. I need them here straight away. As soon as you're done with that, come back and help me dress and prepare for the day." "But my lord," puffed Mr. Edwards. "Are you well? Forgive me, but your father will believe you are ill, if you send for him at this hour, as will the Earl." "Just do it," Leonard snapped, sweeping back into his room and slamming the door shut. He prowled his room like a tiger as he awaited his valet's return. Every few moments, he would mutter a word or phrase as something from his newly returned memories struck him. "That laugh," he muttered. "Damned bad directions to the party." He pulled a few things from his wardrobe, discarding them immediately. "Edwards." Mr. Edwards slipped unobtrusively into his room, and began to gather the clothes and return them to their proper places. "A classic waltz, for pity's sake," he said under his breath, as he stripped his nightclothes and began to dress. "The balcony." I kissed her hand and she blushed. At this, he felt his heartbeat slow. He could vividly remember the way she had turned a lovely shade of pink, from her neckline to the very tips of her small ears. Absently, he allowed Mr. Edwards to pull his arms through the sleeves of his coat. "Her brother." "This," he shouted so loudly that he felt his valet jump in surprise behind him. He shot a glance at the poor old man. "Forgive me."
My lord. Mr. Edwards began hesitantly.
Might I be of some assistance?
Perhaps I could lend you an ear. It might soothe your frustrations. Leonard considered this. Maybe he was right. Maybe they could send for tea, sit, and talk about all that had occurred.
Maybe,
even if Mr. Edwards did not say one helpful word, just speaking it all out loud would help to calm him, and he might be clearer about what he should do.
He opened his mouth to respond, but a knock sounded from the door, and his housekeeper poked her head in.
My lord, your father has arrived. He is waiting in the parlor. Leonard nodded sharply, feeling the heat rise in his belly.
Before he left, he turned to Mr. Edwards.
Thank you for your offer.
The door was closed and he was striding down the hall, before the man could reply. George Whitfield, the Duke of Berkeley, was sitting at the edge of his seat in the parlor, sipping his tea in quick, anxious bursts.
When his son entered, he stood at once, although such a quick movement made him unsteady.
Leonard, he greeted, regaining his balance with the help of the arm of the chair. You look well.
I was so worried. Leonard felt his anger weaken at the sight of his father's frailty, but was determined to say what he had planned to say. Still, he was a good son first and foremost, and so he helped the Duke sit back in his chair, before taking the seat across from him and taking his own cup of tea. I have regained my memory, he said simply, looking into his tea. The Duke's eyes lit up. Why, that is wonderful news. Have you called your sister to come as well? You should have waited for her to arrive to tell us both. Really, this is most crude, my boy. You ought to have had us for breakfast to celebrate. Leonard inhaled deeply, slowly releasing his breath. I have not called you here to celebrate, he said, leaning back in his seat and crossing one ankle over his thigh. His father creased his brow. Then why have you called me? It is very early to have visitors just to share a smoke with. He affected a light laugh, but Leonard could feel his father's all-seeing eyes searching his face, even while he kept his eyes trained on the ceiling. I shall be honest with you, and let us get straight to the point. I have regained my memory. I know everything. I know that the betrothal was a sham, that I was honor-bound to complete it and marry the lady, though neither you nor I were happy about the prospect. I know that, while we may not have been formally betrothed, the Lady Catherine and I had an understanding that I broke. He paused to take another inhale. As he recounted the facts, he could feel the heat in his blood rising. Across from him, his father looked suddenly pale. For the first time, Leonard truly saw the great, highly respected Duke of Berkeley as a frail old man. I know that you and Margaret were sure that my bride-to-be was a title-seeker, who, along with her brother, tricked me into promising myself to her so that she could bring herself up in the world. Leonard, the Duke said weakly. And yet, father, Leonard said loudly, drowning the words of his father in the heat and loudness of his own. And yet, you and my beloved sister chose not to share any of this with me. The two of you allowed me to spend days on end in my bedchamber with the lady. Not one word was said in warning. He was standing now, furious. All of this could have been avoided, if they had only bothered to tell me the truth. Did you not trust me with the truth? Is that it, father? Poor old Leonard, he's gone and lost his mind. We had better let him dodder around foolishly while we all laugh behind his back. He mocked. No, we weren't. Do not tell me you weren't, he shouted. Do not dare to tell me that you were not doubting me. Perhaps you hadn't noticed, but I have taken over the Whitfield holdings without one single bump in the road. I manage it all. I have given my very life to this family and its estates, because you are no longer capable of doing so yourself. And yet, when it comes to something as serious, as life-altering as my future wife, you do not trust me with the truth. Can you explain that to me? Can you? Enough. The Duke roared. In an instant, Leonard's vision of his father as either frail or old disappeared. He closed his mouth with a snap. Sit down, the Duke commanded, and his son sat at once, the force of very old habit and a lifetime of respect. The two men sat in quiet for a moment, with nothing but the pop of the fire behind its grate to break the silence. Leonard imagined he could hear the bated breath of the servants of his household, as they waited to see what would happen now. Surely this would make for big news, as he had never fought with his father. Before Miss Andrews came into my life, I don't think I ever fought with anyone. Not like this. He took a deep breath. Father, I apologize. The Duke waved his words away. You have said your piece, and I do not deny that you had a right to do so. But now, drink your tea and listen to me. Leonard obliged. Perhaps we should have told you the truth about your relationship with the lady, but when? Should we have told you the day that you survived a terrible accident, after being sure we would lose you? You lay in bed without moving or waking for a full day's time. When you awoke, all your sister and I cared about was the fact that you had woken at all. Leonard turned his gaze to the window, listening carefully. Or perhaps, the Duke continued, we should have told you the next day, when you and the lady in question were making eyes at each other and promising to spend every moment together. He paused. Or how about when you were painting her? Leonard winced at this. He had not been aware that his father had known about the painting. My son, who grew up with a paintbrush in hand, who loved nothing more than to spend a day somewhere in front of his easel. Here the Duke's voice cracked, just a little. Who has not touched a brush nor even spoken about painting since the day he discovered his father was ill. Leonard closed his eyes, ashamed at the words he had thrown so venomously at his father, and ashamed that he had not done a better job of hiding his passion, along with its slow and torturous death as his responsibilities had increased. Perhaps I should have told him then. Perhaps I ought to have ripped the brush from his hand and told him to beware the beautiful lady who had wept so genuinely at his bedside for a full day and night. Beware, my boy. Guard your heart. And certainly, whatever you do, do not paint her. His father's voice had regained its strength now. Leonard, I am sorry that you lost your memory. I am sorry that you spent so many days falling in love with this Miss Andrews once more, only to regain your memory and learn that perhaps your story with this lady is not the fairy tale that you had hoped. There may have been a proper time to tell you, but there were a few things standing in our way. What were they? Leonard lifted his head to meet his father's gaze. First, the physician told us that to push you too hard could lead to a permanent loss of memory, or other injury. He was very clear. Head wounds are a mystery, even today, when we have made so many advancements in understanding how our bodies work. We were afraid that to push you, or to upset you, he said with feeling, would lead to catastrophic effects. My head would hurt whenever I tried to force myself to remember what I had lost, Leonard admitted. His father nodded sagely. Precisely. Further, you and the lady did seem to be quite happy. I will admit that I never saw the two of you together myself, however, your sister did. Though she is your younger sister, you and I both trust her instincts. In this case, she believed that the two of you were doing well for each other. But the lies. The lies, the Duke said impatiently. You are so enmeshed in knowing the truth. Why is that? Tell me, how have you felt this past week when you and your betrothed were spending so much time together? I myself do not know what to think, going off of only second-hand knowledge. But your sister was telling me each day how happy you seemed to have the lady at your side, and how miserable you became once she would leave. Leonard was silent, but his father knew him well enough to deduce what his silence meant. Yes, you were happy. I do not know what has you so upset now. But you will have to work through it to know what to do moving forward. He stood slowly, carefully, and called for his carriage to be brought around. I must go rest now, I am too old and too sick for so much excitement before the sun has even dared to show its face. Father, forgive me. Enough of that now. You had every right to want to speak with me, and I am glad that you did. For one,
because I hope to have helped you come to terms with your feelings.
However,
Most importantly, it allowed the two of us to speak plainly to one another. And let me make one thing more plain. Whatever you choose to do in regards to the lady, you must continue to paint. You are an excellent artist, and it is something that you love to do. Let us leave it there for now. I have exhausted my energy and whatever wisdom I had to give. We will speak more later. He moved to his son and pulled him into an embrace, strong despite the fatigue of his father. The sudden and unexpected nature of the display of affection made Leonard grateful for the man his father was. We will leave it there. But I, too, would like to make one thing clear. I hope to be even a fraction of the father that you have been to Margaret and me. If the Duke's eyes suddenly seemed to be watery, it was hidden behind his abrupt throat clearing and sleeve adjusting. Thank you, son, he said, and left the room.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
Chapter 26. Leonard moved to an armchair by the window of the parlor overlooking his drive, and sank into the seat, dropping his arms heavily onto its armrests. He felt exhausted, drained, and unsure why he was still so upset. He leaned his head against the back of his chair as his eyes drifted shut. He was so tired. He must have dozed off for a few minutes, because when he opened his eyes next, Mr. Edwards was leaning over him, looking concerned. You all right? He was saying. Leonard sat up and shook his head, massaging his temples. Fine, fine. What is it? I'm terribly sorry to wake you, my lord, but Lord Derby has arrived. I would have told him to come back later, but he is quite anxious to see you. Mr. Edwards fretted, looking upset. Leonard straightened and rubbed his eyes. Of course. Don't apologize. Send him in. As his valet exited, he added, Please bring tea as well. As strong as the cook will make it. Charles rushed into the parlor, looking harried and nearly as tired as Leonard himself felt. Have you remembered? He asked in a rush as he entered. Your blasted servants would not allow me to see you until you gave permission. He sent a dark look Mr. Edwards' way, who in turn looked innocently through the window, as he busied himself tidying the already spotless parlor. Leonard did not reply, instead directing his next question to his valet. Is the tea on its way? It will arrive promptly, my lord. Blast the tea, Cunningham, Charles said with feeling. What the devil is going on here? At that moment, the tea arrived. Leonard gratefully accepted his cup, holding up a finger to his impatient friend as he drank the hot tea carefully. Oh my! Charles began in frustration. Tea? Leonard interrupted, nodding to the servant, who quickly began to serve his lordship's friend. Charles sighed heavily, but accepted the cup. I should not have called you here so early, Leonard said at last. But now that you are here, I'll tell you that you are right. I have regained my memory. Charles sagged with relief. So much build-up to tell me what I already knew, he said. I wanted to speak with you about my betrothal to Miss Andrews. Now that I have remembered everything, I found myself bothered that neither you nor my father bothered to tell me the truth. However, my father was here earlier and we discussed it. I should not have called for you so dreadfully early. Charles did not seem to hear, completely caught up in the joy of having his best friend returned whole to him. At last. That idiotic physician. I told your sister when I received her letter that she must look for the proper medicines. What did you say? Leonard said blearily, looking at his friend. Something had struck him, something that had been bothering him since his father had left. I said I wrote your sister a letter that... The letter. The damned letter. Leonard said, leaping up, tiredness forgotten. What? Charles asked. Wait here a moment. Leonard ran up the stairs toward his room, his head pounding at the sudden rush of activity. That was what he had been thinking of when his father had declared the matter done. Everything had made sense while speaking with the Duke, except for one thing. The letter that Miss Andrews had sent to Lady Catherine. This is why you should never lose your memory. You end up losing all sorts of details through the cracks. He ran to his room and dug through his drawers until he found the letter. When he had it, he quickly returned to the parlor, where Charles was waiting and looking nonplussed. "This," he said, dropping into his chair. "This is what I want to discuss with you. You know about my betrothal, of course." "Of course," Charles said, sipping his tea. "My father was here earlier. I called him here as I called you. I wanted to know why the two of you would not tell me that my betrothal was false. Why would those who are closest to me refuse to enlighten me about my true situation?" "Well now, old man, that's not quite." "Father made some good points, however," Leonard continued. "He's correct, I cannot blame any of you. It is entirely unfair." "Quite right." "But," Leonard interrupted. "After he left, there was something that was nagging at me, bothering me. Something he and I did not discuss and yet still remains an issue." He tapped an emphatic finger on the page he was holding. "This letter." "What letter?" Charles asked cautiously. "A letter that my sister found in our home after Lady Catherine departed from a visit with me. A letter from Miss Andrews to Lady Catherine. A nasty, underhanded, threatening missive that, paired with the knowledge of how my betrothed and I first met, is quite concerning." Charles extended a hand. "Let me see it." Leonard handed it over and watched his friend's face as he scanned it quickly. Charles betrayed nothing, however, keeping his face blank until he had read it through, and then read it once more. Finally, he folded the page carefully and lay it on the table beside his teacup. "Well?" Leonard demanded. "Well," Charles said, "that is quite a letter. I can understand why it has bothered you. And? Don't make me wait." "I am not sure what exactly you are looking for from me," Charles said. "I want to know what you think." "Cunningham, this is a difficult subject." "I don't know." "Fine. Let me tell you what I think," Leonard said. "I think that I have spent a great deal of time with this lady, and have always questioned her. However, what evidence do I have that she is not the lady she pretends to be?" "Not much." "Some, but not much. Until you count this letter you are holding now." Charles glanced back down at the page. "I will be honest with you, because you are my oldest friend. I have hopes that this letter was not written by my betrothed. I cannot guess who would write such a letter, and why they would sign it by her name, but it is something I have considered. I have come to care a great deal for the lady, so I may just want to believe this. I want to know what you think." Charles was quiet for a time, rereading the letter and then clearing his throat. "Old friend, I worry that what I think will wound you. Tell me your thoughts. Some hurt feelings now are sure to be far better than a lifetime spent at the side of a lady capable of writing such a thing." "You're sure?" Charles peered at him. "I'm sure." Charles sucked in a deep breath, letting it out slowly. "Fine. I will tell you what I think, and remain honest. I believe the lady is dishonest. She has not shown herself to be worthy of you, or worthy of your faith in her. You want my honest opinion? She is a snake, and she has fooled you completely. Tell me, Cunningham, what does your sister say?" Leonard looked down. "She says that she always believed the lady to be a title seeker. This past week, she wondered if she was wrong, but reading that letter made her certain that I should be wary." Charles nodded decisively. "Quite right. Your sister has always been sensible. And I agree with her completely. You must find your way out of this marriage, for I believe there is nothing there for you except a lifetime of unhappiness.
The lady may be kind and enjoyable now, but
Once she has risen to the title she seeks, she is certain to become a dragon. Leonard looked down at his hands, considering the words of his friend. As much as he wished to defend Miss Andrews, the evidence was all stacked against her. But he found that he was unable to bite his tongue completely, and found himself barking. If you believe the lady to be so dangerous, why did you never speak with me before?
Charles reddened.
What could I say? You are clearly taken with her.
It does not matter now. I am in too deep.
Leonard rose. Mr. Edwards, have my carriage brought round. I need to go. Where are you going?
Charles asked.
Don't bother yourself about my affairs, Leonard said, running a hand through his hair and moving to the door. You clearly did not bother yourself with them before. Knowing he was being unfair, and knowing that he was unable to stop himself, he left, meeting his carriage out front.
To Haverdshire Cottage, he said to the coachman, who nodded smartly.
It was time to speak with Miss Andrews,
the last,
and most important,
piece of the puzzle. Chapter 27.
Juliet was writing in her journal, when Clarissa interrupted to tell her that the Marquess had arrived and wished to speak with her, setting her stomach fluttering in a feeling both like panic and anticipation. She closed her ink bottle and capped the quill pen she had been using and tucked it into her bun, standing to leave her room. Just before she left, however, she paused before her mirror to give herself a quick check, pinching her cheeks to raise her color. Downstairs, Leonard was standing in front of the fireplace. The day was chilly, even for the early days of spring, but the fire was not lit. Juliet realized he was probably disturbed by the cold air in the cottage. She and Felix had long since become used to adapting to the temperature during the fall and spring. As sad as it was, they simply could not afford to keep the fires burning unless it was absolutely necessary. This was especially true for rooms that often went unused, like the parlor. Even knowing this, Juliet could not stop the blush of shame from rising to her cheeks. Thank goodness that he has finally begun to accept that I like him for who he is, and not for his money or title. Otherwise, he might be looking at our cold fireplace as a sign.
My lord, you have your color back,
she said as she entered, Clarissa in step behind her. Miss, I shall go prepare a tea tray for the two of you. I will be back in only a few moments. Juliet shot her a look of gratitude, recognizing that her maid and chaperone was allowing the two of them a few moments unobserved. He turned without responding to Clarissa's words, and something in his eyes gave her pause at once. Do I? He asked, his voice cool. She had planned to join him at the fireplace, but his tone paired with the look in his eyes warned her to hold back. You do. How are you feeling today? Why do you ask? She blinked. I am concerned about your health, my lord. Very concerned. It is my fault that you were injured, after all. So then, are you asking me if I have regained my memory or not? I suppose I am, she said, feeling like she had stumbled into a trap. The triumph that flared into his eyes at these words proved her feeling right. Her heart sank at the sight. Please don't have started to doubt me once more. I'm not sure my heart can take it. Not now, not after everything. And what if I have regained my memory? What would you say then? I would say that I was glad. Would you be glad? Would you, Miss Andrews? Or would you be disappointed? Why on earth would I be disappointed? Juliet said, beginning to lose her patience. Lord Cunningham, I truly want you to regain your memory. I want you to be healthy, for more than one reason. What might those reasons be? He said with a smirk that made Juliet want to slap him. What is happening here? She asked, finished with his games. Tell me, what has possessed you to come into my home and shoot question after question my way? You are awfully defensive,
he said. I am something, but it is not defensive, my lord.
Juliet pushed her shoulders back, aware that it made her chest stick out only when she caught him glancing quickly at her neckline.
I shall tell you now. I am finished defending myself to you.
If he thinks he can swing wildly between kind and suspicious, he has chosen the wrong lady.
The time has come for him to choose. Before you say anything back that you might regret, she said, moving closer to him.
Allow me to make one thing clear to you.
And what's that? He asked.
She continued to approach him, watching his eyes darken as she got closer. When she was standing close enough to touch, she stopped. He is quiet enough now. When he had arrived at Havishire Cottage, he had been confident with what he would say to Juliet. He would keep it simple. He would ask the lady leading questions to determine whether or not she wanted him to regain his memory. The answer to that question was the key to everything else. Then she had turned everything on its head. Starting with her refusal to make her thoughts plain to him, and now, with her standing so close. Close enough for him to smell the sweet aroma of flowers drifting from her, close enough to reach out and brush the tender skin of her lips with his thumb. Worse, he knew he was acting cruelly to her, though she had parried his sharp remarks smoothly thus far. He knew he was taking out his frustration, confusion, and lingering effects of his lost memory on her. But he had to be sure. I have to know who she is. I have to be sure. Lord Cunningham, the time has come for you to choose, she said. He was so busy watching the shapes her lips made so becomingly that at first, he missed the meaning of her words. Choose? He asked stupidly. Choose? She nodded. I have decided that I am finished allowing your whims, suspicions, and paranoias to dictate my life. It is time for you to choose. Do you trust me or not? He knew that what she was saying was important, was touching on exactly why he had come, but he was finding it hard to concentrate when she was standing so close to him. There is a pen in your hair, he said, noting its presence in the thicket of her dark curls. She withdrew it slowly, setting a cascade of dark locks spilling over her shoulder. For someone who is always so very suspicious of me, you always seem to be very observant of what I am doing, wearing, or saying. As she spoke, she traced the cap of the pen up his chest. He looked down at it in a combination of shock and pleasure, watching it trace its line upward. You remembered my gown at the ball, she said, the pen up to his chest now. You remembered the words that we exchanged. It was tracing his jaw. And now. She paused, the pen at his lips. You notice my pen in my hair. She tapped it gently on his bottom lip. He was overcome with the need to touch her, and could not stop himself from reaching for her. To his surprise, she pulled away before his hand could wrap around her waist. No, my lord. No more pretty words from you. I do not want flattering paintings, promises, or your touch. Not for now. She pulled away from his hand, still hovering where she had once been, and his fingers wrapped around her small waist, gripping the soft flesh there beneath her dress. With a sigh, she pulled away, leaving his hands empty. If you insist on constantly questioning me, always making me feel as if I have to tread so carefully around you, in case you decide that I am a liar, or a cheat, then say so now. My brother has given his permission to end the betrothal if I am not willing. And in that case, I would not be willing. No matter the thoughts that had been circling his head since his memories had returned, the thought of watching her walk away for the last time made his heart ache. If you decide you cannot trust me, then tell me now, for I will be an old maid waiting for you, the way you're going now. She leaned forward again, and he found that once more, she was beneath the grip of his hands. You will be free. And you and I will never touch. She ran a light finger over the knuckles of his hand. Or speak. She traced his lips, gently, gently. Or kiss. And now she was looking at him expectantly. He looked at her hazel eyes, her heart-shaped face, the rose-pink tint of her cheeks that always elicited a deep feeling of longing with him. To hell with it. He bent down and pressed his lips to hers. Chapter 28. She had looked at him and practically begged him to kiss her, but when he had pressed her lips to hers, the shock of it took her breath away. He smelled like leather, like pine. His lips against hers were firm and yet soft, gently exploring her and pulling her in deeper. She had started this for a promise, as an ultimatum. Choose me or go. But the touch of his lips had set her stomach swooping, her cheeks aflame, her heart singing, and she lost herself. She could feel his strong arms wrapping around her protectively, and was reminded of the way he had thrown all caution to the wind to protect her in the midst of the carriage accident. They had kissed before, but this felt different. It was different, for one thing. This was no chaste kiss. She could feel his tongue flirting with hers, and knew that the two of them were on a very dangerous road. One from which there was no turning back. For another, it had the sweet taste of a possible goodbye. For she had meant what she said. She would force him to choose before they moved forward. Did he trust her, or did he not? He pulled away, looking deeply into her eyes. Miss Andrews, there is no excuse for my behavior except for your allure. You are irresistible. She leaned closer, craving for the moment to continue, and he tightened his arms in response around her. He dropped light kisses down the curve of her neck, ending where her neck and collarbone met. With a quiet laugh, warm against this vulnerable part of her body, he said, "This is not what I came here for." "What did you come for then?" she said, smiling as she arched her neck against his lips. Rather than answering, he brought his hand to her cheek, brushing it lightly with his knuckles. He skimmed his fingers from her cheekbone to her jaw, dropping it down her neck and lightly fingering the cloth at her neckline. She gasped at the feeling, her instincts telling her to stop him now, before it could go any further. They had already progressed beyond anything a lady should ever allow, betrothed or not. But his hand was hot, and it was teasingly gentle. He brushed across the fabric lightly just once before he cupped her sides, his hands following the line of her torso to where it met her waist. They traveled back upwards once more, then around to her flat stomach, and then back up. She opened her mouth to say something, though she was not sure what it would be, but was silenced by his lips once more descending onto hers. He kissed her deeply, and though just a moment ago the strong feel of his lips and light scruff of his facial hair would have made every other sensation disappear, now his hands were once more at her neckline. Juliet felt very aware of every touch, her skin was on fire, her nerves tingling with so much feeling she felt she would know if the smallest bit of dust landed on her. She could resist temptation no longer, and brought her hands up from their demure location in her lap to his chest. His chest was so firm, so broad, so incredibly masculine. She ran her hands across it to his shoulders, his arms. Every piece of him was tight with strength. He wrapped his arms around her and crushed her against him, and she felt that here, she would be protected from anything. Here, she would always be safe. The Marquess held her tightly, one hand exploring her body, making her feel as if she were humming with a vibration she had never experienced before. It was the feeling of a string held tightly and then plucked, a deep thrumming of intensity. One of his hands traveled to her thigh, where the thumb gently stroked, sending bright spots of heat traveling up her body. "If I do not end this now, I will not be able to at all." With great reluctance, she pulled away. He let go of her immediately, although he looked crestfallen. She took a deep, shaky breath, flicking out her skirt and fiddling with her hair to give herself a moment to regain her composure. "I meant what I said. Kiss or no kiss, allure or no allure. I cannot live this way, especially not for the rest of my life. You will have to choose," she said, not sounding as firm as she had intended, but the point hit home. He stiffened and suddenly looked irritated. "You keep saying choose." "Choose what?" "You have to choose whether you trust me or not. You can take as much time as you need." The wedding was postponed anyway due to your illness, and I will not rush you. But I will not marry you if there is any lingering doubt in your mind that I have lied throughout our entire courtship, as a way of gaining your title for myself." "Our entire courtship?" he scoffed. "You say that as if it has lasted very long, and not only just begun under the threat of your honor." "No matter," she said with a flip of her hand. "I understand as well as you that our situation has been out of the ordinary. But you and I have shared a number of good times together, times where it felt like we were truly getting to know one another, and even perhaps growing quite fond of each other." She looked down with a blush. "That is all very well, but what do you have to say about the letter that you sent to poor Lady Thistleton?" he asked. This was not a question she had expected at all, and yet she could feel his eyes carefully searching her face as he asked, looking for the answers it would reveal. "The letter I sent to whom?" "Lady Thistleton. Do not insult both of us by pretending you do not know the lady with whom I was courting before you." Juliet cast around for the right words, knowing there were none. "How would I know who you were courting before? I live here." She gestured around them. "Not in London. Gossip that does arrive here is weeks, even months delayed, and I have never been much of one for gossip." "You expect me to believe that you did not ask around, about the former courtships of your betrothed?" he asked. "Did you ask about mine?" she shot back. He took the question in stride. "No, but maybe that was because I was afraid of what I would find." At this, she felt her heart begin to break. He seemed to pick up on her reaction, and immediately looked as if he regretted the words. "Miss Andrews, I did not mean." But she shook her head, stopping him. She did not want an empty apology. If that was what he truly thought, then she had to know. "He still thinks so ill of me. That will never change." Desperate to get him to leave before the tears burning her eyes could begin to fall, she said, "Believe what you want, my lord, but if these are your true thoughts, then our betrothal is ended." "You cannot end our betrothal," he said, drawing away from her. "I can and I will. I have spoken with my brother, and he will not see me married if I'm not happy with the match." She lifted her chin. "So, go, Lord Cunningham. Go and decide whether or not you think I am a cruel, manipulating title-seeker who sought you out and trapped you into a marriage." She could not stop her voice from breaking, just a little, on these words. "But if you decide that I am simply a lady who ended up in the same ridiculous situation that you are in, but who has fallen for you all the same, then come back to me." She looked to see what secrets his face might reveal, but there were none. "I will wait, for a while at least. But do not make me wait for long." With a steadying breath, she pulled her shoulders back and quickly left her parlor, just as the hot, thick, never-ending tears began to fall. Chapter 29. "Damn, damn, damn," Leonard shouted, once he was left alone in the room. Unfortunately for her, at that very moment, the lady's maid who had gone to fetch them tea, a suspiciously long time ago, actually, chose to return. She jumped at the sound, nearly sending the whole tray toppling to the ground. "My apologies," Leonard said, quickly helping her to right the tray. "I did not mean to frighten you. Please excuse me." Without waiting for her to reply, he strode quickly through the front door of Hertfordshire Cottage. He desperately wished he had come on Beauty instead of in his carriage. He needed the space to run. He wanted to urge her down the long expanse of dusty roads that stretched between here and his own home in London, where maybe the hurt tone of Miss Andrews' voice would disappear into the wind. "Home, please," he said to the coachman. When he was inside, he closed his eyes and leaned his head against the wall, grateful to be out of sight. He had made himself an utter fool, hurting the feelings of a lady he had just kissed, frightening the blasted maid, and fleeing the cottage. "I am a bloody fool." He had always trusted his gut. Any nobleman knew that a strong gut, and a sense of sussing out honesty, were critical characteristics if one was to operate successfully. Then why can I not decide what to believe when it comes to my betrothed? Today, she had utterly drowned him. Her fierce determination to live her own life, her refusal to abide by the rules of the ton as a young and proper lady should, and her touch. They had left him feeling as if a massive wave had crashed over him. Only, this wave smelled sweetly of jasmine and did not ever seem to loosen its grip on him, even after he was already swept far away from shore. The ride home took a lifetime, and when the coachman pulled open the door for him at the end of it, Leonard still was not sure what he really thought, what he wanted, or what he should do next. Philip had arrived around lunchtime the next day to speak with Leonard. "Charles is having us all around to his place today for drinks and nibbles. I told him I'd come collect you."
"Collect me?" Leonard said. "I'm not an invalid because I've hit my head."
"I'm not here because you aren't able to come on your own,"
Philip said, unfazed by Leonard's attitude.
"I'm here because we think you wouldn't decide to come on your own,
without being convinced.
Charles also said I must tell you to forget the blasted letter and give your head a break for the day," he recited with his eyes rolled up to the sky.
"I haven't a clue what that means, but he said you would know." "Well, you were right. I'm not myself again yet.
It's been a long week, I don't think I'm up for a day out with everyone. And if Charles were here, I'd ask him how exactly I was supposed to be able to forget something that is so important and weighing so heavily on my mind," he said irritably. "That's precisely why I'm here,"
Philip said with a grin. "I won't take no for an answer."
"I rather think you will, because I'm not going," Leonard said, dropping into the seat by the fire and fiddling with his sleeve.
"Charles thought you might say that." Philip sat gleefully across from him.
"And he's told me to do everything I can to make you change your mind." He brought a finger to his chin and scratched it thoughtfully.
"Now what could I possibly do to light a fire under you, and get you to agree to go out with me?" He sat bolt upright,
one finger raised into the air. "I know. How about a jolly afternoon of musical entertainment,
provided for you by yours truly?"
"Philip, really?" Leonard began, but was cut off by the bellowing sound of the gentleman beginning to sing.
"Stop that."
Leonard stood at once.
Philip looked disappointed. "That's all it takes?"
"Listening to you sing would have bothered me all day," Leonard said, taking up his jacket and hat.
"Let's go then."
The ride to Charles' home was blessedly free of singing. When the two arrived, a small group of their gentleman friends were seated outside overlooking the grounds. "I come bearing Lord Cunningham," Philip said, throwing his hands out wide as they approached. "Our hats off to you," Charles said, standing and sweeping a bow. It was a mission with a low chance of success, to be sure. The group, including Leonard, laughed as the two were seated and served drinks. "Cunningham, you have been a terrible hermit," the Baron of Knightley, another of their school chums, said. "Oh, he's only nearly died in an accident and lost and regained his memories, Knightley," Charles said, shooting a wink at Leonard. "I can't imagine why he hasn't been more social." Knightley had the grace to look embarrassed, but recovered quickly. "All well and good, but I'm glad you've come out with us today. Charles was very good to invite us to his. No wives meddling around here," he said, raising his glass in a toast. This was echoed heartily by the others at the table who had already been married off. "Ah, my humble abode is nothing compared to Cunningham's home, of course." Charles waved a hand airily. "And still no wives meddling around there either." Knightley laughed, raising his glass once more. "Not yet, at least," Charles said with a wicked smile. "Ah yes. Our Cunningham is set to be married off at last, joining the rest of us poor sods. I hope you've prepared yourself for a lifetime of dull dinner-time conversations at your table, talking about who has worn what and who said what to whom." Knightley chortled. "I have actually found my betrothed to be quite an interesting conversation partner," Leonard said. Very little talk so far, about things like the proper colors of dresses or repeated conversations.
They're always interesting at the beginning, Knightley said. It's once they've got you that they become dull.
Leonard exchanged a glance with Charles. Knightley had been matched as a child with a lady from Germany. Some sort of distant relative the family had scrounged up so the wealth would not be lost from their family. In truth, they had all found the lady to be quiet and difficult to converse with. I have felt many emotions around Miss Andrews, but bored was never one of them. He smiled a little to himself, thinking about their conversations of the past week. Having had her sit for him for days on end, had allowed him to create a crystal-clear image of her, that he was able to call up with no difficulty. Leonard thought of her small, lush body, her bright, laughing eyes, and those incredibly soft lips. "Snacks, my lords." Charles' butler appeared with a tray of small bites for the table.
"Looks excellent, Charles."
"Quite good." A gentleman across the table agreed as they tucked in. "My cook does a solid job." "Of course, Cunningham here has the best cook in his London townhouse, we all know it. I tried to steal him away from you, but he was awfully loyal to you." Charles laughed, pointing his drink in Leonard's direction. "Did you?" This was the first Leonard had heard of Charles attempting to hire away his cook. The man had worked in the Whitfield family for years and was paid handsomely. It would have been difficult indeed for him to be hired elsewhere. "All's fair in love, war, and food apparently." Philip laughed. "Don't blame Charles for being jealous of you, Cunningham," Knightley said. "He can't help himself." Everyone laughed except for Charles, and Leonard wondered if Knightley hadn't struck a nerve there. Leonard decided it was time to change the subject. "So, Knightley, what are the proper dress colors at the moment?" Chapter 30. Juliet was throwing things into a case in her room, skirts flashing and garments falling all around her, a harried Clarissa running along behind trying to minimize the damage, when Felix knocked. "Are you all right? I heard there was a bit of a scene downstairs today." He looked uncomfortable, but determined to check in on his little sister. "I am fine, thank you, although if I were you, I would put any plans of being brother-in-law to the Marquess on hold for now. I do not believe this match shall ever go through, and that's the truth," Juliet said shortly, shoving a pillow into her case, which Clarissa gingerly took out and returned to the bed with a bemused look. "Where are you going?" he asked, shooting a wide-eyed look at Clarissa, who shrugged helplessly in return. "I hope you don't mind, but I thought I would stay with Lady Burnham for a while. I need some time, and for a certain gentleman to be unable to visit me unannounced." "Of course you should," Felix said, looking relieved. "She will know exactly what to say. I'm rather helpless at all this, I'm afraid. A mother would be nice for you to speak to, and Lady Burnham is so fond of you. She will be able to give you the advice that mother might have given you." This stopped Juliet in her tracks. She crossed the room and hugged her brother tightly. "You are not helpless at all. In fact, you're wonderful." Felix chuckled. "I don't know about all that. But if you want to talk to me, you can." "I had better leave the chit-chat for Lady Burnham," Juliet said, quirking an eyebrow mischievously at him. "Safe travels, sister. I will keep everything in order here," he said with a mock salute. He kissed her cheek warmly. After he'd gone, Clarissa interrupted Juliet with a hesitant question. "Mississippi? Did you mean to pack the tea saucers?" Leonard was lost in his thoughts. Before him sat two things: his painting of his betrothed, and the letter that had allegedly been written by her. He was studying the two carefully, although he could not have said exactly what he was looking for. "Lady Thistleton," it began. Not even the slightest gesture of warmth or even politeness added. He thought about the lady he had come to know. Though she did exude warmth, she also had made it clear that she had a distinct lack of respect for following the rules. What took you so long to realize that I am the greater lady? Here, he furrowed his brow. If he were honest, this part did not sound at all like the Miss Andrews he had come to know. She did not seem to be in possession of the sin of pride, or at least he had never seen her illustrate it. You may have your title, but you are practically an old maid already. What would he possibly see in you? I have the greater beauty and wit, and further, the knowledge of how to make a gentleman want you. This was the portion that bothered him the greatest. Mostly because it was true. In fact, Miss Andrews was, if you happen to notice such things, blessed with the greater beauty. Her laugh and sense of humor had been one of the very first things to attract him to her. Most of all, she had certainly made this gentleman want her. Though Miss Andrews seemed possessed of a wild heart and a loose attachment to the strict code of society, he had never been that way. He had always held firmly to what was right, what was honorable, and what was expected. One only had to look at the life he had led to see the proof of this. How had she made him want her so desperately that he had defied conventions to kiss her? And more than once for that matter? He had never spent so much of his time thinking about spending time alone. Unchaperoned. With a lady, any lady. Could she have employed some tricks to bring out these feelings? Before long, the old Duke will finally die and I will be a duchess. This, perhaps, was the most unforgivable part of the letter to him. Not because of the admittance of seeking the title of duchess, but because one day his father would die, and this was something Leonard feared often. Though he did well running the family estates largely on his own, he often went to his father for advice and wisdom. When he did, he always walked away feeling heard and as if he had learned something new. He was terribly afraid of living without his father. Not just for help with their holdings, but because he could not imagine a world without the strong old man, unafraid of anything, sharp as a tack even as his body battled illness. Surely Miss Andrews would have picked up on his close relationship with his father. If she had, boasting about his death before long was unimaginably cruel. Even if she had not, it was still far from acceptable. To put such a thought to paper. He shook his head grimly and continued on. I would not bother trying to win his favor by showing him this letter. Who would believe a bitter, rejected lady such as yourself? This part also gave him pause. Why would the lady assume that he would believe her over his lifelong friend? Was it just a sign of not knowing him very well, considering they were so recently acquainted, or was it something else? It seemed odd to him, after the rocky relationship he had shared with Juliet, that she would so boldly assume he would take her side, if Lady Catherine had showed him this letter. If I see your face anywhere near him, you don't want to know what I will do. The letter ended in a pointed threat, perhaps ensuring that his friend would not risk coming to him to show the letter. But what could she do? She had only one well-connected friend, Lady Burnham, that he knew of and little money. He read it through once more, and then put it face down on his table, unwilling to look at it any longer. His eyes drifted over to her portrait. Once more, he was struck by the sweet rosy glow he had painted her with, an embarrassingly clear display of his affection for her. He had gone to Juliet, hoping for answers, but had found none. Instead, he had left with a feeling of guilt, so heavy in his gut he felt that he was carrying around rocks. Leonard pushed back his chair and stood abruptly. It was time to go speak with another lady who might have some answers to give. Chapter 31. He arrived at Lady Catherine's home within minutes, having left and taken beauty to ensure quickness. He was eager to ease the unrest in his mind, and hopeful that his old friend might be able to help with that. Lady Catherine looked surprised to see him when she entered her parlor where he was waiting. He swiftly removed his hat and held it in front of him. Lord Cunningham, I did not expect you. I apologize to arrive unannounced like this. I hope you will allow me to speak with you. Of course. Actually, I am so glad that you came. She walked swiftly, extending her hands for him to take. I hated the way we parted most recently. Whatever you decide to do, whoever you marry, I would very much like to remain your friend. Leonard smiled at her genuine warmth.
I would like that as well.
Now, sit, she said, busily looking at the fire to see if it needed tending and seating herself.
I can see that you have something on your mind.
Am I so transparent?
He asked ruefully.
Only to a friend who has known you since you were toddling around in the dirt, she answered with a smile.
Leonard smiled back, but the expression soon faded.
How do I bring this up to her, and how will she respond? He pulled off his leather riding gloves and dropped them into his lap, fiddling with the fingers.
Come now,
surely it is not so bad,
she said. I won't say anything directly about the letter. I'll only allude to it.
Surely it will humiliate her to know that I saw it.
He sucked in a deep breath and let it out slowly. I would like your advice about something, but it may be inappropriate,
and even unfair, to ask you for it.
She bit her lip.
I assume you are speaking of your upcoming marriage.
He nodded. She looked off into the distance, looking torn.
I would be lying if I said that it did not hurt to see you planning a wedding with someone else, when I was sure that it would be you and I announcing our engagement this season. She turned her pale blue eyes back to Leonard.
But if we cannot be wed, I want to be your friend.
And friends are there for one another in times of trouble.
You have always been a very dear friend,
Leonard said, reaching out to take her hand and giving it a squeeze. Looking into her eyes, he could not help but think how much easier things would be if he had fallen in love with her, instead of with Miss Andrews.
Lady Catherine was up front, she was honorable, she was titled, and she was kind. But he did not love her as more than a friend, and now that he had experienced what love felt like, the depth of feeling, the loss of rationality, the heightened senses, he was not sure that he would ever be able to settle for anything less.
If Juliet turns out to not be the lady I thought she was,
as is seeming very possible, I will not marry until I find that feeling once more. If it is even possible.
In recent days, he had often cursed his painter's mind.
It had memorized every inch of the lady's body,
and each inch was surely more appealing than the last. Even now, head in turmoil, sitting across from his childhood friend, his inner eye was tracing Miss Andrews' curves, her luscious lips, the way her necklines hinted at what lay beneath.
Well?
She prodded gently, bringing his inner and outer eye sharply back to the present. Should I tell the butler you are staying for dinner, or will you tell me why you have come?
He laughed with her. Fine. I will tell you that I am worrying about my pending marriage with the Miss Andrews.
Certain events have come to light
that have caused me to question her character.
This is after our sudden betrothal, which was suspicious in and of itself. I suppose I hope that you may have some advice for me on the subject.
Tell me what you are thinking, she said simply, folding her hands in her lap. I do not want to marry someone who I cannot trust, he said.
If it only affected me, then I could deal with the consequences of my own actions gladly enough. But the truth is that whatever I choose will have a large impact on my family name, on my father's legacy, and even on my sister's life. I am responsible for it all, and cannot afford to make a mistake here. Why don't you tell me more about your experiences with the lady? Maybe then I can offer more educated advice.
Leonard nodded, grateful for the suggestion. Yes, of course.
He told her everything, barring the kissing or inappropriate behavior. He described the day that they met, the dance at the party, and being found together and becoming betrothed. He spoke about their visits, the night at the ball, and how uneasy he had been seeing other gentlemen flirt with her. Finally, he told her about the past week when he did not remember anything, and how strongly he had come to feel for her, even after remembering next to nothing about her. I suppose, as foolish as it may be, I am asking you what you think I should do, Leonard said. I trust your advice, and I know that you want what is best for me and my family. I just want to know what you think about everything. He had avoided the lady's eyes as he spoke, looking down at his hands or into the crackling fire in the grate instead. To his surprise, when he looked at her now,
Her face was hard and colder than he had ever seen it.
Because I care for you and your family, I will be absolutely honest with you. You have asked for directness, and though I should curb my tongue out of politeness, I will give you that directness. She was looking him straight in the eye, mouth set. You must save yourself from this. Lady. The word came out of her mouth closer in a spit than in her usual gentle tone, causing him to sit up in surprise. She is a harpy. It is my opinion that she is certainly only chasing after you for your title and your fortune, and not for your love. You are a kind man, Lord Cunningham, and a good one. It is not your fault that you have succumbed to the viperous call of this Miss Andrews.
He was shocked silent.
This was the last thing he would have expected from soft-spoken, gentle-hearted Lady Catherine, from whom he had never heard a negative word spoken about someone. I see I have shocked you, and I do apologize. However, I find myself very concerned about you and your future if tied with that lady. Whether you and I were to be married or not, I would not want to see you with her. I believe your instincts are spot on in this case, and you should listen to them and run in the opposite direction from the Andrews family.
Her voice was still sharp, even strident. He glanced away.
Perhaps you are right. I find myself not wanting to marry her. There is too much at stake, and I believe that if there are doubts, it is best for it not to go forward. However, what can I do? I owe a debt of honor to her and to her brother.
I have no choice.
There is always a choice, my lord.
There isn't.
I'm tired of everyone telling me that I am free to do as I wish, Leonard said in irritation, standing up and pacing to the fireplace. Every single choice I make has repercussions that trickle down a number of levels. My family name, its reputation, my sister's life and her marriage prospects, my father's winery that he built from the ground up. I do not lead a normal life, and I am not free to do as I wish. I have made a commitment, and though I may be damned, I have to follow through with it, he said, putting his hands on the mantel and hanging his head down. If you truly believe that you have no choice, no say in the matter at all, then why are you here? She said softly, and he realized that she had approached and was now right at his shoulder. In the corner of the room, a lady's maid was sewing industriously. He cast a glance at her, but noticed her eyes did not seem to leave the cotton square in her lap. He felt the lady's hand rest gently on his shoulder, but did not turn to face her. Lord Cunningham, she said, and it was equal parts appeal and enticement. She was baring herself, making herself vulnerable to him, and hoping that he would respond as a man. If I turn around now, she will expect me to kiss her. Lady Catherine was above reproach, indeed one of the finest and most proper ladies of the ton with an impeccable reputation. The fact that she was standing so close to him, while a chaperone kept her eyes carefully diverted, and asking him to kiss her, was shocking. I think you are opening a dangerous door right now, he said cautiously, still facing the fireplace. Maybe it is time for me to take a chance, she said. Maybe it is time you know how I truly feel for you. We are great friends, our families are great friends. Of course we know how we feel for each other. For you to say that proves that it is untrue. I do not see you as simply a friend, and I have not for a very long time. I know that it is wrong for me to be doing this, I know that I am acting forward and direct, and not as a proper lady should. But I truly feel that if I do not tell you this now, then there is no hope for you and me. Lady Catherine, I am betrothed to another, he said quietly. And yet you are here with me, discussing whether or not that betrothal is valid. I think you came here today to discuss finding a way out of that betrothal. You came to a confidant to ask for help in disentangling yourself from the betrothal. And I can help you with that. You and I are well connected, we are respected. We can make things happen that others, particularly those of the lower end of the ton, she said, a bit snidely, he thought, cannot even contemplate. If we work together, we can find a solution. Leonard suddenly felt himself wrong-footed and unsure of how exactly to proceed from here. Is she right? Did I come for her help in escaping this marriage? Suddenly, he regretted coming to Lady Catherine at all. This was not going as he had planned. They had not even discussed the letter yet, though he still believed it would be difficult to confront her with it directly, and now she was seeing his visit as a way to renew their ended courtship. But before we focus on that, I should tell you one thing, she said, her voice regaining its gentle tones. I am in love with you, Lord Cunningham. I have loved you for nearly all of my life. When we began to court, it felt as if a dream had come true. I saw our futures together then. Two of the elite, binding their families together to create and uphold a family dynasty. And I see it now just as clearly. Her hand on his shoulder tightened some, and still he did not turn to face her, knowing that to do so would be sending a message and accepting her words. As a child, you were fearless. You could spend your days running through the fields, riding horses that were so big you only looked like a bug on their backs, and chasing after me. But you were more than this brave, strong little boy, because you would go home from your adventures, and pick up a paintbrush and create images that brought tears to my eye. I want to show you something, will you follow me? Chapter 32. Leonard nodded, relieved to be leaving the intimate space of the fireplace. He did not turn until she did, following her quick, small steps down the hallway. Behind them, he heard her maid staying a few steps behind. They reached the end of the hall and Lady Catherine opened the door. It appeared to be her own office, with a small writing desk set against the window. Vases of cut flowers perfumed the air with a thick, cloying scent, and everything was shades of white and pink. Everything, that is, except for one painting, holding pride of place in the center of the back wall, set so that it was the first thing your eyes would fall on upon entering the room. Set also so that, perhaps, should you be writing at the desk below, you would be able to glance up at it from time to time. Is that? He said, trailing off. He walked to the painting, put one hand gently to the frame. You know that it is, she said, a smile in her voice, folding her arms at the doorway. I can't believe you've kept it for all of these years, he said in wonder, tracing the frame now. It was one of the first full-scale paintings that he had ever completed. He had gifted it to Lady Catherine for her birthday. You were only a boy of 10, and proud as a peacock, she said, joining him at his side to look at the painting. I can still remember how wide your grin was as you showed it to me. You told me about a new technique you had discovered on your own. We both decided that you were sure to become London's own Da Vinci. Even looking at it now, all these years later, he could still feel a flash of that same pride. It depicted a simple scene, just the view of his fields from his doorway, his childhood mare standing regally amongst them. He wondered if he had ever fully grasped that he had entirely let go of that dream until right now, looking at a piece of art he had made as a boy. How could I have not kept this? It is my favorite possession, she said. You always did believe in me. Always. Standing shoulder to shoulder at the painting, he tried to uncover what exactly he was feeling. Was this just the warmth stemming from a lifetime of friendship? The tenderness of familiarity? Or was it something more? He faced her, and saw immediately the naked emotion in her gaze. His past few weeks had been marred in unanswered questions, in suspicion and instability, and here there was only one obvious truth. I could kiss her right now and we could be married within a month. It would be the simple choice, the obvious one. And yet, when he looked into her eyes, he found that all he could think about were the hazel eyes of Juliet. It wasn't just thoughts of his betrothed holding him back, there was something else. Something he couldn't quite put his finger on, especially not here. He cleared his throat and turned away, walking toward the door and eager to be gone. Lord Cunningham, surely you cannot truly believe that you and this lady are a proper match, she said, following on his heels, her voice loud and strident, as if volume and intensity alone could convince him to be with her. This is entirely inappropriate, he said, losing his patience with her. I am betrothed,
And what I believe in regards to that are my business and hers, not yours. Though you are very dear to me, and we have been friends for a very long time, do not think that you can presume to say what is best for me. You are being a fool, she said harshly. The shocking words and tone had him turning slowly to face her. I beg your pardon, Lady Catherine? You are acting a fool, she said again, unfazed by his coldness. This Miss Andrews is out to take you for herself, your title, your money, everything that you have. You and I would be equals. She lifted her chin proudly, her eyes blazing. We would take the town by storm together. Our children would be beautiful, successful, envied by all. You are speaking like a madwoman, he marveled in shock. I am not. I am simply stating the truth. Miss Andrews is a nobody, a nothing. She holds the value of dirt. Why, my lady's maid has more of a family reputation than she. You expect her to one day become a marchioness? To stand by your side and do her duties as a wife? You will come to regret the decision, should it be the one that you choose. Stating these harsh words, and with such tangible vitriol, seemed to allow her to calm herself. She softened her voice, and her eyes lost their angry sheen. My lord, you know me, she said. You know I am not usually like this. In all of our years together, I have never acted this way, you know that. If I sound cruel, or harsh, it is purely out of genuine concern for you. You have given me much to think about, he said, maintaining his distance from her. Things were suddenly beginning to clarify in his mind. It was time to go, he had no more time to waste listening to her attempt to justify that display. I will go and consider what you have said. Of course, she said, but he noted the disappointment in her voice. He bowed shortly, though she reached her hand out for him to take. Thank you for showing this to me, and for speaking with me today. We will speak soon. He strode quickly to the front door and mounted Beauty, riding home at a quick clip. As soon as he returned to his own manor, he tossed her reins to the stable hand, and was at the door before they had her stabled. I need to speak with Mr. Redwood straight away. Have him meet me in my office, he said to his butler at the front door. Then he pulled off his hat and coat and went straight to his office. There was a lot to think about, and a lot to do. Chapter 33. Catherine paced her office after the Marquess left, wishing they had ended things differently. Your father was right, miss. He did come to see you, her maid said. Yes, but he wasn't right about everything. I never would have bared my soul so blatantly, so directly, if father hadn't told me that he would be sure to respond in kind, Catherine said, shuddering in embarrassment. Perhaps Lord Cunningham only needs a bit of time. He is still recovering from a head wound, after all. Perhaps, she said, but she disagreed. If he loved me like I love him, he would not have hesitated. I acted indecently, Catherine said, renewing her pacing with fervor. I have embarrassed myself in front of him. He may never speak with me again. And the way that I snapped when we discussed Miss Andrews. I sounded like a fishmonger's wife, as sharp and shrill as a peasant. Why, oh why, did I listen to my father? She moaned. Don't give up hope yet, miss, the maid soothed. I'll go prepare you a nice tea tray. A cup of tea is sure to get you back to rights. Catherine waved a hand at her distractedly. Why should I be feeling this way? We were more or less betrothed, after courting for months. Then Miss Andrews came between us and ruined everything. We would be planning our life together if it wasn't for her. But he did say that he was only continuing with the marriage because he was forced to. She mused aloud. Maybe there is a way I could help, even though he never did ask me to do so. She thought again of her father. He had urged her to speak her mind, to push the boundaries of polite behavior of a lady, in order to be sure the Marquess knew that she had genuine feelings for him, feelings that this Miss Andrews surely did not have. He would know what to do. He would find a way.
She pulled out her chair and sat at her writing desk, pulling out a clean piece of parchment and unscrewing her bottle of ink.
She thought for a moment, and then began to write. Lord Edwin Stilton, the Earl of Thistleton, was sitting at his wide oak desk, sifting through his mail. As he looked through it, each piece more serious and less respectful than the last, he felt his palms begin to sweat. The £200 owed. I must insist on a payment of at least £100 immediately. I shall have to resort to the debtor's prison. Surely the Earl of Thistleton can provide a payment toward the amount owed. A balance of £1,675 due immediately. Closing his eyes, he took the envelope with his remaining funds from his top desk drawer. If there was at least £500, he could make it through. He counted the notes quickly, although it did not take long. He had known the truth the instant that he had taken the envelope from the drawer. Its light weight had made it obvious. Still, he wrote the total down dutifully, as if writing it down might give him some answers. £187. The number glared up at him from the page, stark and frightening. The Earl was not a man who was used to being frightened, particularly by something as silly as a number. He had served in the Royal Navy, defended his king, raised a daughter all on his own. He was not a man to be cowed by numbers. But the numbers were so high and he had sold everything he could, bartered and pinched, and this was all he had left, £187. Damn it all. He swore, shoving the pages across his desk with shaking hands. I can only hope that Catherine has done her duty in securing the match with the Marquess. That will solve everything. He nodded to himself. He had raised a bright and beautiful lady. The Marquess of Cunningham would be nothing short of lucky to have her. Truly, he wanted his girl to be happy and cared for. If the fact that a marriage into the Whitfield family, known across England for their wines and vast estates, would solve all of his own problems also, well, that was just a bonus. Catherine will have handled it. I'll receive a letter from her today telling me the match is complete, and a formal betrothal is imminent. I'm sure of it. As if on cue, his butler knocked at the door. My lord, a letter from your daughter, he said, proffering a silver tray with a letter. The Earl smiled. Here it is at last. Proof that all will be well. He took his time finding his letter opener, sliding it across the seal, and pulling out the sheet of parchment. He was in no rush, not now, that all of his problems were surely solved. Settling back into his chair, he lit his pipe and began to read the letter from his daughter. Father, I took your advice. Though it went against everything I was taught, and felt very wrong, I bared myself to Lord Cunningham. I told him everything. How deeply I cared for him, how long I had loved him, and how good of a match the two of us would be. I also offered, as you suggested, to help him in the solving of his problem with the betrothal to the Andrews woman. It did not go as we had hoped. Here, he dropped the letter. 8 words, so simple and straightforward, crushed his hopes and possibly his entire future, even Catherine's future. He rubbed a hand across his brow. But maybe there was good news yet. He picked up the letter once more and continued to read. It did not go as we had hoped. While the Marquess did not reject me outright, he did not return my feelings at once, as you had said that he might. He seems caught in the desire to do the right thing. It is one of the things I most admire him for, and so cannot be cross with him about now. It is my belief that if he were shown an avenue of escape from the match, one that allowed him to keep his honor, he might gladly take it. Father, I hate to ask this of you, but can you think of anything to help him? You have always done so much for me, and I am sorry to ask you for more now. If you can help with this, I would be eternally grateful. All my love. Your daughter Catherine. He was glad that he had taken the time to finish the letter before getting upset. This can be handled. he mused quietly. I can work with this. He read it through again, more quickly this time. The Earl was a people type of man. He understood people. How they worked, what made them tick, and how to manipulate them, these were his skills. It was partly for this reason that he found himself in his current predicament. He often thought if he were more analytical, more logical, he would not have allowed his fortune to fall into ruins. Numbers made him frustrated. There was no joy in neat columns of money in and out for him, only a headache and the slow burn of irritation in his belly. People, on the other hand, were his skill. He had married higher than his own rank only because his parents and hers had forced the match. It had certainly not been by his own choice. He had taken that opportunity to continue to climb the ladder, and had been able to do so by studying the people of each class. The irony that as the Earl, he was in more dire financial straits than he had experienced before he had reached this level, was not lost on him. It had started off so well. He had invested in what a friend had called a certain prospect, £1,000, with the prospect of £5,000 in return. Ships, the investment had been. And then they had all been lost in sea, every single one of them. From there, his small fortune had disappeared as suddenly as those blasted ships. Having lost such a sum, he had felt the need to try again, this time on a prospect that was sure to pay out. Only it hadn't. And then he had needed money to survive. It had sunk him lower and lower, until he had ended up where he was today. He sat back and rubbed his temples. He was disappointed in Catherine for not playing her role as well as he had hoped. The match between his daughter and the Marquis had been a plan of his for years, which was why he had always ensured that the two remain friends. If only she had played a bit more like her new rival had. The Earl was begrudgingly respectful of this grey horse appearing at the finish line from Havershire Cottage. He had done a great deal of research on the members who were left of the Andrews family in recent weeks, partly out of fury and partly to determine the best course of action to address the issue. What he had found had surprised him. 2 siblings, no relatives to speak of, and no money left to them. The Earl had known their now deceased parents and known of the siblings, of course, but had never been introduced to the two. How had the lady managed to snag the Marquis right out from under the nose of his daughter? Sending out a spy to size up the competition, and gain more current knowledge had offered some enlightenment. He had been told that Miss Andrews was quite beautiful, even charming. It was clear as well, knowing as he did that she had been raised by an older brother, that she had grown up without much ladylike training or parental guidance. The result was a conniving schemer, who was apparently unafraid of breaking the rules in order to seize what she wanted. If he were being completely honest, he wished his Catherine was more like her. Certainly, he loved his daughter, but he also found himself often annoyed with her softness and upright ladylike attitude. The trouble he had had convincing her to simply state her feelings to the Marquis, a gentleman she had known her entire life, was unbelievable. Darling, all you have to do is tell him your feelings. Once he knows how he has hurt you, he is certain to let loose of this idea of marrying some nobody simply for honor's sake. Catherine had immediately looked horrified. Father, I could never do such a thing. The very idea. He had kept himself from rolling his eyes. Knowing his daughter as he did, he knew that a display of irritation would only serve to send her fluttering with anxiety, and end up tongue-tied. He needed her to feel confident. He sweetened his tone. My dove, I know you feel that way, and of course you are right to. But if you do not overcome this, just one time, then you will lose the gentleman you love. Forever. At this, her eyes had widened, and he saw the beginnings of something that looked very like resolve there. But, are you absolutely sure, Father? I could not bear it if I broke propriety only to be told no by Lord Cunningham. Of course I'm sure, he said, oozing confidence. Why, he may be waiting just for that very thing, as a reason to end this silly betrothal. It's not like he wants to marry this lady, the whole town has been talking about it ever since the night it all began. She nodded at this, and he knew that he won.
In truth, he had known then and he knew now that it was certainly not a sure thing. Catherine was a pretty girl and would make a good wife someday. She was biddable, obedient, efficient in the running of a household, and used to being flexible when it came to the will of strong men. He had raised her correctly in that way. But the Marquess did not strike him as a man looking simply for a lady to run his household smoothly, and to do as she was told without question. He had seen this problem in the courtship between the two in the past few months, but had decided it was too late for the gentleman to exit the arrangement honorably. Further, he had known that it would take something very distracting indeed, to cause him to harm his longtime friend. If only he had known that such a thing existed, in the form of a small, pretty little thing tucked away outside of London. He could have nipped this problem in the bud when it was a non-problem. Tapping his pen against his teeth, he decided it was time to speak with his associate. He rang the bell at the end of his desk, and waited until his valet appeared at the door. "Send for Mr. Bartway. Tell him it is urgent and I want him here at once." "Certainly, my lord," the valet said with a bow, disappearing. Chapter 34. It wasn't long before Mr. Bartway appeared at the door. The man the Earl called his associate was a trim man who seemed entirely made up of grey. His eyes were grey, his hair and moustache were grey, even his skin seemed to cast a sort of grey pallor. As a result, he was remarkably easy to miss, even if he was standing right there in front of you. For some reason, your eyes would just slide right past the man, as if they were searching for a spot of color to ease the gloom. He was the perfect associate for the kind of work the Earl of Thistleton used him for. Typically, his work was above reproach, but today, Edwin had a bone to pick with the man. "Read this," he said sharply, shoving his daughter's letter across the desk. Mr. Bartway took up the page and scanned it quickly, his face betraying nothing. "I see." The simple response infuriated the Earl. "You see, do you? You see? What exactly do you see, Bartway? Maybe you can enlighten me." "I see that your daughter was unable to complete the task necessary to reinstate her courtship with the Marquess, and so it is time to execute a different plan of our own devising," he said tonelessly. "We would not have to execute a different plan of our own devising, if you had properly damaged that Andrews woman's blasted carriage. All due respect, my lord, but you will want to keep your voice down, when it comes to discussing items of intended violence against a lady and a marquis." This took the wind out of the Earl's sails, but only slightly. He lowered his voice a level. "Why don't you explain to me again how that crash did not work as we had planned?" Bartway folded his hands behind his back, and recited something as a man who has had to repeat this very thing very often would. "My man entered the Havershire Cottage stables a few hours before dawn. He removed the rear right wheel of the Andrews family carriage, broke one of the spokes in half, and put it back together with a thumb's length of clay between, so that the carriage would ride well for a time, and then the wheel would break, causing an accident." He took a breath and continued. "The Marquess of Cunningham and Miss Andrews were seen by myself to enter the carriage together. I followed them to the park, where they strolled, and then re-entered the carriage. About halfway back to the lady's home, the wheel broke as intended, causing the carriage to tip and then roll. The Marquis was injured, the lady was not. The Marquis could have died, ruining all of our plans," the Earl hissed. "Yes, but he did not. Instead, he lost his memory, which he has now regained." "What is the status of Miss Andrews currently?" "The lady is currently residing at the home of Lady Burnham, in London. She retreated there following an interaction with the Marquis, leading me to believe that either the two of you have disagreed, or that she is preparing for the wedding." "And what about the letter? Could that have been the cause of a disagreement between the two?" Bartway nodded. "It appears that it has caused an issue between the two. I dropped the letter in the front entrance of Lord Cunningham's manor, shortly after your daughter left, under the guise of delivering a parcel to the home. It was found by his sister and shown to him. The next morning, the Marquis regained his memory. I was sure that seeing that letter would end the betrothal at once.
The Earl mused. I can't imagine how he could not have ended it, reading such harsh words.
I believe there is but one option left to us, my lord.
He flicked his eyes at his associate. And what is that? We must return to our first course of action.
It is becoming more and more clear that the Marquis is taken enough with Miss Andrews to allow anything to slide by. The only guaranteed method of separating the two of them now is death.
2 deaths in particular.
You want to try and kill the Marquis as well as his betrothed?
That will not help me. Not unless he was already married to my daughter. No, my lord. I believe we should
Kill Miss Andrews and the father of the Marquis, the Duke of Berkeley.
And I believe we should have them both killed at once. Have the Duke killed as well. Lord Stilton tipped back in his chair, running his finger across his moustache as he considered. Explain. Enough is enough.
I know your situation, and your payment to me will not be made until your own debts are cleared. Let us not waste any more time. We will decisively end the betrothal, leaving the Marquis out of sorts, but we will also rob him of his father. I have looked into the relationship Lord Cunningham has with the Duke. The two are close, and the Duke is known for being level-headed and reasonable. It is my belief that the Duke would urge his son to take his time before another betrothal, should Miss Andrews leave us unexpectedly. However, if the gentleman were to lose his betrothed and his father in one turn, he is certain to turn to his dearest friend for comfort. At that time, the father of that friend could either encourage the marriage to quickly go ahead, or arrange a situation similar to that which was arranged by Miss Andrews and her brother. It would not be difficult to have the two found alone together, and you could see them married that very evening, setting yourself up to take the place of his father, as the Marquis' closest advisor, and able to access the Whitfield family fortune. The Earl considered these words, finding no fault in them. What method would you suggest to have these two characters removed from our play, then?
Poison. Bartway said. It will do its job without fail.
We are out of time to take chances. He looked meaningfully at the stack of pages on the desk before him.
Well then.
The Duke sat up straight, feeling re-energized.
Here, at last, was a proper plan. A foolproof plan, even. Let us move now. I assume you will have no trouble finding a maid in the Andrews household and at the Duke's household to do the deed? It will be no trouble, but it will cost us.
Fine.
Fine. He waved a hand. We will be rich enough before long.
I believe I may have my future son-in-law help me gain access to a larger title as well. Bartway cleared his throat discreetly.
Yes,
and a title for you as well,
of course.
I am well aware of our deal,
he said impatiently.
Go and get started then. There is no need for us to sit on this. I'd like news that we have lost the two by morning. Bartway bowed and exited. Once he was gone, the Earl turned to his looking-glass. Lord Cunningham. He practiced, altering his facial expression to one of deep sympathy, and a touch of paternal affection. Please, call me father. I am prepared to step in and be there for you as he was, beside you in every matter. It is surely what the dearly departed Duke would have wanted. I'll have to practice that again, he said thoughtfully. Can't have any triumph in my eyes. Lord Cunningham, please, call me father. He began again. Chapter 35. It was the night of his visit to Lady Catherine, when she had made her feelings so shockingly plain, that Leonard returned home knowing that something was amiss. I need to speak with Mr. Redwood straight away. Have him meet me in my office, he said to his butler, who had appeared on the front step. The moment he walked through his front door, he went directly to his office, pulled out a fresh piece of parchment, and attempted to lay out all that had happened between himself and Miss Andrews. At the top corner of the page, he wrote, Philip's birthday, she and I meet on the road. Coincidence, could not have been pre-orchestrated. No one but I knew I would take Beauty that day, and that I would get lost. We meet coincidentally once more on the balcony. Her brother catches us in a compromising position. But she fell hard, so unless she is an excellent actress, it was a real fall. Brother insists we marry and I agree. Miss Andrews surprises me at home. She wants to talk about working things out, and seems surprised when I am upset. I go tell Lady Catherine that our arrangement has ended. She becomes upset and tells me to leave at once. I go to Miss Andrews' home to discuss wedding plans. She is upset with how I am behaving, but we kiss for the first time. We meet again at the ball in London. She has come with Lady Burnham, whose opinion I respect. We kiss again. She does not allow me to escort her home. I decide to visit her. We go for a ride. The carriage crashes and I am hurt, but she is not. Could this have been orchestrated? But how would the planner be certain who would be hurt? Here, he paused and decided it was time to find out more. At that moment, Mr. Edwards entered. "My lord?" he said. "I want you to find out everything that you can about the carriage accident I was in. Why did it happen? What broke? I want to know everything." Just a few hours later, Mr. Edwards returned with the coachman. "I tried to tell the constable that something was not right with that accident, my lord," the coachman said, looking distraught. "He wouldn't listen to me. I've been around carriages me whole life, I have, and carriage wheels don't break that way. That's the carriage I see to every single day. Those wheels were in tip-top shape, they were. I'd have bet me life on that. What could have caused such a thing to happen then? In my view, my lord, were I to be totally honest with you." The coachman looked him dead in the eye. "Only someone tampering with a wheel could have caused something like that to happen, and that's the God's honest truth." His brow darkened then. I told the constable that, but he only laughed, and said who would try to sabotage the carriage of such a low family? Once the coachman left, Leonard's thoughts were difficult to keep up with, they were moving so quickly. He turned back to his notes. Carriage is possibly tampered with. Why? What motive? Miss Andrews at my side every day. The letter. That blasted letter. It had come at seemingly the perfect time, if one were hoping to tear down the budding new relationship between himself and his betrothed. But who would want such a thing? And who stood to benefit? He wrote one name on the page, then encircled it. Lady Catherine. She had made her feelings plain with him since the beginning. That outburst of anger, when he had ended their courtship, had been one thing, but then she had made her disgust for Juliet quite clear, when they had spoken most recently, and had practically thrown herself at him. He tapped his pen furiously against the page. But there is no way the lady could have accomplished the sabotage of a carriage. She must have had help, but who would help in such a task? Only family. He thought about her father then. The Earl of Thistleton did not seem to be a gentleman, who would go to such lengths in a quest, simply to protect his daughter's heart. In truth, Leonard had always found the Earl to be hard and uncaring, a man whose heart beat on ambition rather than love. So he would not have agreed to help. Unless. There was one reason in particular, that Leonard thought could lead an Earl to try so desperately to secure a specific match for his only child. Chapter 36. Leonard mounted Beauty in a hurry. There was no time for carriages now. If what he suspected was true, he was running on borrowed time. If the Earl of Thistleton was bent on making this marriage happen, he would be working even now, to ensure that Leonard and Juliet were not married. If he tries to hurt Juliet, I'll. He did not even finish the thought, nor follow the train of it, to try and decipher why he was so sure he was in danger. His gut was telling him that she was, that there were forces at work against her. If he was wrong, and made himself into a fool in front of the ton, so be it. Leonard would far prefer that to ignoring his instincts, or moving too slowly with catastrophic consequences. He arrived at the bank quickly. It was a stroke of luck that both he and the Earl shared the same banker, a fact that he was aware of, because of a small deal the two had exchanged in years prior. Mr. Jameson was a gentleman whom Leonard might refer to as ancient, were he to be very impolite. He had been the banker to work with Leonard's father, maybe even his grandfather, but he was still sharp as a whip and honest to a fault. The old gentleman looked surprised to see the Marquess of Whitfield stride through his office door, and stood. "My lord, what brings you here?" He gestured to the seat across from his desk. "I apologize, I wasn't expecting you." "No need for apologies," Leonard said, eager to be quit of pleasantries. "I come unannounced, but on a serious matter. I hope you will help me." "Of course, my lord," he said, easing back into his chair. "What can I do?" "I'm wondering about Lord Edwin Stilton, Earl of Thistleton. I know he works with you, and has for a long time, if I am not mistaken," Leonard said. "I am experiencing a bit of difficulty, and I think some information about his accounts with you may clarify the issue." Mr. Jameson looked levelly across his desk at Leonard. "My lord, are you requesting that I offer you private monetary information on the accounts of the Earl?" "That is precisely what I am requesting." The old man stared across at him silently, considering. Leonard waited him out. "Can you give me a bit of context?" he asked. "It would ease my conscience if I knew more." Leonard knew that he could easily pull rank, and force the old banker to give him what he wanted. However, Mr. Jameson had been around so long, the information that was in his head was more valuable than what might be in his files. He needed him on his side. "What if I told you I believed it to be a matter of life and death?" he asked, and watched the man's eyes widen. "Your own?" "Likely not mine. The safety of my father and a certain lady is what has me concerned." Mr. Jameson nodded sharply. "That is enough for me. I hope you will keep this information limited to only the relevant parties." Leonard nodded. Mr. Jameson stood creakily, and moved to a set of drawers in the corner of his office. From within, he withdrew a stack of parchment neatly tied in twine, and returned to his desk, laying the stack before him. As he untied the twine, Leonard could read from his seat the name on the top of the page. Lord Edwin Stilton. Mr. Jameson licked his thumb, paged through the documents, and began to read. A balance of £1,675 owed to this very bank, with no payments having been tendered for the past 8 months. He flipped to the next page. £200 being owed to one of our other patrons, the gentleman having been told he was investing in a promising venture, but never seeing anything in return. He had withdrawn all that he had, and taken out his own loan besides. Today, he is in debtor's prison, suffering because he trusted the name of the Earl of Thistleton. Jameson looked up as he said this, to ensure the meaning was clear. He continued. A letter from another of our patrons, who requested I add my name to the letter, asking for a small repayment of only £100 toward a balance of £2,000. This patron was also told the sum was for a property which the patron and Earl would rent out together, bringing in vast sums of money. The patron has not seen £1 of this returned. He met Leonard's eye, gesturing to the heavy stack that lay below these first few pages. Shall I continue, or does this tell you what you need to know? Leonard had suspected the Earl was in financial trouble, but the extent shocked him still. If this was only a fraction of what he owed, it could send any man off the edge. That's enough to answer my question, Leonard said. Thank you. I wonder if you might not be able to look at one other thing for me. Certainly, my lord. Have you had much correspondence with the Earl? Enough that you could recognize his handwriting? We have corresponded very often in recent months, Jameson said dryly. I have perhaps written with him more than any other patron, though as of late his responses are few and far between. Leonard pulled the letter from his pocket and handed it across the desk. If you were to consider his handwriting, would you say it matched this? Jameson looked closely, then pulled a sheet of paper from the stack and compared the two. They are very close. Nearly identical, he said. Leonard had brought an old letter he had received from Lady Catherine, and placed that on the table. He and Jameson looked at the two, noting the similarities in the handwriting of Lady Catherine and her father. It is clear by whom she was raised, as she and her father have nearly identical handwriting as well. He passed the two letters along with Leonard's letter back. Leonard spread the three across the desktop and looked. The three were all incredibly similar. However, they made one thing very clear. Though he had not yet seen Juliet's handwriting, it was obvious that she had not written this letter. The culprit was certainly either the Earl of Thistleton or his daughter. May I keep these for now? Leonard asked. I will return them to you once matters are put to rights. Take them, Jameson said. I can only hope they offer some assistance. Leonard stood. Thank you for your time, Mr. Jameson. You have been very helpful, more helpful than I even expected. I will remain your loyal patron. Mr. Jameson stood as well. My pleasure, my lord. Please feel free to call again if I can help further. Leonard pocketed the three letters and left quickly. He now had one clear answer. The Earl was in desperate need of a financial miracle. And one half answer, either the Earl or his daughter had written the letter. If it were just the carriage, I never would have expected Lady Catherine. But how would the letter have arrived in my home if she had not dropped it? She wrote the letter and so must have been part of it from the start. Leonard urged Beauty quickly home. He needed help if he were to protect everyone in danger right away. When he arrived home, Mr. Edwards was waiting by the door, and came outside immediately knowing enough to be on the ready. Edwards, Leonard said, pulling up on Beauty's reins but not dismounting. I need you to go immediately to my father's home. Speak with his butler, his valet, his housekeeper, his chef. Have them spread the word to every single member of his staff. I believe he is in some sort of danger. My lord? Mr. Edwards asked in surprise. Danger? I can't say what kind because I don't know. Have them ready for anything. I want him to have a servant up at all times keeping watch. No food should leave the kitchens if someone did not have their eyes on it the whole time. Have guards stationed around the grounds. Something may be coming. I will go at once. I'd like you to stay there until I call you back as well, Leonard said. Pack quickly. I trust you to be sure all of my orders are carried out correctly. It is done. Mr. Edwards' ruddy, cheerful face was deadly serious. Leonard knew he could count on him and his loyalty, and a measure of his worry for his father faded. Where will you go now, my lord? I am going now to speak with the staff at the Andrews household. It is critical they understand the same. And then? You must take care yourself, Lord Cunningham. And then it is time to speak with the constable. Chapter 37. A few days after writing her father for help, Lady Catherine Stilton had received a confusing message from one of her father's men. All will be well, the strangely blank-faced man had said at her door early this morning. Your father would like you to begin preparing for a visit from the Marquess. He says to look your very best. Confused but ever obedient, and far used to not questioning her father, she had spent the morning in careful preparation. Don't get your hopes up, now, Catherine. Just wait and see. But her hopes were up, they were up quite high. Her father must have figured out a way to solve the problem, and the Marquess was coming to formally ask for her hand in marriage. She could not imagine how her father could have solved everything so quickly, but she didn't care. Whatever it had taken, she was overjoyed to be preparing for marriage with her beloved Marquess at long last. She had asked for the help of 3 maids to curl her hair and set it well, to touch up her lips and pinch color into her cheeks, and to squeeze her more tightly into a corset, cinching her waist an inch smaller than usual. Now, she was sitting in the parlor in anticipation. She had rearranged herself 4 times, before deciding this was where she was most becoming. "Are you sure the light is falling on me properly?" she asked her maid.
"Yes, miss.
You look lovely. Irresistible, really." She was sitting on the couch across from a large window, where she could see anyone coming up the long driveway to her home. Her skirts were fluffed just so against the cushions, not crimped or wrinkled. She longed for a cup of tea, but wasn't sure she could manage it. Not only was her stomach full of butterflies, she was also struggling just a bit to breathe in the confines of her corset.
"Have the windows opened," she said.
"I don't want to risk missing him arrive."
"Surely I will not be waiting very long." And she was right,
because there, riding quickly down the drive, was Beauty. She would know that horse anywhere,
as she would the gait and movements of her rider.
Catherine sat up quickly, her eyes lighting up.
"He's riding in so quickly. As if he can't bear to spend one more moment away from me. He's here. He's here," she called, to no one in particular, her joy and feelings of love overflowing. "But who is that behind him?" She wanted to stand, but did not want to take any chances with disturbing the image she had so painstakingly created. "Have him brought straight in," she called. "Straight to me." But when the Marquess pulled up in front of her home, he made no moves to climb down off of Beauty. Instead, he reared her tight, causing her to dance from foot to foot in wait. The man who had ridden in behind him pulled up short at his side. "Lady Catherine," the Marquess called. "Come outside at once." "That's awfully strange." Catherine peered through the window. "Why would he demand I come outside? I can't just run to the front door like some commoner." The man behind him dismounted and came to the door. "Who could that be? Has he come to marry us straight away?" The way he banged on the front door, so loudly it made Catherine jump, which seemed to say that was not the case. Her butler opened the door. She could not hear what they were saying in the entryway. What in the world is going on? Her butler appeared at the door only moments later. His face was white. For the first time, she began to doubt her understanding of what was happening. My lady," he stammered. "It is the constable come to see you. He says." He swallowed audibly. "He says you are under arrest." "What?" Catherine laughed. "How can that possibly be?" "He says you are to come out at once." "I certainly will, and while I'm there, I shall have words with him for saying such foolishness in my home." She stood, irritated that the scene she had sketched so carefully was being ruined. Does he think this is some sort of joke? She brushed past the butler, and made for the front door, where the constable was waiting. "Are you Lady Catherine Stilton, of Thistleton?" he asked when she approached. "I am." "What are you?" "You are under arrest, my lady, and will have to come with me at once." "Will you come with me peacefully, or will I have to restrain you?" "You are being ridiculous." Catherine laughed again, but this time it sounded a bit higher-pitched. "My lord, is this some sort of joke?" She addressed Lord Cunningham. For the first time, she saw his eyes. They were furious. Now she could also see that there was a blonde woman behind him, one that looked slightly familiar. "It is no joke," he said, and his words were so harsh they knocked the wind out of her. "You are under arrest, for the attempted murder of my father and my betrothed." "For murder?" she shrieked. "Murder? What are you talking about? Lord Cunningham, how could you possibly think such a thing of me?" He dismounted now and walked up to her, until they were nearly nose to nose. "How could you do such a thing?"
I thought the world of you.
To me, you were beyond reproach.
And you try and kill my father?
No matter your feelings for me, there is no excuse for this.
I tried to kill no one, she said, shock and the inability to draw a full breath shooting spots before her eyes. I swear it. Really?
Lord Cunningham said archly.
Well, then. Let us hear what the lady here has to say, shall we? He strode quickly to Beauty, and put out a hand to the blonde lady waiting at the horse's side. Where have I seen her before?
Remember, Catherine. You must.
The lady was clearly a maid,
likely a lady's maid from her comportment.
Tell her who you are, Lord Cunningham said when they had returned.
My lady,
I am Clarissa Hart, a lady's maid in the household of the Andrews family.
At once,
Catherine knew where she had seen her before. My God, that's the
Andrew woman's lady's maid. What on earth would she be doing here?
She had only seen the Miss Andrews who had ruined her life one time, and no one aside from her own lady's maid knew about it. When she'd heard that Lord Cunningham was betrothed to another, she had had to see the lady who had taken him from her. Of course she had also been invited to the ball that Lord Cunningham and Miss Andrews had attended in London.
She was invited to everything.
Initially, she had decided not to attend. The gossip and scandal filtering through the Ton, about the great Lady Catherine's courtship with Lord Cunningham being thwarted by a nameless nobody, had too much of a tone of delight for her taste. Unwilling to face it, she had decided not to attend. But as she had dined alone at her prettily set table, picturing what was happening almost felt worse than actually knowing. Her imagination had run wild, picturing a young beauty, untethered by the rules of being a lady, slinking her body along the Marquess. She had stood abruptly from the table and told her staff she was going to bed. Once in her room, however, she had convinced her lady's maid to sneak her a maid's outfit. The two had slipped from the home, disguised and under cover of dark, and entered the ball. Everyone had assumed they were someone else's maids, they had not been questioned at all. She had found her love and his bride-to-be dancing in the ballroom. If she had thought her imagination would be worse than the reality, she had been completely wrong. Miss Andrews was more beautiful than she could have dreamed on her own. Much more vibrant and colourful than Catherine was, she was also adorably petite. She looked to fit perfectly in the arms of the tall, broad-shouldered Marquess. That was when she had seen the lady's maid appear at her mistress' elbow, whispering into her ear with a shawl in hand. Catherine had stumbled home from the ball, heartsick, and had not managed to sleep a wink that night. Now, looking at the blonde maid once more, she supposed that she remembered her because that image was so sharply embedded into her brain, so associated with an evening of pain. The maid was speaking once more. A strange man. No, a frightening man. She corrected herself. Came to the yard and asked to speak with one of the maids. I was immediately suspicious, because it was so very odd and improper. He asked me to do something for him, offering 3 years' wages if I were to complete the task for him. And what task was that? The constable asked. He wanted. Her voice thickened, and she brought a hand to her lips. He wanted me to poison my mistress. Catherine's heart stuttered in shock. Poison? The maid turned to face her, and now her face was angry. Yes, poison. He said he worked for a very important, very well-placed family. That I would be taken care of. I don't. I can't. Catherine was having trouble putting words together. Luckily, the maid continued, undeterred. I had already been approached by Lord Cunningham. He called on me and the rest of the household staff. He said he was not sure if he was right, but to be on the lookout for something. When we asked what we should be looking out for, he said he did not know, but he had a feeling that someone might try and hurt Miss Andrews. She looked up adoringly at the Marquess, before turning her fury back to Catherine. Though I may be but a maid, I would never harm my employer. Not even the most odious, which Miss Andrews is not.
How dare you? That's enough, thank you, the constable said, raising a hand to silence her. Lady Thistleton, no more delaying. It is time to come with me. Catherine swayed on her feet. But why do you think that I would try and poison her? Lord Cunningham snapped. Enough with the innocent act, now. I am through with this. We know it was you and your father working together on this. After you and I spoke, I felt something was off. I set you up, Lady Catherine, he said. The vehemence in his voice had her drawing back from him, wanting to distance herself from his anger. I spoke with the staff at Miss Andrews' house, my father's house, and at my own. I have always trusted my gut, and once again it has been proven right. I thought that you and your father might work to remove my betrothed from the picture. Thank God that I also protected my father's house, though never in a million years would I have expected you to stoop so very low. He leaned in closer. How could you do that? You know how much I love my father, you know I would be devastated to lose him. That is a depth of evil I never would have expected. It was too much. The blackness that had been spotting Catherine's vision swallowed her whole. She swayed drunkenly on her feet once more, and then dropped to the ground in a faint. Leonard looked coldly down at the prone lady at his feet. Theatrics, perhaps? Asked the constable, looking down with a detached interest. The coach to transfer her to the prison which had followed behind, had finally arrived, and approached them. The maid, however, seemed to understand at once what the problem was. She dropped to her knees and rolled the lady, so she could feel along her back. Leonard and the constable looked away at once, uncomfortable. Forgive me, my lords. Her corset is too tight. I believe that paired with the shock has caused her to faint. Just a moment, please. She finished whatever she was doing quickly and then stood, drawing their eyes once more. She patted a pocket in her apron, and withdrew a vial of smelling salts. Leaning back down, she passed the vial under the lady's nose, who jerked awake at once. The maid helped Lady Catherine to her feet. Seeing her white, shocked face, Leonard could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. But then he thought about finding out his father and betrothed had been killed, because he had not thought to protect them, and he hardened his heart. Take her away, he said to the constable. To his former friend, he said, your father will be brought to prison as well. May God have mercy on your souls. As the constable's hand wrapped around Lady Catherine's arm to escort her to the waiting coach, he saw the reality of her situation smack her in the face. No! She shrieked, trying to wrest her arm from the man's brawny grip. No, Lord Cunningham, it was not me. I swear it. Let's go. I'll take you home, Leonard said to the maid, turning his back on his childhood friend. Somewhere deep inside, his heart was breaking. But it was a small price to pay. Lord Cunningham. Please. No. I don't have any idea what you all are talking about. He mounted Beauty, glad to be on her solid back, and gave her neck a reassuring pat. Then he reached down and helped the maid up behind him. Leonard. Please, I love you. I could never do such a thing to the man I loved. Leonard. Shrieked Lady Catherine, in the broken tones of heartbreak and despair. She's using your Christian name, marveled the maid softly. She is calling on our friendship. But she will find no answer here, Leonard said, kicking his heels gently against Beauty's flank to urge her forward. As they gained ground, behind them, the shrieks of the disgraced Lady Catherine began at last to fade away. Chapter 38. I'm glad you're home, Felix said to Juliet, as she took off her riding cape and hung it by the door. I'm glad to be home as well, she answered with a smile. And how is Lady Burnham? She is wonderful, as usual. She's speaking of a trip to the South Seas, of all places. Juliet marveled. What a lady, Felix said. What a lady indeed.
Excuse me,
I think I'll go out
and check on the vegetables. I'm anxious to ensure their health after my time away.
Enjoy the sunlight. It's a beautiful day.
I'm headed to help Mr. Combs down the road dig his carriage out of the mud. He's promised me a fat calf in return, he said with a grin.
We shall dine well tonight,
sister. She was kneeling in the dirt, enjoying the sun on her hair and the dirt between her fingers. She really should be covered to avoid her skin coloring with the sun, but the freedom of being able to do it without Clarissa nagging nearby was something she could not give up. She hummed a little tune as she pulled a few weeds. A butterfly drifted lazily in front of her, landing on the petal of an early blooming flower. She smiled at it. Behind her, she could hear footsteps approaching. Blast. There goes my relaxing time in the sun. Clarissa, I'll get my cover right now. Try not to get too worked up about the sun. I've only been out in it for a moment, she said absently, feeling for the bud of new growth in the dirt. Clarissa did not answer. Fine, don't be cross. I'll go now. With a world-weary sigh, Juliet stood, brushing the dirt off of her skirt. But when she turned around, it was not to see the scowling face of her lady's maid. It was Leonard, kneeling on one knee in the dirt, with a single rose in an extended hand. Juliet's hands flew to her mouth. Lord Cunningham. She gasped. Why, whatever are you doing here? And in the dirt? Please, let me help you up. And where is Clarissa? Not yet, he said with a small smile flickering at the corner of his sculpted lips. I've asked your maid to allow us a few moments alone, to which she kindly obliged. Miss Andrews, I don't believe a lady is supposed to be out working in the sun like a common field hand, is she? Juliet folded her arms. I will do what I like, thank you very much. You are not my husband, and it appears as though you will never be, so I don't see what place you would have to speak about my actions. His smile faded, to be replaced by a look of utter seriousness. His bright blue eyes took on such passion, that she felt a chill spread across her arms and down her back, despite the warmth of the day. I have come to correct that misconception, he said. Marry me. I would rather die than not marry you. I want your face to be the first that I see each morning, and the last thing I see every night. I want to make you laugh, make you smile, and give you everything that you have ever wanted. Miss Juliet Andrews, please, do me the honor of becoming my wife. Juliet stumbled backwards in shock. She could not think of a single word to say. But as the coldness of surprise began to fade, she could feel the heat of joy flooding her veins. However, this was not the first time this particular Marquess had caused such rushing feelings of joy and passion to course through her. Be cautious. Find out more. Do not get your hopes up just yet. What has changed? Why are you saying all of this now? She asked. I have been a fool. An utter fool. I deserve to be whipped for my foolishness, for not trusting my gut from the very beginning, when it came to my feelings for you. That first day that I saw you walking along the road, when I first heard your laugh, it was like my eyes were opened for the very first time. His eyes bore into hers. My lady, you have surprised me at every turn. I have never known a lady like you, and I do not expect to ever find one again. You are perfectly, exquisitely unique. Juliet felt tears fill her eyes. But why are you saying this now? She repeated. I had to stay away for a few days. After our last discussion, I did a lot of thinking, and I began to become suspicious about something working against us. I caught someone in the act of trying to sabotage us. As soon as I trusted my instincts, the answers all became plain and everything fell into place right away. And my gut at every turn was telling me to trust you. Who on earth would try and sabotage us? Juliet asked, absorbing this second shock of the day. Why would someone want to do that? It was the father of the lady I was courting before I became betrothed to you.
Leonard explained. He had other motives for seeing his daughter and I betrothed, it would seem.
He was in massive debt up to his ears, and thought he could access the Whitfield fortune through marriage.
Your coachman actually helped me find the truth about our accident. He continued. It seems the Earl was involved in that as well.
The letter I asked you about when we last spoke.
I believe Lady Catherine, his daughter, wrote it and dropped it at my house,
so that I would end things with you.
The Earl of Thistleton caused the carriage accident that you and I were in? She whispered. We could have died. I believe that was the point.
Although, I think the hope was that
you would be badly hurt, or otherwise no longer eligible for marriage. My word. She breathed.
And the letter?
What did it say?
You never told me.
It was nasty, and not like you at all. Once I decided that,
I knew I only had to follow the trail to find out what was really going on. I stayed away these past few days to try and protect you, and to allow us to start our betrothal again on new, clean ground. Lord Cunningham,
wouldn't you like to speak standing up? Juliet said with a little laugh. You don't have to stay down there while you tell me all of this. Oh, but I do. He said seriously.
Miss Andrews,
it is vitally important to me, both that you understand everything completely, and that you see how humbly I apologize for ever doubting you.
He paused and shook his knee experimentally on the ground. Besides, I'm truly quite comfortable here.
And the view is spectacular.
He smiled, looking up at her.
She laughed.
All right then, my lord,
please, tell me what happened next.
Once I sat down and wrote everything out,
one thing became blindingly clear to me. These attacks were all aimed at you, not at me.
The carriage was meant to get rid of you.
The letter was written to make me doubt you and cast you aside. It seemed clear that our attackers would not rest until we were parted. So I considered the motive.
He continued.
If the motive was to put you to the side, through whatever means necessary, which meant that you were at risk. Further, if the overarching motive was not just to marry me quickly to Lady Catherine, but also to fully access my fortune, then my father was at risk. No. Surely not. Juliet raised her hand to her lips. Lord Cunningham, tell me they did not try and hurt your father.
They did. He said grimly.
And it is a thing I can never forgive.
How? By what means did they plan to leave you fatherless?
She asked, feeling tears fill her eyes at the idea. Poison. He said. And do not forget yourself, dear heart, for that was the plan for you as well. I did not know that this would be their method of choice, but I had an instinctual feeling that it would be something sneaky and difficult to detect. That left something happening in the middle of the night or some other type of meddling. I spoke with your maid and your brother. You spoke with Felix? After everything that had happened, and the ill feelings that had been between the two gentlemen, her heart warmed at the idea that the two had worked together. She felt some of the worry that had coated her heart drop away. Perhaps there truly is hope for our two families to come together someday. I wanted to be sure that he wasn't hurt as well, and that he knew what to look out for. He said. But he never said anything. Neither of us wanted you to be frightened, and I still was not sure what to look out for. Your household staff was told to keep a close eye on things, and we decided sending you to Lady Burnham's was the best way to get you out of harm's way. My father's staff was told the same. Then I waited to see what would happen. He rubbed a hand across his face, where just a bit of scruff was showing along his jawline. She found herself immensely interested in rubbing her fingers across it, to see how it would feel. Or how it would feel against my lips. She forced her attention back to the gentleman on one knee before her, when he continued speaking. I have not slept a wink. I was furious, worried, and desperate to be near you, but I was afraid that just being close to you could bring the danger that much nearer, and so I stayed away.
Truth be told, I was almost relieved to hear the report of attempted poisoning. It meant I could come see you at last," he said with a small smile. "I believe that answers all of the most pressing questions but one. There is only one thing more I would like to ask of you," he said, lifting the rose once more and fastening his blue eyes on hers. "My love, you are my everything. I want us to do this right this time. I want you to marry me, but by your own choice. Not because of honor, or duty, or obedience. Please say you'll marry me." He looked up at her, knee ground into the dirt, that perfect rose just barely out of her reach. Juliet's tears finally began to fall. "Of course I'll marry you. Now, get up and kiss me." He bounded up lightly from the ground with a joyful whoop, and grabbed her tightly in his arms, crushing her against him. With their chests pressed tightly together, he leaned down and touched his lips to hers. They had kissed before, but this was a kiss of a different caliber. Juliet's knees went so weak, if he hadn't been holding her so tightly, she would have fallen to the ground. He took one strong hand and pushed it back through her curls, tangling his fingers at the nape of her neck. She felt his tongue, dipping devilishly past her lips, and she moaned. "This is a kiss. This is what love feels like." All around them, she felt the world exploding in joy and beauty as bright and vivid as firecrackers. She leaned further against him, savoring the tightness of his chest, the bulging muscles of his arm around her shoulders, the gentle touch of his lips. He pulled away with a groan. "You shall be the death of me." He dropped a path of tender kisses down from her ear to her jaw, making her shudder with a feeling she had never felt before. Suddenly, she wanted very much to be alone with this man, far away from any other eyes. And not so far away from a bed. She blushed at the thought. He noticed her coloring rise and chuckled. "And what, pray tell, has made my fair lady blush?" "I believe that is a question best answered after marriage, my lord," she said primly, and he laughed aloud. "Have I told you that you are like no one else?" "You have, but feel free to tell me once more," she said, leaning back and to brush his lips with hers. "I shall tell you every single day for the rest of our lives," he whispered, leaning his forehead against hers and staring deeply into her eyes. "Do you swear it?" "I do." Chapter 39. Juliet put a hand to the scruff of his cheek, where it lay dark against his skin. He rubbed it ruefully. "I should have made myself more presentable, before coming to declare my love for you, I suppose." She shook her head. "No. You're perfect." And with the silky softness of a butterfly's wing, she kissed him on the lips. When she opened her eyes and looked up at him, she watched the emotion there shift from tenderness and affection to a dark desire. His grip around her tightened, and she knew he wanted to touch her. "My brother has gone to help our neighbor. I dare say we have a bit of time to ourselves," she said, an enticing smile flickering across her lips. His hands, so large they could lightly circle twice around her arms, tightened further. He looked down on her with eyes turned dark with need. "You may not want to say such things to me, or my honor as a gentleman may leave us." "I believe that is exactly what I hoped would happen," she said. In answer, he bent low and kissed her fiercely. With the shadows of suspicion cast off of her at last and in the face of his devotion, she felt free to give in fully to the feelings surging through her body. Thoughts of her own honor as a lady and proper sensibilities were left far behind her, and she did not look back. He lifted her up and she wrapped her legs tightly around his strong back, gasping as she felt the evidence of his arousal strong against her most vulnerable place. "You are mine now, Juliet Andrews, and I will never let you go," he growled into the shell of her ear. A shiver of delight passed through her. "Say my name again," she whispered. "Juliet," he said, hands dipping below the loose neckline of her dress, lightly skimming the tops of her breasts. "Juliet," he said, circling her nipple gently, until she thought she might come apart at the pleasure of it all. "Juliet." he said once more, one hand sliding up her leg beneath her dress. A soft moan escaped her lips, as he lay her down flat on the small table she used to sort and clean the fresh greens from her garden. He lightly pulled the ribbon from her hair, sending her curls cascading across the table behind her. As he looked down at her, as satisfied as a cat looking at a bowl of cream, she wondered what he was thinking. Juliet, his Juliet, lay across the sun-warmed table looking good enough to eat. Leonard traced a hand across the dark curls spread behind her, immensely enjoying the way the small touch had her close her eyes in pleasure, and press her chest against his, wanting more. Anticipation of which he had never experienced rose inside of him, and he struggled to control himself. He would not allow her first time to be here, on a table in her garden. No matter the sunlight flickering through her hair, the sweet smell of roses drifting across them, or the lush, suggestive growth of the world around them preparing for spring. No. He held tightly to his internal leash, closing down the raging beast of lust inside him. Her first time would be in his bed, with a glass of his family's finest wine beforehand, and the softest blankets he could find, and it would be as his wife. He would not dishonor her, no matter how badly he might want to. But just because they would not experience each other fully today, did not mean that he could not give them both a small taste of what was to come. "My love, if you would like to wait, tell me now before it is too late," he said, stroking her cheek lightly. "I don't think I can wait," she said breathlessly. "I cannot walk away now." He smiled and ducked his head to her neck, leaning over her body on the table, and sucking the tender skin there tenderly as she leaned her neck closer to him, craving more. "This is your last chance," he said. She curled her fingers in his hair, bringing her lips to his ear. "I am yours," she said, an answer of its own kind that he understood perfectly. He cast one last look behind him. If that maid came out now he would have her exiled. And then pressed his lips to hers. Juliet thought that if they stopped now, she would melt into a puddle of aching need. At this moment, he was as bright and tantalizing as the sun, and she felt like the petals of a flower, opening up to the warmth of its touch. He smoothed his hands down her side, moving with her curves, learning her body. One hand once more moved below her neckline, where she felt her nipples stand in response. His fingers moved lightly across her breasts and nipples, his hard fingers against her softness sending goosebumps of pleasure down her body. He returned to her leg, sliding one hand again up the curve of her calf, skimming her thigh, and then moving to her center. She arched her back against the table, unthinking of the wanton image she must be making, only wanting him to continue. He brought his lips back to hers, exploring, teasing, claiming. While one hand circled around her back, pulling her closer until their chests were crushed together, the fingers of the other stroked her where she had never been touched before. He was gentle and careful, taking his time to ensure her pleasure. The closest he came to losing control came as he slipped one finger inside her. "You are so wet for me," he groaned, and the tone of his voice nearly sent her over the edge. He pulsated his finger, slowly, then more quickly. Her breath came in short, gasping bursts as the feelings heightened and peaked. "Wait," he whispered in her ear, pulling the moment out longer, until she thought she could wait no more. "Now," he commanded, and she let go completely. With a little cry, she felt wave upon wave of fierce, hot pleasure crash over her. She shuddered against him as he held her tightly. The protective feel of his strong arms married with the gentle attentiveness of his fingers undid her, and she lost track of time, of every feeling but the ones caused by his hands and his touch. Her body rocked to the rhythm known only to the two of them, and as the intensity began to slow and fade, it left the sweet taste of pleasure in her mouth. He sensed her returning to herself and kissed her neck with a chuckle. "I cannot wait to draw that sound out of you again." She laughed and stretched across the table, delighting in the warmth that spread across her body. "If you don't get off that blasted table, you may be making that sound again very soon," he said, watching her. She sat up with a smile and ran her fingers through her hair, gathering it back into place and tying it with her ribbon. She was sliding off the table and rearranging her skirts, when they both heard the front door open and close. They exchanged quick looks and Leonard sat quickly at the table, she supposed to hide the still clear sign of his arousal. Clarissa came around the corner just a moment after Juliet had set herself fully back to rights. "My apologies for interrupting. I hope you both enjoyed the fresh air," she said with a curtsy. "I have some tea and cakes prepared for you both in the dining room." They followed her back to the house, Leonard hanging back. By the time they were through the front door and seated at the table in the dining room, he seemed to have gotten himself fully back under control. Clarissa served them both and then disappeared into the kitchen. "And did you enjoy the fresh air, my lord?" Juliet asked with a saucy smile. "Indeed, Miss Andrews. I found it to be quite invigorating." His tone was light, but in his blue eyes, she could see clearly his desire for more. "Fresh air. Being alone with him makes me act like a woman in a bawdy house. Thank God Clarissa didn't come outside a moment sooner." They turned to lighter matters of conversation as Clarissa moved in and out of the dining room, serving and clearing their plates and refilling their tea. "Now that my memory is fully returned, and there is no more unfinished business between us, I propose we should be married as soon as possible," he said. "I would like that very much," she said. "However, there is still a piece of unfinished business that is bothering me." His brow furrowed. "What is that?" She looked down at her cloth napkin, picking at the seams. "I find myself burdened by the fate of your friend, Lady Thistleton," she said hesitantly. "Are you sure she is guilty?" He looked impatient. "Don't bother yourself with her," he said. "The courts will find the truth." "But how long will that take?" she argued. "If this lady has been a friend for so long, should you let her sit in jail if there is a chance she is innocent?" "I'm sure she's guilty," he said firmly. "How else would that letter have arrived in my home the day that she came to visit me? The purpose of which, I might add, was to disparage you." She waved this away. "I am not bothered by that, if she thought she was protecting you from someone who meant you and your family harm. In fact, it makes me rather like her." He looked at her in stunned amazement. "I beg your pardon? You cannot really be arguing for the lady who had a hand in trying to kill you and my father?" "We cannot be sure she did. If the only evidence of her having a hand in all of this is the letter you found at your house the day she visited, there is reason to doubt her guilt. You say you spent 2 days looking into this, and found plenty of proof of her father's guilt. But the only proof of hers is the letter. If her only crime was loving you, then I can hardly blame her or want to see her punished." He sighed. "You aren't going to let this go, are you?" "No." She smiled. "Besides, do you really feel right about her being in jail? Especially if there is a chance she is not guilty?" He frowned. "You're right. I don't. So where do you suggest we start?" Chapter 40. The two were on their way to Leonard's manor to interview his household staff. It was a good idea and a good place to start, but he supposed he should not be surprised by now by his bride-to-be. Juliet. They had decided it was time to dispense with their formality at last, and her name tasted as sweet as honey on his tongue. Was not a traditional match for a marquis. Though her parents had been respected, they had also been low-titled and poor. It would be argued that she would not be up to the task of running his household, of standing at his side at important events, or of anticipating his needs. However, seeing her tackle tasks such as this head-on, or arguing for the rights of a lady who may have tried to have her killed, he knew that she was the perfect lady to have at his side. He reached across the bench and took her hand in his larger hand swallowing her smaller one, and kissed it. "What was that for?" she asked, her eyes sparkling in the sunlight streaming through the carriage window. "It was simply for love of you. And because I can touch you when I like now," he said. Her eyes filled with desire at his words, and he felt his own body respond immediately. It was going to be very difficult to wait until their wedding night. Good thing we're pulling in now, or I may try to take advantage of the lady right here. But then he took one more look at her soft lips, created perfectly for kissing, and wished they had a few more minutes together alone in the carriage after all. They both paused as he helped her step down from the carriage. He took her hand in his. "How does your new home look to you?" "My new home?" she said, a wondering look taking over her features. "I suppose I hadn't thought of it that way. If I'm to be honest, I find it a bit frightening. It's so big." "Start thinking of it that way," he said, smiling at her and feeling his heart warm to her sweet honesty. How could he ever have doubted her? They entered the manor and were met at once by Mr. Edwards. "My lord, welcome home," he said. "Mr. Edwards, I haven't formally introduced you to my betrothed yet. Miss Juliet Andrews, this is my valet, Mr. Edwards. I wouldn't be half the gentleman I am without his assistance." The man's ruddy cheeks crinkled into a wide grin. "Miss Andrews, it is a true pleasure," he said, bowing low over her hand. "If there's anything I can do for you, please let me know." "Actually, there is one thing," she said. "We are looking for more information about the letter from Lady Thistleton that was found here. Do you know who would have been answering the front door that day?" Mr. Edwards looked to Leonard for permission to answer, who nodded. "I'll find out and bring them to you both in the parlor, shall I?" "Excellent. Also, Edwards, if you would, I'd like to arrange a small dinner party here in 2 days' time. I'll want to invite my father and sister, Charles, Juliet's brother, and Miss Sarah Marlowe, sister of the Baron of Hookley." Mr. Edwards nodded, bowed once more, and left. "Is that all right with you?" he asked. "I'd very much like you to meet my father before our wedding day." "It's wonderful," she said. "I had thought I might make his acquaintance when I was visiting you while you were ill, but only ever crossed paths with your sister. He prefers to come very early in the morning or late in the evening. With his illness, it's easier on him to travel during those times, because that's when he is feeling his best," he explained. They were alone in the hall. Leonard tucked a curl of her ever-escaping hair behind her ear. She looked up at him, looking the picture of a lady who would like to be kissed. He decided to oblige. They kissed sweetly, a tender promise of what was to come. It started that way, but the heat of their passion and desire for each other was too strong a force to stay relegated to sweetness alone. She responded immediately, her hand moving to his chest, her body soft and yielding. He pulled away reluctantly, before they could go too far. "If we aren't careful, we'll be caught and your brother will force us to marry before dinner time today, much less tomorrow," he said, rubbing his thumb across her plump, curved lips. She closed her eyes at the touch. "That sounds preferable. Let us do that." He could feel his body reacting to her expression and her words. "Be married now and take you straight upstairs to my bedroom?" "Perhaps we should," he said, picturing lifting her right here and carrying her to his bed, her petite curves languishing against his counterpane, waiting for him. "Lord Cunningham, I'm sending the butler into the parlor to see you," Mr. Edwards said, his eyes politely averted from their two close bodies. Leonard cleared his throat and stepped back from his betrothed. "Very good. We'll meet him in the parlor. Think of something serious, or you'll horrify the butler. Something like cold tea, biscuits, war." Juliet giggled and pulled his hand. "Let's go meet your butler. No more distractions from you, Lord Cunningham. We need to work out whether your friend is guilty, or as much a victim as you and I." Thoughts of Lady Catherine, possibly innocent and sitting in a jail cell, did the trick at once. He followed Juliet down the hall to his parlor, suddenly very grateful that she had insisted on digging deeper.
He had been so furious at the idea that someone had tried to take Juliet from him, from this world, and so bent on protecting her from harm, that he had moved too quickly. If he had seen a flicker of suspicion in anyone, he would have had them jailed at once, unable to control his rage. Mr. Edwards had had to keep him from jailing members of his own household staff. I moved too hastily, too thoughtlessly. And that allowed the Earl to get away before the constable could capture him, once he caught word that Lady Catherine had been arrested. It was time to make that right. If Lady Catherine was involved, he would leave her to the courts to handle without guilt. But if she wasn't, he had a duty to ensure her safety. The moment that this was determined, he would find her father and have him arrested so he could face the consequences of his crimes. His butler, Mr. Beeton, was waiting at attention in the parlor, his high double-breasted waistcoat impeccable as usual, though his face looked troubled. Leonard introduced Juliet and Beeton and they sat together. "Beeton, we wanted to ask about the door on the day Lady Catherine visited." Leonard dove right in, not interested in mincing words. He wanted to put this whole issue to bed as quickly as possible, so that he could concentrate on building a life of happiness with his bride-to-be. "Yes, my lord," Beeton said. "I answered the door that day, as I was overseeing the care of the silver in the kitchen. You were abed and not in need of dining services, so I handled the guests." "Did you answer the door to Lady Thistleton?" Juliet asked. "I did, miss," he said. "I greeted her and showed her to Lord Cunningham's rooms." "Who else came to the door that day?" "No one else, my lord, but your sister, whom I also took directly to your door." Beeton was nearly wringing his hands, he was so clearly anxious. "Mr. Edwards told me you were looking for more information about the letter, but I've racked my brains, and cannot recall any other visitor who may have left it to find." "Beeton, old man, you're looking terribly upset," Leonard said. "What's going on?" The poor man looked near to tears. "I've failed you horribly, my lord. It's the butler's job to see to all things, to smooth and refine the day-to-day, so that the master of the house is free to go about his important business. I've missed something crucially important, something that concerns your entire family. It's unforgivable, and I believe I should be let go at once." Juliet shot a wide-eyed look at Leonard, but he was unfazed. "Beeton, don't be ridiculous. Where does it say in your job duties that you're to see every single piece of parchment that enters this house, just in case it turns out to be important?" He raised a hand to stop Beeton from speaking. "I won't hear another word about you being let go, that's an order. You're too important." He looked at Juliet and took her hand. "Besides, you're about to become even busier once we are married. I can't afford to lose you now." Beeton's face finally relaxed into what approximated for a smile. "Very good, my lord. Thank you for your time, Mr. Beeton, and it was a pleasure to meet you," Juliet said as the butler stood. "The pleasure is all mine, Miss Andrews," he said, his voice taking on a warmth Leonard had rarely heard. As he left the parlor, Leonard turned to look at Juliet. "That was a full stop, I suppose. Any other ideas?" Her brows came tightly together as she tapped her fingers on her thigh. He watched their progress with interest. "It would have been too good to be true if he had seen a strange man drop the letter, but we can't give up yet," she said, her eyes very far away as she thought. "But of course," she said, brightening. "We haven't asked about who came to the back door. Can you send for your housekeeper?" Leonard stood. "Your wish is my command," he said, moving to the door right as Mr. Edwards entered with tea. "Can you bring Mrs. Beeton in, Edwards?" "Certainly, my lord," he said, pouring the tea quickly before leaving. "Mrs. Beeton?" Juliet asked, sipping her tea. "Yes, my butler's wife. I think you'll like her." Mrs. Beeton was a grey-haired, no-nonsense housekeeper. She was a woman who could be described as handsome, and had first come to join Leonard's household staff,
after being let go from her previous employers for speaking too freely. Leonard, who as a duke's son had been surrounded by yes men his entire life, had appreciated her candor and hired her at once. He had hoped to add some honesty to his household, though he had not expected her to catch the heart of his butler. She stood in front of them, arms behind her back, blatantly surveying Juliet at his side as he introduced them. "It's good to properly meet you," Mrs. Beeton said. "I've heard plenty from the other staff, but it was time we met face to face." Juliet looked a little taken aback at her directness, though not bothered by it. "I believe we will be able to get to know one another quite well, when I join Lord Cunningham's household." "We will," Mrs. Beeton said, her tone a bit too sharp to be considered proper or even polite. "I hope you plan to serve my lord truly. The household here thinks very highly of him." Leonard began to reprimand her. That was far too direct to allow, but Juliet spoke over him. "I appreciate how protective you are of him. He's lucky to have a dedicated staff. I hope to win you over as well." Mrs. Beeton's face did not soften, but he could see the glint of approval at this response in her eyes. He filled the silence before she could say something else inappropriate. "We'd like to know who came to the back door through the kitchens on the day Lady Catherine visited," he said. She raised her eyebrows in surprise. "To the back door? We would have had many visitors. We get the food deliveries, the staff coming and going, it stays busy. We specifically wonder about someone who may have come through the back door to the front of the house," he said. Her lips thinned. "That would never be permitted, my lord. It would be absolutely inappropriate for someone to come through that door to the front of the house. Why, the very idea of the milkman, tramping through the fine carpets with his muddy boots," she said. Juliet frowned. "Is there no one at all who would come through that door to the front? Or could have sneaked past perhaps?" "No, miss," she said, but then her brows drew together. "No one except the staff." Juliet and Leonard exchanged a look. It was worrying, the idea that a member of his staff could have carried the letter for a stranger, bent on harming the Marquess. "You were asking these questions, to find out how the letter arrived in the front hall, to be found by your sister, yes?" she asked. "So if a member of staff did it, that would be an act of betrayal," Mrs. Beeton said, suddenly looking frighteningly severe. "Allow me some time to go and speak with my kitchen staff." Leonard nodded and she left, taking quick strides across the room. "So we are left with two options then," Juliet said slowly. "It was Lady Thistleton after all, or it was someone who works in your home even now." "I do not like either of those options," he answered. The two drank their tea in silence, pondering what that would mean. Leonard thought about trying to root out how he would find the needle in the haystack. Who would take a bribe to do something like this? It would be impossible for them to not know the action was meant to hurt him. "Can I see the letter?" she asked, a bit reluctantly. "I'd rather not," he said. The thought of showing her the letter now seemed like a terrible idea. "It was signed by me, wasn't it? I believe I have a right to see it." He recognized the fire in her eyes and knew she would not take no for an answer. With a sigh, he moved to the table at the far corner, opened the bottom right drawer, and withdrew the letter. It was creased with heavy reading, the ink already looked worn and faded, though it was only a few days old. Knowing it could be a terrible mistake, that she could demand to leave as soon as she'd read it, he handed it over. He watched her bright, curious eyes scan the contents quickly. She read it through once, frowned, and then read it again, this time more slowly. At last, she looked up, and he felt the pain in her eyes like a dagger through his heart. "You truly believed I wrote this?" she asked, her voice very quiet. "I did," he said. There was nothing to it but to be honest with her. "I regret it deeply." She looked back down, tracing a few lines with her finger. "This is a terrible thing to write to someone." She was quiet for a time. No doubts any longer? He sat beside her and took her small hand in his. None whatsoever. She nodded. That's all right then. She tapped the letter. But this was very cleverly created to upset you as deeply as possible, to make you immediately want to turn against me. It was designed perfectly. Do you hear Lady Thistleton's voice in these words? It was an interesting way to phrase the question that had him considering for a time. Could he hear Catherine's voice in the letter? If it is her voice, then she has been an accomplished actress her whole life, and I have never truly known Catherine Stilton. A commotion at the door caught their attention, breaking the silence of the parlor. Chapter 41. Mrs. Beeton entered the parlor, escorting a very young, very inexperienced-looking maid. One that Leonard was not sure he had ever even seen before now. I believe I have solved our mystery, my lord, Mrs. Beeton said, bringing the frightened-looking girl to face them. Emily, tell them what you told me. Begging your pardon, Lord Cunningham. She was fairly shaking in her boots and seemed to have difficulty continuing. Juliet stood swiftly, surprising him, and went to the girl. It's all right. Don't worry. Just tell us what you have to say. If you're honest, everything will be just fine, I promise. Lord Cunningham will not be cruel, isn't that right? She asked, looking over her shoulder at Leonard, who nodded. See now? All will be well, just tell us what happened. Leonard watched the shaking ease almost at once at the soothing tone of Juliet, and once again was struck by how well she managed such difficult situations. A typical Marquis wife would have reacted imperiously, perhaps even scolded Mrs. Beeton for bringing such a lowly member of the household staff to face the Lord at all. Such an action might have sent the girl over the edge to panic, ending with her being sent out of the household completely. Instead, Juliet had bridged the gap, and now the girl began to speak. I made a mistake. I didn't know any better, honest. She shot a fearful look at Mrs. Beeton. The man who came to the door was very kind. He only said he'd lost his way, and asked me to show him how to get back to the main road. When I explained it, he said he was fearfully troubled with directions, and asked if I might not point him directly from the entrance. She clasped her hands tightly in front of her, drawing herself up. I did a wrong thing. I took him to the front door to show him how to go. I wasn't thinking, I didn't see the harm in it. But you did not tell me, nor did you ask someone who might know if it was acceptable to do so. Mrs. Beeton said, her arms crossed in front of her. Her eyes filled with tears. You're dead right, Mrs., only he was such a gentleman and I wasn't thinking. I'm terribly sorry. She directed this to the Marquis. If I'd have known it would cause so much trouble, I would have gone to Mrs. Beeton straight away, and that's the God's honest truth. You made a mistake, Leonard said. We all do, from time to time. What's important is that you were honest and direct. Can you tell me a bit more about the gentleman? She nodded eagerly. He was a bit odd-looking. Sort of. Blank. Like a piece of paper with no writing on it, if that makes sense. Grey hair, grey eyes, sort of sickly-looking, but very sure of himself. He never gave me his name. I should have asked, but I just didn't think to. Did you notice him drop something by chance? Juliet asked. No, miss. I would have seen it in the hall, but I was called as soon as we got to the front door. He could have dropped something there maybe. Where did your sister say she had found the letter? Juliet asked Leonard. Right at the front door. He said slowly. Emily, you have been a great help to us. Your honesty may have kept an innocent lady from prison. Emily bobbed a curtsy and then another. It'll never happen again, my lord, I swear it. I'll never fall for such a trick again. You're right, it won't, said Mrs. Beeton. Or you'll be looking for employment elsewhere. My lord, may we be excused? We have a great deal to do before tomorrow evening. Of course. Thank you for your time,
Leonard said, and the two left.
What do you know of the man who was the Earl's partner in this crime? Juliet asked him.
I was told by the constable that he's called the Grey Man, and is known for his underground dealings and shady past.
If it's the same man,
I would not be surprised he managed to show up,
just as the most junior member of my staff was alone in that area of the kitchen, and then was able to persuade her to bring him to the front door. That's an awful lot of trouble, when Lady Thistleton herself, or even her lady's maid, could have been asked to simply drop it on their way in, since they both visited you that day. Leonard saw her meaning immediately.
It's fairly definitive proof, I agree. But we still don't know for sure. Juliet took a deep breath. It is my opinion that it is enough. Even if she did drop it herself, as could still be possible,
is that alone enough to leave her alone to face this?
You have a point.
Further, I would like the chance to speak with her about this directly, without so much emotion involved. If I look her in the eye, I think I will know the truth, he said. What kind of a lady fights so hard for someone who spoke so poorly about her? Someone who would have gladly seen her parted from her betrothed? He wondered again how he could ever have doubted the integrity of his betrothed. Leonard stood, reaching out a hand to help Juliet up from the couch. Come. We have a lady to spring from jail. Chapter 42. Miles away from the cozy scene at Leonard's manor, Catherine was shivering at the foot of a cold steel bunk, tears coursing thick trails down her cheeks. From her throat came a high keening she was only vaguely aware of, as she rocked back and forth, fingers digging into her shoulders. How can this have happened? A loud scrape of a key turning in the lock of the cell startled her out of her reverie. Lady Thistleton, you are free to go, the constable said from the doorway. Free? She asked stupidly, blinking up at him. Free. We have conducted a full investigation with the help of the victims, and can find no evidence that you worked with your father in his crimes. So you may return home, he said disinterestedly, picking at his fingernails as he leaned against the cell door. What evidence? She asked. How? I have been dragged here and now told I can just go? She had hoped to sound demanding and assured, but her voice came out weak and plaintive instead. The constable sighed heavily, as if she were very wearying. We have a full confession from his associate as to the letter that was written, and how it arrived at the Marquess' home. It was originally assumed that you were the one to have dropped it there, so that Lord Cunningham could find it. Did my father clear my name as well? She asked tremulously. His face softened with just the barest hint of pity. I cannot say that for sure. And my father has not been cleared? He will remain here, in prison? We haven't found him yet. But we will soon, and he will be here for a long time. Oh yes. We have quite a bit of evidence on him. I doubt he will ever be allowed to return home, once we've caught him. As I said before, his associate told us everything, and has the facts to prove it. Gave it all up at once, he did, he said with a level of satisfaction beyond what was proper. He can't. My father can't. Catherine stopped. In truth, she could believe her father capable of such a thing. It does not matter for you. Go on. Get home. Go home? But I'll be ruined. Even with my name cleared, my father is guilty. My reputation is finished. What can I do now? All due respect, love, but that isn't my problem. Go where you like, but you can't stay here. She stood shakily and made for the door. Have to say, this is the first prisoner I've ever had to convince to leave one of my cells. A first for everything, eh? He chortled. Could you arrange a ride home for me? Catherine asked in a small voice, ignoring his little joke. I don't even know where I am. No, love. Got my own matters to tend to, don't I? He lifted an eyebrow at her. At her blank look of horror, he softened some. Don't worry too much, there's a carriage out front waiting for you," he added. Catherine shuffled through the passageway, sparing only one quick glance at the place that had been her home these past days. Though blank, cold, and empty of comfort, it had felt to her like a shield as well as a cage. A shield from the scandalized gossip and sharp tongues of the ton, the owners of which she would now have to face. She knew that it was time to face the music and see what awaited her. Juliet was nervous. They were standing in front of the small stone jailhouse, awaiting Lady Thistleton's release. Beside her, she could feel Leonard drawn tight as a bowstring. "Are you sure you want me to come along?" she had asked in the carriage on their way over. "She likely will not want to see me there, only you." He had shut that idea down immediately. "You will be my wife. If she hopes to remain a part of my life, she will have to accept you and treat you well." Now, she could see a tenseness high in his shoulders, and she longed to touch him to make it melt away. He stood so tall beside her, just being near him helped her nervousness fade. Juliet had never met the Lady Thistleton, but it wasn't hard to recognize her. The lady walked out slowly, looking tired and worn. She wore an elegant, high-class afternoon dress, but its hems were black with dirt and the creases looked as if they would never come out. Her pale hair was gathered tightly and impressively, considering she would have had to manage on her own. The oddest expression crossed her face at the sight of Leonard and Juliet. A flash of immediate joy, followed at once by a look of defeat and something like remorse. She felt the lady's blue eyes sweep over her, taking her measure at the Marquess's side. Juliet lifted her chin and stood tall. Daughter of an earl or not, she would not be made to feel ashamed. "My father may not have been an earl, but he also never attempted to poison anyone." It was an unkind thought that Juliet forced herself to shake away immediately. She had fought to recognize the innocence of this lady, because she believed that her betrayal was deeply hurtful to Lord Cunningham. Now she had to follow through and give the lady the benefit of the doubt. Lady Thistleton approached them slowly. Beside her, Lord Cunningham was very still. "Lord Cunningham, I suppose it is you I have to thank for my quick return to freedom," she said formally. "It appears I may have been incorrect about your role in your father's schemes," he answered, equally formally. Lady Thistleton seemed unsure of what to say next, her eyes darting across Leonard's face, searching for emotion. "Lady Thistleton," Juliet said, unsure if speaking up was the right thing to do, but deciding to trust her instincts, which were crying out that this conversation needed a little warmth, a little normality injected. "I'm Miss Juliet Andrews. It's such a pleasure to meet a friend of Lord Cunningham's. I hear the two of you were childhood friends. I do hope you can tell me stories about him as a boy," she said. At once, the lady dissolved into a flood of tears. "Oh, I've made such a mistake," she cried, as Juliet crossed the wide social barrier to put an arm around her. "You are so kind, and I've seen how happy you make Lord Cunningham." She was sobbing hard enough that it was difficult to understand her. Juliet cast a glance at the street around them, where someone would be sure to spread news around the ton, of the lady's disgraceful public display were they to see. "Shall we move this conversation to the carriage?" she asked pointedly at Leonard, who swiftly opened the door and ushered the two ladies inside. In the time it took the lady to get settled, Juliet sitting at her side and Leonard across from them, her sobs had somewhat subsided, though tears continued to flow uninterrupted from her eyes. "You say you made a mistake." The Marquess' tone was hard. He had not softened toward his old friend yet, even in the face of her distress. "Was I wrong to believe you did not in fact write and deliver that fake letter to me?" Lady Thistleton let out a little cry, and fruitlessly dabbed her face with a handkerchief Juliet had handed over. "No, I never, ever would have done such a thing. Of course I couldn't have." "Then what mistake are you referring to?" he asked, undeterred. "My cruelty about your betrothed," she sniffled. "I was so cruel, I said such terrible things. I should have been your friend, and not your jilted bride. I was so caught up in my own feelings,
I never truly considered yours,
only what I thought was best for you,
but even that was mired in what I wanted.
I'm so sorry, I was a terrible friend. Juliet caught his eye and nodded to the lady. He took the hint, and finally dropped the shield of coldness that had been firmly in place.
I should have known you could never do such a thing,
no matter how strangely you were acting,
he said.
That one step toward meeting her in the middle completely undid Lady Thistleton. She began to sob once more, her hair giving up the fight and falling from its tight updo at last, as the tears made dirty tracks down her cheeks and neck.
No,
it's all my fault.
I thought the same at first.
I was so heartbroken, I wondered how you could possibly have thought I would try and hurt your family,
or you,
or even. She shot a guilty glance at Juliet. You. Juliet took the lady's hand tightly in her own and gave it a squeeze, which was returned gratefully.
But I had a great deal of time to think.
Lord Cunningham, I wronged you,
she said tearfully.
I should never have put you in the position I did. My father insisted I tell you exactly how I was feeling, and so I spoke truths to you that would have been much better kept to my diary. Can you ever forgive me? Leonard had softened, but not by much. If he had been a block of ice before, he was a slightly less frigid now. I can't say for sure. You know I have always cared for you in our friendship, but this. It goes far beyond the pale. What your father did, the lengths he went to, and it's unconscionable. Even now, I look at you, and I think about how close I came to losing my father. He reached across the carriage and took Juliet's hand in his, stroking one gentle thumb across her knuckles, making her shiver. How close I came to losing you. Lady Thistleton took a deep, shuddering breath. Juliet imagined she could feel her gathering and strengthening herself, through their clasped hands. Take your time, of course. I understand completely. And to you, Miss Andrews, I am very grateful. To me? Juliet asked in surprise. What for? For your kindness and compassion. I can't say that I would have given you the same, were our positions switched. She drew her thin shoulders up, back into the perfect posture for which ladies were so admired. Lord Cunningham, I do not wish to bother you further, but I wonder if you know where I can go now. I've put in a word for you to ensure that you have a place to live, he said. Your father's home at Thistleton will be closed off, while your father is tried, as will the London townhouse where you were living with your servants. But the country home, out in Essex, that I've ensured you can stay in while the court proceedings are in session. She nodded. Even with her fallen-down hair, dirty clothing, and tear-stained face, her bearing was every bit the high-born lady. He continued. I've arranged for a carriage to take you to your London home to pack your things before moving on to Essex. I'll write to you as I learn more. Thank you, Lord Cunningham, she said softly. I hope I will hear more from you, but I understand if not. Miss Andrews, congratulations on your betrothal. You will make a very fine Marchioness. Juliet nodded her thanks. There's one last thing before you go, he said, and she turned her eyes to him. Do you have any idea where your father might be? We have been looking for him, but he's disappeared into thin air. Lady Thistleton looked through the window as she thought. Finally, with a frown, she shook her head. I can't think of where he could be. I have come to realize that I never knew my father at all. He nodded. Juliet watched as Lady Thistleton climbed down from the carriage. Leonard followed her, but was gone only a moment. She's settled in the carriage and on her way, he said with an air of finality. You did the right thing, Juliet said. I know it was difficult, but now it can be left behind you. You were right all along, he said, looking out the window. I don't know if we'll ever be friends again like we were. Take it a day at a time. He caught her eye and a wicked look lit his face. Now, I believe that was the last thing settled before we could get married. Are you ready to make wedding plans with me?
Or perhaps... He ran one finger down her cheek to her collarbone, from her collarbone to her neckline, and then lower. We should plan the wedding night? She could not repress the thrill of pleasure that sparked through her at his words. But there was one thing yet to discuss first. Not so fast, my lord, she said, arching one eyebrow. First, our families have to meet. Chapter 43. Juliet was doing her morning turn through the garden, when she heard hoofbeats draw close. She smiled to herself as she placed a handful of flowers in her basket. She believed she recognized the sounds of that particular horse. She was proven right when she saw Leonard walking around the side of the cottage, down the path to her. Without a word, he put a hand to her cheek, leaned in, and kissed her. He kissed her lips, and then her cheeks, and finally her brow. Juliet leaned her cheek against Leonard's hand, enjoying the feel of his calloused palm against her cheek. To what do I owe this honor, my lord? I had to see you, he said. I have a piece of news, and I woke up this morning, thinking there was a lady here who was in need of thorough kissing. I believe I am in need of such a thing, she said, batting her lashes at him. News first, he said, stroking a lock of her hair. We were out all night last night searching the Earl of Thistleton's usual haunts. We bribed every man we could think of, looking for news of him. We were unsuccessful. You haven't slept? Juliet asked with concern, noting the dark circles under his eyes. I'm not worried about my sleeping habits, he said. I'm worried about you. You have to take great care until we capture the Earl. Stay close to your brother. I'll have a few guards stationed nearby just in case. Do you truly think there is danger? I know that he is a conniving man who will stop at nothing. I do not see what he could hope to gain from hurting you now, but I not want to take any risks. He stroked his thumb across her cheek. I would stay here myself by your side at all times if it were possible. Let us marry then, and make it possible, she said, smiling up at him. I would happily do so, he said. Today, I have an urgent matter to attend to. There's a man who may have information on the Earl's whereabouts, with whom I'm meeting and a shipment to oversee. He's meeting me at one of our vineyards not far from here, so I can do both at once and come directly back to you. I have let a great deal of my work slide these past weeks. Mostly because of the attentions of a certain lady, he said with a raised brow. She laughed and ran a hand down his arm. My deepest apologies, my lord. As long as you're sorry, he said with a smile. I'll go now, and hurry back the moment I have seen to the shipments arriving from France, and learned what this man has to say. Remember what I said, stay close to Felix, and don't go off on your own. I'll take the greatest care, she promised. He pressed his lips to hers. I'll be gone an hour at most. She watched him walk purposefully away, his broad shoulders and strong frame so at odds with the rich clothing of a marquis. With a sigh, she sat at the little table where he had so recently shown her a new type of pleasure. A little ache of desire rose in her belly at the thought. I'll only stay out a moment longer. Just to cool down some. She shifted through her basket of clippings for the day, separating the blooms from the vegetables to give to the cook. It could not have been 5 minutes gone by, when she felt as if she were being watched. The hairs on the back of her neck rose, and goosebumps rose across her skin, though the day was warm. She sat very still, listening. There, behind her, came the soft sound of grass being flattened beneath a light treading foot. Only a man with dubious intentions would be coming so quietly behind a lady. Pretending to stretch her neck, not wanting to give herself away, she looked through the corner of her eye. There was a man creeping through the garden toward her. She placed her feet on the ground, slipping out of the heavy wooden gardening shoes she wore to protect her feet. They would only slow her down. As soon as her feet were free, she rose like a shot, and began to sprint through the garden toward the front door. Down the path, getting closer,
only 50 meters now.
Then she made a critical mistake.
She had not heard a sound coming up from behind her, and her curiosity got the better of her. Had he fallen back? Who was he? She looked over her shoulder as she ran, to see a slight blonde man dressed all in black sprinting toward her, and gaining ground. Heart in her throat, she tried to scream but she was out of breath from running, her corset constricting her chest, and not allowing more than a strangled cry to emit from her lips. And then she tripped. She had been so busy trying to scream, trying to see who was running after her, that she had allowed herself to forget where she was. Her foot caught the lifted root of the tree that shaded this part of the yard, and she collapsed onto the ground in a heap of skirts. The man was right behind her, grabbing her by the elbow and lifting her off the ground. Juliet cried out. "Let go of me, Felix!" she shouted, but her cry was restricted by her tight stays and lack of breath. "Felix!" She tried again, this time more successfully. Surprisingly, the man did not try to quiet her, nor did he rush her away from the house. Instead, he was walking her toward the front door. With one of her arms twisted up tightly behind her back, the other wrapped around her throat as he forced her in front of him. She stumbled, unable to keep her balance, and he shook her. "Walk straight, you silly bitch," he snapped in a thick London accent. "Don't make me hurt you." "What do you want?" she demanded, as he walked her to her front door. "Who are you?" "None of your concern," he drawled, urging her onward. "The Marquess of Cunningham will slit your throat for touching me," she hissed. "And my brother isn't far either. They'll see you punished for this." He chortled, but said nothing until they were through the front door. Juliet looked around. Where was Clarissa? The cook? Anyone? "Sir Felix Andrews," the man called out in a booming voice that would carry to every corner of the house. "You're needed at the front door." Juliet knew she should be screaming for her brother, but something about this situation made her incredibly nervous. Why would he be calling Felix to them? What did he want? She was suddenly terrified the man would try and hurt her brother. Felix came out of his study then, looking down at a piece of parchment. "Clarissa, why is someone shouting for me from the door?" He looked up, and he froze when he saw his sister tightly held by a stranger in their hallway. "Let go of her," he said, his tone immediately adopting a menacing threat. "I don't think I will, actually," the man said, and Juliet felt something sharp prick the side of her neck. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see he held a dagger there. She felt small droplet of blood trickle down her neck from where he had nicked her. Felix roared and started forward, murder in his eyes, but the man did not step back, only pulled Juliet closer and moved the dagger to the front of her throat, forcing her head back. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," he said calmly. "I could slit her throat and be gone in an instant." Felix stopped in his tracks, dropping his hands to his side. "What do you want?" he asked. "Tell me and you can be on your way. We don't have much money, but I'll give you everything we have. Just don't hurt her." "The money you have is small potatoes," the man said snidely. "I've come with a message from the Earl of Thistleton." He nodded to his sack, which he kicked across the space toward Felix. "There's ropes in there. I want you to tie your hands to the stair railing. Your sister here will finish the job. No messing around, I'll be checking your knots, and if you try to pull one over on me, it's the girl that'll pay." Felix pulled the ropes out of the sack, his face white as a ghost. "I tie myself up and then what? You kill her anyway." The man scoffed. "We don't want to kill her," he said. "Though you have caused a great deal of trouble to my associate, haven't you, girl?" He brought his leering face around to look Juliet in the eye. She shrank back from the anger in his eyes and his rank breath. "All we want is some money, so's me and the Earl can start over somewhere new." "I don't have that kind of money."
Felix said, a desperate tone staining his voice. I've said that already.
You're quite right there. The man agreed cheerfully.
You don't.
The Marquis, however,
Does.
and the way the Earl sees it, he's entitled to a piece of that money for his trouble, and all the damage done to him and his daughter. He gave Juliet a little shake, and she watched Felix blanch. The Marquis told this one he'd be back in about an hour, ain't that right? He shook her again. Juliet nodded quickly. He must have been hiding just out of sight, while she and Leonard had been talking, biding his time. She should have gone inside to find Felix the moment he had left, like she'd promised that she would. Gives us a nice little head start, he said. Tie yourself now or you won't like what I do, he growled, a startling contrast to his tone of just a moment before. Felix quickly complied, wrapping the rope tightly around his wrists and connecting them to the banister. No tricks, now, the man said. Tighter. Felix followed his instructions. When the Marquis returns, you're to tell him where to meet us, he continued. He's to bring £10,000 with him. We'll count it, so no tricks mind, and give you your girl here back. Everyone's happy, he said, the sudden jump in volume making Juliet jump. You'll find your household staff tied up in the stables. Your little lady's maid was quite tempting, I must say. Shame I'm in such a hurry, he said. I will leave a note with instructions on where to meet us in your carriage. The Marquis is to come alone, with the money and nobody else. I will make sure of it, Felix said, from his spot at the railing. You had better, if you don't want to be the last surviving member of the Andrews family, the man threatened. With the dagger still tight to Juliet's throat, he edged over to the stairs. No messing about now, he warned, as he looked over the knots Felix had tied. Check his knots now, girl, he said, jostling Juliet and shifting the blade to her waist. Swallowing hard, she leaned over to look at the knots. Tug on them. You can't check knots with your eyes, he snapped. She leaned in closer and touched the knots tentatively. When she was as close to Felix as she could get, he whispered in her ear. Duck. Chapter 44. Juliet ducked her head down at once, and instantly Felix exploded forward, head-butting the blonde man so hard he stumbled back, dropping the dagger as he fell to the ground. Grab the dagger, Felix said, slipping his hands from the knots, which had been apparently cleverly disguised to appear tight. Juliet turned quickly, looking for the fallen dagger. The man, realizing he was losing his only chance to escape unharmed, took hold of her ankle and pulled her to the ground. Felix was out of the ropes now, though, and leapt over Juliet to punch the man. The two men tussled on the ground, as Juliet dragged herself out of the way. A blow from the man sent Felix reeling back. The man cast a regretful look at Juliet. She was too far out of reach now, and lunged for the door, apparently deciding to give up and escape. Juliet ran to Felix, putting a hand to his head. Are you all right? She asked. Felix? He shook her off. Can't let him get away, he said, leaping up and running for the door, Juliet on his heels. The man was jumping onto a horse he must have hidden away earlier. He saw Felix running toward him, and tried to urge the horse into a run, but there was something thundering toward him that was spooking it. Down the long lane, with a face like thunder, rode Leonard atop Beauty. Stop where you are, he shouted. Do not move, or I'll kill you. The man ignored his warnings, desperately smacking the sides of the horse, who reared back in fear and confusion. Felix sprinted forward and took hold of the horse's reins. Ahead of them, Leonard pulled the pistol from his waist, and aimed it levelly at the man. He was trapped. Get off your horse, Leonard commanded, swinging himself off of his saddle. Or I shall shoot you where you sit. The man slid down, his face black with rage, his hands up. Juliet, Felix said. the rope. Juliet ran into the house and fetched the rope left behind, returning it to the two men who quickly lashed the man's wrists and legs together.
"You're going to take me to the Earl, and you're going to do it now," Leonard said. The man laughed.
"The hell I will.
"He'll have my head."
Leonard tightened the rope on the man's wrists, causing him to wince.
"If you don't,
I will not hesitate to kill you right this second,"
he said in a low voice.
"You're lucky I haven't already killed you, for laying a hand on my betrothed." The man's cocky exterior drained away at once,
as he looked
between the deadly serious faces of the two men holding him captive.
"All right.
I will."
"Hold him for a moment,"
Leonard said to Felix,
and then finally turned to face Juliet.
He strode quickly across the yard,
putting a hand to her face.
"Are you unharmed?" he demanded,
his eyes sweeping her body. "You're bleeding."
Juliet put a hand to the small scratch on her neck.
"Only a scratch, nothing more. I'm perfectly fine."
She took his hand in hers.
"How did you know to come back?"
He nodded to the road, where one of their horses was now trotting peacefully up the road, a pale and unkempt lady's maid with tied wrists riding straight-backed on her back.
"Clarissa?" Juliet's mouth dropped open in shock.
"However did you manage?"
She couldn't complete the sentence, she had no words. Clarissa came to a stop in front of them, and Leonard reached up to help her down.
Juliet immediately began to work on the ropes at her wrist.
"He had us together in the stables," she explained. "He had knocked Cook and the coachman out, but I was only tied by my wrists. I guess he thought a lady couldn't do much without her hands." She shot a withering glance at the man.
"I used the stable wall and the old stool we keep there, to mount and took off after Lord Cunningham.
I had just heard him leave, so I thought I had a chance." "Clarissa." Juliet did not know what to say. "You saved us," she settled on at last. "No, miss." Clarissa ducked her head.
"The Marquis saved you. I only acted as the messenger." "I hate to interrupt, but I must go now to take care of the Earl before he can do more damage." "Felix, you'll ride with me?" Felix nodded.
"Of course."
"Follow me in your carriage, we'll lock him in," he said. They quickly had him locked in the carriage using a piece of plywood to wedge it closed, and Felix settled in the driver's seat, clearly eager to be off. Leonard took Juliet's face in his hands. "Stay safe," he said, kissing her. "Wait," she said, putting her hand out to stop him. "Don't go. Send the constable, I couldn't bear for you to be hurt." He kissed her once more. "I must end this," he said, and swung up onto Beauty's saddle, leaving Clarissa and Juliet clutching each other, as he and Felix took off down the long, dusty road. Chapter 45. He should have suspected a man like the Earl to be hiding in a brothel. As Leonard rode into the seediest part of London, Beauty effortlessly avoiding piles of excrement, beggars' hands, and the odd man sleeping in the gutter, he considered his position. "If I do not get a hold of my anger, I will not be able to carry this out properly." The urge to throttle the fool who had dared to put his hands on Juliet, and do far worse to the man who had sent him, was throbbing in Leonard's veins. He could feel rage clouding his eyes, making it difficult to focus. "Pull yourself together, or he will escape, and make another attempt on Juliet." This thought was as sobering as a glass of icy water in his veins. Holding on to that, the cloud of fury that demanded violence cleared. Felix shouted from behind. Up around the next bend. They were leaving the center of London now, and moving toward the outskirts in East London. Here, buildings were few and far between, but the ones that were standing looked blacked out and rotten. Off on its own, standing on the muddy bank of a filthy creek that gurgled into a forest, was a shoddy building with a sign out front reading Annie's. "Here," Felix said. Leonard reined in Beauty and dismounted, handing her reins to Felix. "Wait here," he said.
I'm going to do a little looking around. I'll shout if I need backup. There was loud music coming from the bawdy house, and the drunken sound of singing. Leonard kept his hand on his gun, and pulled his hat down low over his eyes as he walked to the door. He hadn't expected the place the Earl would want to meet to be so crowded. Men were everywhere, drunk, half-dressed, singing along with a plump young singer in the center, wearing nothing but a corset. He scanned the room, searching for the proprietor, spotting her nearly right as she spotted him. She turned and made to run up the stairs, but he was by her side with a hard grip on her arm in a flash. "Stay silent, and there's profit in it for you," he said in her ear, and she relaxed. "The Earl would have me head if I talked to you," she said. Annie was a large, fearsome lady with bright red hair, and breasts so large they spilled out of the low-cut top of her dress. "The Earl is going to jail," he said, "where he'll never bother anyone again. You can either allow him to escape jail for just a while longer, or enjoy a large reward for a moment's work." He pulled a velvet coin purse from his pocket, heavy with money, and lifted it to show her. She reached out and felt the weight of the bag, considering. Then she nodded. "He thought he had more time enough for one last lay with one of my girls." She looked over her shoulder. "Upstairs, last room on the left." "I'll tell you, he's not even armed." Leonard dropped the purse in her hand and headed up the stairs on light feet. The doors to all of the rooms were closed, sounds coming from each marking them as occupied. At the last door on the left, he reared back and kicked it open, knocking it clean off of its hinges. He needn't have worried that Annie had sent him wrong, for here was the Earl in all his naked glory. The old man jolted up from the arms of a slim brunette, his face red from exertion. "How dare you?" He stopped when he saw who was at the door. Leonard had his gun pointing at the Earl of Thistleton. "Stand slowly, and don't try anything. After everything you have done, you don't want to give me the excuse to kill you." Juliet paced anxiously, Clarissa at her side, as they awaited news. It had been a trying afternoon, with no word. Finally, they heard hoofbeats outside, and both were out the front door at once. Juliet let out a little cry of relief at the sight of her brother on the carriage and Leonard trotting up the drive. She would have fallen to the ground if Clarissa had not wrapped a strong arm around her waist. Leonard was off of beauty before she even came to a full stop, and immediately at Juliet's side, lifting her weight from Clarissa to pull her face to his. "It's all right, my love," he said. "Everything is all right." "You're all right?" she asked, looking him over. "Felix?" Felix handed the carriage over to their coachman, recovered from his earlier ordeal. "All is well." "And the Earl?" She looked between the two of them anxiously. "In jail," Leonard said. "Where he will stay for a very long time." Chapter 46. Juliet had treated the rest of the previous day with Leonard lightly, basking in his attention, his care, and his tenderness. It wasn't until she had awoken this morning that a deep, panicky fear had frozen her insides. "Clarissa," she called as she leapt from her bed the moment the sun was up. "I need you." Clarissa seemed to have been harboring fears of her own, as she was through the bedroom door at once, looking pale and tired. "Did you not sleep?" Juliet asked. "I need your help today, I'm terribly nervous." "It will be fine, miss," Clarissa said in a grim voice, that inspired no confidence whatsoever. "You are a well-bred lady. Your brother is a gentleman. There is no reason the Marquess will end the betrothal based on an action by either of you at one dinner." "Why do you sound like you're trying to convince us both of that?" Juliet squeaked, pulling her robe tightly around her. Clarissa looked fearfully across the room at her. "Do I?" she asked. Juliet huffed and threw open the curtains herself, full of a wild, nervous energy. She wanted to ride until she could stand no longer, which would have the added bonus of bringing her very far away from this evening's event. There was a knock at the door. "Enter,"
Juliet said.
Who could it be?
He's cancelling.
He never wants to see me again. Oh God. But it was only Felix, looking a bit tired around the eyes himself. Something arrived for you.
He passed over a letter addressed to her. Juliet took it with a small shake in her hands,
and looked blankly at Clarissa. For perhaps the first time since she had known her, Clarissa's genteel, perfectly mannered veneer broke. Open it, for God's sake,
she said, jerking the letter opener from Juliet's desk, and running it across the room to her.
She thinks he's calling it off too.
Juliet ripped open the letter with her opener, and was immediately calmed by the flutter of petals that drifted out of the envelope onto her floor. Beside her, she only barely noticed the twin sighs of relief emerging from her brother and lady's maid. My love, I thought you might enjoy a new gown for this evening. In truth, I requested this made for you the week we were in the carriage accident. It will look beautiful on you, although you would look beautiful in a potato sack. There's one other thing in the package I wanted you to have. It belonged to my mother. I know she would have approved of our betrothal, and I rather think you would have liked her as well. I will wait in great anticipation to see you this evening. All my love. Yours, Leonard. Juliet felt her eyes fill with tears. What is it? Clarissa asked. Miss? She added quickly, pulling herself back to herself. Wordlessly, Juliet handed the page to her, watching Clarissa read it hungrily. Her maid let out a sigh that was half swoon, and sat on the edge of Juliet's bed. My word, the maid said. Miss, he is absolutely mad for you. Felix now handed her a long brown box tied in a golden ribbon. I'm thinking I know what this is, Felix said with a smile. I'll leave you ladies to it. He exited, closing the door behind him. Juliet grabbed Clarissa's hand, unable to stop herself from wanting to approach this moment with her maid as a friend. Clarissa allowed this breach of proper ladies' etiquette, though Juliet was sure it would not last long. Together, they gingerly lifted the lid. Inside, there was a small string bag of velvet atop layers of tissue. Juliet lifted the bag with careful hands, pulling the thick gold string to open its neck and tumbled what was inside into her palm. It was the most beautiful ring she had ever seen. Lacy gold filigree came up both sides to meet one stunningly clear, completely perfect sapphire in the center. She had never seen a piece of jewelry like it in her life. Its intricate, delicate work was masterful. But she was no jewelry expert. She passed the piece to Clarissa, who brought it to and from her face, squinting at it shrewdly. She weighed it in her palm, tapped the stone with one nail, and brought it up directly to her eye, facing the sunlight through the window. Then she handed it back to Juliet, a dreamy look on her face. It's one of a kind, and incredibly valuable. I've never seen its match, not in any of the households I've ever served. Juliet slipped it onto the ring finger of her left hand, where it fit perfectly. She and Clarissa exchanged wide-eyed glances. Shall we take a look at your new gown? Clarissa asked. They unwrapped the tissue, peeling it back to reveal a gown the color of the palest pink rose. Clarissa lifted it so that Juliet could take it all in. It was made of the finest lace. That's all French lace, miss, Clarissa whispered. The gown had delicate cap sleeves at the end of the wide, deep neckline. Its waist was gathered high with delicate embroidery that met in the center, from which a flowing, gauzy skirt fanned out. At the bottom, it puddled into a dreamy fan, an elegant creation that Juliet had never seen the likes of. Help me try it on, please, she said, to which Clarissa quickly complied. They pulled off Juliet's robe and got her laced into her corset. The gown was a perfect fit above it, without even requiring any extra tightening at her waist. It swept her curves, highlighting the creamy line of her breasts, and making her hair look as dark and rich as sable. You look incredible, miss, Clarissa said, fluffing the skirt and adjusting the sleeves, so they lay just right on her shoulders.
"He'll never let you go once he sees you in this."
Juliet looked at the sparkling ring on her finger, an item more valuable for its sentimental history than for its expensive materials, and felt her heart warm. "I don't think we will ever let each other go." They had agreed that Sarah would meet them to ride together to London. Juliet and Clarissa had spent the day in careful preparation. Her hair was carefully arranged in a high knot, with dark, curling tendrils framing her face. Her dress and ring had required no extra effort, but right before they had left, Clarissa had run to grab something for her. Returning, she had lightly spritzed an expensive-smelling perfume on Juliet's neck, wrists, and behind her ears. "It was a gift from a former mistress," she confided. "Very expensive." Juliet was touched by the gesture, and found herself inordinately pleased by the drifting scent of citrus and sandalwood that followed her movements. Beside her, pulling on his coat and hat, Felix looked as if he had spent the day in preparations as well, to the extent that gentlemen did. His hair was pomaded out of its usual cheerfully curling mess, and his face was pink, as if it had been recently and thoroughly scrubbed. "Miss Marlowe has arrived," their coachman said from the front door. They stepped out to greet her. When Sarah caught sight of Juliet, she put the back of her hand to her head and affected a swoon. "Who is this regal princess come out to greet me?" she called. "My word, but she looks like my dear friend Juliet." Felix boomed a laugh, making Sarah blush delightedly. "Mr. Andrews, you are also looking nearly unrecognizable. However did you manage to get your hair so controlled?" He put out his arm to lead her to the carriage, smiling down at her. Sarah too, Juliet noticed, was looking wonderfully dressed up this evening. More than that, she was also looking quite pleased at the attention from Felix. The ride to London passed quickly. When they arrived, Juliet took a deep, fortifying breath, and with her loved ones behind her, walked to the front door. Chapter 47. Leonard was pacing back and forth in his parlor. Charles, who was languishing and looking completely at ease in an armchair by the fire, swirled his glass of brandy, and again suggested that Leonard have a drink before anyone arrived. "I don't want a drink, I want my family to arrive," he said. "I asked them here early, because I wanted to make a few things clear to them both before Juliet got here. The last thing I want is for tonight to turn sour." "They'll get here," Charles said, sounding bored. "Stop worrying so much. What do you really think is going to happen tonight?" "Oh, I don't know," Leonard said crossly. "Maybe a vicious fight between my betrothed and my father or sister, a fight to which my betrothed's brother then becomes involved, and the two of us come to blows. Does that sound like a possibility to you?" Charles cocked his head to one side, considering. "It does sound like a possibility. But I'll have your back, so what's the worry? Two gentlemen against one, all will be well." Leonard shot him a look so angry, it startled Charles out of his lazy jokes. Sorry, just a joke," he said, standing. He put two firm hands on Leonard's shoulders, and pressed down firmly until Leonard sat down. "Breathe for a moment, won't you?" Charles went to the sideboard and filled up a crystal glass with a finger of brandy, and handed it over. "Take your tonic like a good boy." Leonard shot back the drink, feeling the warmth relax his muscles at once. This effect was quickly undone by Mrs. Beeton. "Miss Andrews, her brother, and Miss Marlowe have arrived, my lord," she said with a curtsy. Leonard shot up at once. "Blast it, they've beaten my family. Damn it all to hell." "Leonard, old boy." Charles appeared at his side. "Your family is not made up of ogres. Have a little faith in them." He nodded. Charles was right. He followed his friend out into the hall, just barely catching the chuckling words Charles said next. "At least until dessert." Thoughts of hitting his best friend disappeared like water in the palm of a hand, when he saw Juliet awaiting him in the entryway of his home. She is the most beautiful lady in the world. And she's mine.
Juliet looked ravishing, even queen-like, in the dress he had sent for her.
The fabric hugged her body, as if it had been made not just to fit her curves, but also to highlight them, and to torture her betrothed. Leonard could not stop his gaze from hungrily devouring her silhouette. The low neckline cut just perfectly across her two smooth, rounded breasts. He imagined that just a hair's breadth below the neckline, her rosy pink nipples stood at attention, waiting for his touch. The flowing skirt of the dress had sounded innocent enough when Lady Burnham had described it to him, once he'd enlisted her help with his mission, but on Juliet, it hugged tight to her hips, and when she stepped forward, he could follow the movement of her thighs underneath. "Pull yourself together, you're drooling," Charles murmured in his ear as he moved forward, introducing himself. Leonard stepped forward to greet his guests. He made sure to clasp Felix's hand with a hearty warmth, in hopes of making up for their poor associations in the past. He kissed Miss Marlowe's hand, admiring her brooch, and then finally, he was face to face with Juliet. "You look stunning," he said, for her ears and hers alone. "I made a mistake purchasing that gown for you." "And why is that, my lord?" she asked, tilting her head up to meet his eyes, as hers burned hot with desire. "Because all I want to do now is rip it off of you," he growled, quietly enough for only her to hear. A blush suffused her body, traveling up from her creamy breasts to her cheeks. It took an incredible amount of inner strength to keep himself from pressing his lips to the blush, wondering if he could feel the heat of her blood through her satin skin. Then his eyes fell on the small mark on the curve of her neck, where that bastard's knife had pricked her perfect skin. He felt fury rise inside of him at the sight. He put a hand to the spot. "I can't believe I allowed you to be hurt." She smiled. "It's nothing but a scratch, I wasn't hurt at all." "I shouldn't have let him go to jail so easily," he said darkly. "You did the right thing, and you did save me. And all is well now. The Earl is in prison, Lady Catherine is safely away, and you and I are together." She put a hand on his. "All is well." He took a deep breath. She was right. They had an evening ahead of them to conquer. He had to put aside the fury and desperation that rose whenever he thought about that man's hands on her neck. He gave her hand a squeeze. "Let's go," he said. Chapter 48. Mrs. Beeton ushered everyone to the parlor, where a maid was pulling out a drink cart. "My family has yet to arrive." Leonard apologized as everyone was seated. "They should be here any moment." "Not to worry," Felix said. "We are in no rush." There was still a slight tension strumming between Felix and Leonard, one he hoped to dispel this evening. Mrs. Beeton handed around thin glasses of champagne to each of the guests. When Leonard was given his, he raised it. A toast, to the Andrews family. Juliet smiled as everyone raised their glasses. "Why, this is quite good," Miss Marlowe said, looking into her glass after her sip. "It's from my family's newest venture. We have recently purchased a parcel of land in France and begun a Whitfield line of champagne." "I'm glad you like it," Leonard said. "Have you?" Felix asked in interest. "I'd love to hear how the taxes for that work." "Oh, my boy, you can't imagine the trouble," Charles said drolly, launching into a long-winded story, involving his own attempt at purchasing land in France. While Leonard, Felix, and Charles discussed tax rates and foreign investments, he noticed Juliet and Miss Marlowe exchange amused glances. "And how do you find managing a foreign staff?" Felix asked Leonard with interest. "Difficult?" Charles laughed. "Why so many questions? You planning on buying up some land in France?" Felix's smile faded as he absorbed the small jab. "Perhaps he is," Leonard said sharply. "And it's not like your venture in buying land in France went so smoothly." Charles shot him a dark look, but the grateful smile from Juliet for standing up for her brother far made up for it. The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of his family. Leonard stood to greet them and lead them through, eager to speak with them before they saw Juliet and her guests. At the front door, a servant was taking the Duke's coat. His father looked pale and tired, but was dressed as sharply as always. Margaret was beautifully dressed in a peach gown. He kissed her cheek.
"They're already here," he said.
"I trust you both will remain civil?" Margaret bristled.
"What a way to greet your family,"
she snapped. "Margaret, keep a civil tongue in your head,"
Leonard began. "Everything will be fine," the Duke interrupted. "Enough of this." Leonard looked at his father, who he knew shouldn't be kept standing for long. He wanted to extract promises from both of them, before allowing them near Juliet, but the unsteadiness of the Duke was concerning. He shot Margaret a look and led them into the parlor. More champagne was poured as greetings were made, and everyone was seated. "Dinner will be ready in just a few minutes, my lord," Mrs. Beeton said to Leonard as she topped off his champagne. He nodded.
As soon as everyone was served and seated, an awkward lull fell across the room, as heavy as a sodden blanket. Leonard and Juliet caught one another's eye helplessly. The room was quiet, but for the faint bubbling of the champagne, punctuated by sipping sounds as everyone drank. They were saved when Mr. Beeton appeared with a bow, to announce that dinner was ready. As he led them through to the dining room, Leonard wondered how they would be able to manage an entire dinner like this. At first, he didn't notice that 2 members of their party were missing. He looked around. Where had Margaret and Juliet gone? A rising frustration had him guessing he knew. Leonard strode quickly back through the dining room, and saw Margaret and Juliet standing at the foot of the stairs. Margaret was red-faced, hissing something he couldn't hear, while Juliet was standing defiantly with her arms crossed. "Sister," he said, startling Margaret. "Have you something you'd like to share with me?" She lifted her chin. "I don't care what you say, Leonard. I read that letter. Its writer is a nasty, mannerless cretin, and I won't see you tied to someone like that." "You're right," he answered, coming to stand beside Juliet. "The writer is exactly a nasty, mannerless cretin." Margaret's eyes widened. "You mean?" The hint of triumph froze into her eyes, as she glanced over at Juliet. "No, I mean that the writer was not Juliet at all," he said. "I should have kept you better informed, Margaret, and I'm sorry for that. But you should have come to me, before you went to my betrothed behind my back." "But..." Margaret looked between the two of them. "But I found the letter, you and I discussed it." "We did. But I looked into it further. What you and I said about it not sounding like her. We were right." "Then who wrote it?" Now Margaret was looking uncomfortable, and more than a little bit guilty. "The Earl of Thistleton," he said. "The Earl? What?" Margaret brought a hand to her mouth. "That's ridiculous. Why on earth would the Earl do such a thing?" Leonard put a hand on his sister's shoulder. "There's a lot you don't know, and I plan to tell you all of it. But for tonight, perhaps we could just enjoy one another's company, and let the past alone." Margaret looked like she wanted to argue, but glanced again at Juliet. "I apologize, Miss Andrews," she said. "I should not have cornered you, and attacked you like that without the full story." Juliet put her hand on Margaret's. "Let's forget it happened. I would very much like to start over on the right foot with you, if you're willing." Margaret smiled, and hooked her arm with Juliet's. "That sounds like an excellent idea. After all, we are to be sisters." Leonard escorted the 2 ladies into the dining room. With Juliet ahead of them, Margaret quickly looked to her brother with wide eyes. "Leonard, I told Father about the letter," she whispered. "He's terribly upset." Leonard bit back the words that immediately came to his lips, nodding tightly instead. There was nothing he could do about it now, but hope his father would act politely throughout dinner, and he could pull him aside afterwards. One obstacle had at least been overcome, which left just one more. As the three entered the dining room, he watched Juliet's eyes light up at the beauty of the room. He was touched by her appreciation of things he had long since stopped noticing. The table had been lavishly decorated for the finest of dinner parties, with fresh-cut roses perfuming the room from cut glass bowls, flickering white candles standing in crystal holders, and fine china laid at every setting. He went to a seat and pulled it out for Juliet to take. The view of her above that blasted dress neckline was increasingly distracting from the moment he took his own seat. "I don't know how I'll make it through this meal." Chapter 49. In an effort to distract himself, he called for the first bottle of wine to be brought out. "Father, I chose a special wine from the cellar this evening, with you in mind," he said, as the ruby liquid was poured into crystal goblets along the table. "Whitfield?" the Duke asked. "Of course," he said. "One of the original vintages. One that you worked on yourself." The Duke nodded his approval. Felix cleared his throat and lifted his glass. "I'd like to propose a toast of my own," Felix said, blushing some as all eyes turned to him. "To the happy couple. Juliet, I could not be happier for you. And Lord Cunningham, I know you will take great care of my beloved little sister." Juliet's eyes misted, making them gleam like diamonds in the candlelight. "To the happy couple," Charles said, and the table rippled with the words. As everyone drank and exclaimed happily at the taste of the wine, Leonard noticed his father return his glass to the table untouched. He frowned, but decided to let it lie for now. "Your Grace, this wine is wonderful. What did Lord Cunningham mean when he said that you worked on it yourself?" Juliet asked. Leonard stiffened, fearful at what his father might say so soon after making his feelings clear. The Duke was a practiced conversationalist, however, and mannered to a fault, and so his answer, if gruff, was polite enough. "As a young man, I was very interested in the makings of the wines. My father had taken a less involved approach," he explained. "I experimented with some different flavors to create new types. It drove my father mad. He said I was wasting my time. However, this particular bottle my son has chosen for us this evening became one of our best sellers. We couldn't make enough to keep up with the demand. My father settled down after that." He chuckled. "What flavors did you add to this bottle?" Juliet asked. The Duke looked up from his glass in surprise at the question. "My dear, surely you are not interested in such a banal subject as ingredients." Juliet and Felix exchanged an amused look. "My sister has always had an interest in ingredients," he explained to the table. "I'll let you all in on a little secret," Juliet said, leaning forward so that her bosom, so on display in her new dress, nearly brushed her plate. Leonard couldn't help but notice the way Charles' eyes followed the movement as well, and fought the urge to jerk his face away from her. Juliet, however, did not seem to notice at all. "I used to sneak into the kitchen as a girl, and mix up what our mother called concoctions. I'd force the family to try them. It was my biggest pleasure as a child," she confessed. "I'm shocked your mother allowed you in the kitchen at all," Margaret exclaimed. "It's terribly dangerous for a child. Surely the staff kept you out?" Juliet laughed. "We just had the one cook, and I knew when she took her breaks," she said, unashamed at this admission of their class divide. "I'd get in terrible trouble from father, but it never stopped me." "What kind of concoctions would you make?" the Duke asked, looking interested despite himself. "Your Grace, you cannot imagine some of the terrible things she dreamed up," Felix said. "Cold cod and blackberry mash, honey and cinnamon cheese, one particularly odious mixture of ale and milk." Everyone at the table grimaced in unison. "And I tried it all," Juliet smiled at him fondly.
He never shrank from a challenge.
My brother.
That is certainly true, the Duke said, acid in his tone. It was enough to silence the table at once. Leonard made to stand, but his sister smoothed the moment over with a quick change of subject.
Miss Andrews,
tell me,
what do you think you'll do as a married lady?
Juliet looked relieved,
and Leonard slowly retook his seat.
I haven't really thought about it, in truth, she admitted. I suppose I shall have a lot to learn.
You certainly shall,
the Duke said, sitting up and folding his hands in front of him.
My girl,
you have no idea what it takes to run the household of a marquis.
Has it occurred to you that your soon-to-be husband is positioned to become a duke one day? You will be a duchess, and that comes with an incredible load of serious responsibilities.
He paused. But I suppose you've only thought of the gowns and the jewels.
This time, Felix and Leonard rose together, but Juliet locked eyes with the Duke and spoke first. Your Grace, you are correct in saying that I am not prepared to be a duchess. I have not been raised to know all that will go into the work I will be expected to do. Though I hope that time does not come for very long yet, when it is time for me to act the duchess role, I will take that mantle on very seriously. She was still looking directly at him, not giving an inch. I will never do anything to disgrace the great Whitfield family name.
There was utter silence at the table.
Felix and Leonard were still hovering, half out of their seats, waiting to hear what the Duke would have to say next. Charles broke the silence. And you, Cunningham?
What will you be doing as a married man?
The tension dissolved as everyone laughed. Leonard waved over his footman to top off everyone's wine. At the end of the table, his father was sitting quietly, looking a bit shocked. I hope he will continue to paint, Juliet said, with a warm look at Leonard. I have very much appreciated his work thus far, and I believe he should continue to create. The Duke shocked everyone by speaking up to agree. Miss Andrews, I think exactly the same, he said. Son, you're an excellent painter. You work hard enough. Make some time to do what you love. It could be incredibly beneficial to the family, you know, like my interest ended up being. He shrugged. Who knows, maybe your betrothed will be creating a cod and blackberry wine, while you paint portraits. This time, the laughter was not even slightly forced. The rest of dinner went much more smoothly. Wine flowed, the dishes were enjoyed, and conversation did not lull again. At one point, under the guise of requesting help with choosing the next bottle from his cellar, Leonard was able to take his father aside, and tell him the truth about the letter, that the writer had not been Juliet. This relaxed the rest of the lingering tension at the table, and the evening was able to continue on a much lighter note. Leonard couldn't help but notice the eyes that Felix and Miss Marlowe were making at each other. He watched her flutter her eyelashes at him make sure she was served large cuts of meat from the platter that went by, and at one point, they both rested their hands next to each other's on the tablecloth. And if Leonard wasn't mistaken, their pinkies were touching. He whispered to his footman to give the two of their wine glasses extra attention. Maybe it would give Felix the courage to dive into a courtship with the lady. When the meal was complete and dessert had been enjoyed, Leonard rose from the table. There will be port and sherry in the parlor for you all to enjoy. Mrs. Beaton will lead you through. Amidst the standing and shuffling, Leonard touched Juliet's elbow, gesturing to her to hang back and let the others leave first. When they were alone in the dining room, he kissed her softly. I couldn't last another moment without touching you, he said. Funny, I was just thinking exactly the same thing, she whispered. They kissed once more, slowly. We have to begin wedding planning straight away, Leonard said as they pulled apart. I can't go on like this much longer. I was thinking about that, actually, Juliet said. What if we dispensed with the planning, with the fancy decorations and invites, and all else that goes into it? What if instead? She leaned forward and kissed him again. We married tomorrow.
His brows shot up.
Married tomorrow?
He asked. But haven't you been dreaming of a beautiful wedding? You deserve the best party the town has ever seen. I don't care about all that, she said, and he saw the shine of truth in her eyes. I only care about starting our lives together. Are you sure? He asked. I don't want you to rush into this. I couldn't be more sure, she said.
Can you find an archbishop to marry us that soon? One of the benefits of being a marquis is that sort of task is much easier for us.
We will need to obtain a special license.
It will take a little bit of money and some of my father's connections,
he said with a wry laugh. But I'm sure we can get it done. We can ask those gathered in the other room to be our witnesses.
And Lady Burnham.
Of course.
Leonard wrapped his arms around her, and lifted her until her feet were no longer touching the ground.
Marrying you tomorrow will make me the happiest man alive, he said, kissing her deeply. She leaned her forehead against his. What love we have found, she said with a smile. From so much mess. We are not the only two feeling the love this evening, he said with a grin. I caught your brother and Miss Sarah Marlowe looking awfully cozy together this evening. Her eyes widened. No.
Felix and Sarah?
No. It certainly appeared so, he said. She'd be my sister, she squealed. He laughed and set her down, glancing over her shoulder. Quiet down, woman, before you bring them all running in here. She giggled and pressed her fingers to her lips, drawing his eyes to their perfect rosebud shape. They aren't the only ones, either, she confided in a dramatic whisper. I thought you were going to bring up how obvious Lady Margaret and Lord Derby were acting. It was Leonard's turn to look shocked. Never, he said decisively. I can't even imagine it. Imagine you must, she said with a little smile. Lady Margaret was hardly showing anyone any attention at all, she was too focused on Lord Derby. A discreet ahem had them both looking up guiltily. Mr. Beeton was standing at the door. My lord, please pardon my interruption, but I believe your guests are about to come looking for you. Leonard took Juliet's hand in his. We should go, he said. We have a wedding to plan for tomorrow. He turned to his butler. Beeton, send someone to Lady Burnham's requesting her time tomorrow afternoon. Tell her a location will follow. I'll also need Edwards to ride out to find an archbishop to marry us tomorrow. The butler's face betrayed no surprise at the notion of a last-minute wedding as he nodded and bowed. At once, my lord. Leonard and Juliet entered the parlor to find a warm, relaxed atmosphere. Charles and Margaret were paging through a book together, arguing passionately about something within, and standing much closer than necessary to do so. Felix and Miss Marlowe were at the window, looking out across the grounds together, their shoulders touching. The Duke was sipping a glass of port on the couch, and looking on with an expression of indulgence. Leonard took a glass from his footman and a silver stirrer, tapping the glass lightly to draw everyone's attention. Miss Andrews and I have an announcement. He looked at her, blushing in the firelight of the parlor, and smiling widely. We would like to request your attendance at our wedding tomorrow afternoon, location to be determined. The room erupted into squeals and hearty congratulations. Miss Marlowe ran to Juliet and kissed her loudly on both cheeks, exclaiming. Charles stood and lifted his glass. To tomorrow. As the echoes of his toast resounded throughout the warm, bright room, Leonard saw his father lift his glass and make eye contact with Juliet. He raised it in her direction with a smile. And this time, he drank. Chapter 50. Juliet's wedding day dawned bright and warm. She had spent the day in the care of Sarah, Lady Burnham, and Clarissa, pampered more than she had ever been in her entire life. Her hair was pulled into a perfect chignon, small curls dipping above her bare shoulders, and Clarissa had presented her with a small bottle of that French perfume that had so delighted her.
As a wedding gift, miss," she'd said, with a bit of a blush. The highlight of the morning, though, had come when Lady Margaret had arrived. "I don't want to interrupt your special day," she had said, "but I thought you might like this." She had held up a beautiful white wedding gown that had set gasps coming from everyone. With a fitted silk bodice and a full skirt of fine lace, it was intricately detailed and fit Juliet like a dream. "Mrs. Wellington fit it for you, using the measurements she had from the last time you visited," Margaret had said a bit shyly, perhaps thinking of their last meeting in Mrs. Wellington's shop. But Juliet had pulled her into an embrace, thinking of nothing more than her love for her soon-to-be sister. And now, Juliet was proceeding down the aisle of the church bells heralding her entrance, heading closer and closer to the man of her dreams. Leonard stood with the Archbishop, dressed finely in a white vest with white gloves and a black coat. "That divine gentleman is mine." She met his eyes and he beamed. At last, she had reached his side, and Leonard tenderly lifted the gauzy white veil covering her face. She barely heard the Archbishop as he spoke about two coming together. And then it was time to say those critical words, passed down through generations. "I take thee, Juliet Andrews, to be my wife. To have and to hold from this day forward. For better or for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish. And I promise to be faithful to you until death parts us," Leonard said, his voice strong and clear. Juliet held back the tears as she repeated the sacred words. And with their hands clasped, and the eyes of all of their loved ones warm upon them, Juliet and Leonard were married. Leonard looked around at the joyful gathering of his friends and family, mingling with Juliet's. The ceremony had been small and simple, but he could not be happier. Every few minutes, his hand would reach out and take hold of Juliet's, craving her touch. As much as he was enjoying this party, he was very eager indeed to take his new wife to bed. Whenever he touched her hand, she would turn her hot eyes upon him, and he knew she was thinking the same. But for now, they would have to last a little bit longer. Mrs. Beeton arrived at the door and nodded discreetly to him. It was time. "My love," Leonard said, "I have a small surprise for you. A little wedding gift, if you please. Everyone, follow me." Juliet furrowed her brow as she walked with him, leaving his main parlor for the smaller parlor. "A wedding gift? I didn't even think." "You didn't have to," he said. "Having you is more than enough for me. I have everything I need right here." They were at the door of the parlor, everyone behind the two of them. He tapped at the door and Mr. Beeton swung it open from within. "My lady," he said with a bow, "your instrument awaits." Inside, in the pride of place, sat a gleaming mahogany piano, its rich ivory keys shining in the sunlight streaming through the windows. Juliet froze at his side, one hand covering her mouth. "It's a..." She trailed off in wonder. "It's yours," he said. "I never want you to go another day without being able to play as much as you like. I hope you can play the songs you learned from your mother for our children." Tears began to slip down her cheeks. "It's the most beautiful thing anyone has ever done for me," she said. He swept her into his arms, loving the way her body fit just right against his, and pressed his lips to hers. Charles and Philip, who had showed up for the party, catcalled from the back of the room, whooping. "Jules!" Miss Marlowe came, dragging Juliet away. "Don't cry. Play. Play." Juliet was dragged to the piano seat and she sat, running one hand gently across the keys. She turned and looked at Leonard, and a smile lit up her entire face. Leonard called for champagne, which was sent around quickly, as their guests listened to Juliet warm up and then begin to play. He watched her slender shoulders move as she moved her upper body as she played, swaying with the music pouring from the instrument. Her playing had a sensual feel to it, a warm undulating movement tied to rhythm. He longed to lift her from the bench and take her upstairs. A movement in the back corner of the room caught his eye. Charles and Philip were off in the corner, Philip holding up a cloth bag. Leonard narrowed his eyes and drifted over, trying not to look purposeful. Philip peered into the back, looked over his shoulder, and then pulled out a bottle of Colbegan. That bastard. He was by their side in a moment. "Come outside," he said under his breath. "Now. Or I will force you." Philip looked up, startled, but Charles just laughed, though he was quick to follow Leonard through the side door of the parlor, leading to the outside. Leonard held out a hand for the bag, which Philip gave him. "I told you to end the bet," he said, fists clenched tightly. "How dare you follow through here, now?" Philip began to bluster. "Cunningham, it was all in good fun. Just a bit of a joke between gentlemen, nothing against you or your fine bride at all." "I made it very clear to you," Leonard said, turning to Charles. "I could not have been clearer." Charles shrugged, but had the grace to look a bit ashamed. "I know you were, but I suppose I forgot to tell Philip." "I am sorry, old chap, I truly meant to. I didn't even expect our old boy here to show up today." "Then why did you have the whiskey on hand?" Leonard asked coldly. "Honestly, I meant to share it with you as a celebration. Nothing more. I know you like a good whiskey." Leonard looked hard at him. He could push further, but from inside, the merry sounds of celebration and the sweet music of his brand-new wife called. "I'm taking it then," he said, and re-entered the party. Juliet was still holding court at the piano, her eyes light and dancing with happiness. The sight of her immediately softened him. To hell with the whiskey, it was his wedding day. All of the guests had gone at last. The Cunningham Manor, my home now, was quiet. The servants were cleaning the remnants of the party, and had left Leonard and Juliet with a bottle of wine and a roaring fire. They were cuddled together on the couch before the fire, talking softly about the day. "And did you see Felix and Sarah dancing?" Juliet asked with a laugh. "For how much they like each other, they made a clumsy pair." "Better than Margaret and Charles," Leonard responded, taking a drink of his wine. "They thought they ruled the dance floor." Juliet laughed, taking a sip of her own wine. It warmed her stomach, but looking up into his eyes, where the firelight was reflected, took the heat up further. She watched his eyes darken, and knew that he was thinking the same. He took her glass and set them both down on the table. Slowly, with purpose, he put one hand to her cheek. "I love you, Juliet," he said, and then he kissed her. Speaking those ancient words today, in front of their loved ones, and wearing his ring on her finger, ignited a deeper passion within her. She felt free of the confines of acting a lady, of maintaining a proper distance, of worrying about who might see them. She leaned in, rubbing one hand across his bristled cheek, delighting in the rough feel. He wrapped one hand behind her, pulling her closer to him, between his legs. Juliet wrapped her legs around his waist, and in her pulsing center she could feel the hardness of him pressed close. Leonard traced one hand up her stomach to her breasts. Their bodies so close, she felt that she was set like a firework, ready to explode into miles of lights and colors and sounds. "Your first time is about to be on my couch," he said with a mischievous smile. "So be it, so long as it's with you," she said, nipping his lower lip gently. He rubbed his thumb across her bottom lip, the sensation sending a hot thrill down her spine. "Not for my lady. For her, only the best," he said, and stood, with her legs wrapped around him. In this way, he carried her up the stairs and through the double doors to his bedroom. Juliet gasped at the sight. It had been prepared for their evening together. The bed was dusted with rose petals, candles flickered across the room's surfaces, and on the door hung 2 sumptuous silk robes. "All for you, my love," he said, laying her flat on her back on the bed. "All I want is you." She pulled him down on top of her, feeling protected with his strong chest hovering above her.
Earlier, Clarissa had helped
Her into a shift,
so she could be easily undressed.
Now, Leonard pulled the tie that was at her neckline open,
revealing her breasts.
He dipped his head, taking her nipple in his mouth, with the other hand lightly brushing and flicking the other. Juliet arched her back up with a moan. She was burning up inside, on fire for his touch. Leonard slid the shift all the way off, and took off his shirt. She marveled at the firm line of hard-earned muscles rippling across his stomach and chest, putting one hand up to feel their strength. He sprang free from his pants, and she reached out to feel him. Iron hardness beneath a sheath of velvet. He kissed her throat, her chest, her stomach, flicking his tongue to the tender skin on the insides of her thighs. Her breath left her, as the strong touch of his body leaned against hers, their heat transferring as they learned one another's bodies without the cover of clothing. As much as she craved his touch, a moment of fear settled in now. She was being seen completely naked, without adornments. And wasn't it supposed to hurt? Leonard saw the flit of fear across her face, and he paused. "We will take it very slow," he said, running his hand through her hair. "As slow as you want. We can spend a fortnight up here if that's what it takes." She laughed a little, and her fear began to ease. He dropped his mouth to her stomach, kissing there, then moving up to her breasts. His hot tongue on her nipple made the fear fade back even further, and when she felt his finger tracing her entrance, it was gone entirely. He stroked and then slipped one finger inside, and pulsed it inside, gently, slowly, sending the most delicious sensations running through her. She moved with him, as he wrapped one strong arm around her, holding her close to him. She was moving closer and closer, her breath coming in short, tight bursts, when he withdrew. She opened her eyes to see his teasing grin as he kissed her neck, her stomach, her thighs, her breasts. "I think you're ready now," he said, in a voice so thick with lust, it sent goosebumps across her body. They kissed once more, exploring one another with a fevered passion that had no bounds. He gathered her hair at the nape of her neck in one hand, as the other guided his manhood into her. She gasped at the sensation. She had been prepared for it to hurt, and there was a small, sharp pain, but then she felt only deep, lasting rolls of ultimate pleasure. "You are so wet," he groaned as he entered her. "And you're mine." "Always yours," she whispered. "Forever." She felt him move within her, rocking his hips, stroking her, caressing her all the while. She moved with him, joining him, matching his rhythm, as they moved faster, and then crested as one, riding the final wave of incredible torment to pleasure, and the sensation rocked her to her pulsing core. Afterwards, her head comfortable on his chest, wrapped in a soft cotton sheet, they spoke of their future, their dreams, and their love for each other. And it wasn't long before that sheet slipped off, and they came together once more. The end?
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.